Something is deeply wrong. You can feel it. So what has happened to us? And what should we do about it? Join the Finding Gnosis Show. It's an open panel for people trying to figure out what's really going on in this strange existence and what we should be doing while we're here. Join us as we all find Gnosis together. Gnosis is knowledge. We need to find out what's going on. We need to find out what we should be doing. Chat soon on the Finding Gnosis Show.
Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis Show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Allow yourself to settle comfortably wherever you are right now. Take a slow, deep breath in, and as you exhale, let your body soften. Another breath, deeper this time. Releasing anything you don't need to carry into this moment. One more. And gently allow your eyes to close. You are safe here. This space is created just for you. Notice your breathing just as it is. With every out-breath, a wave of relaxation moves through you. Head, face, jaw, shoulders, arms, chest, belly, hips, legs, all the way down to your feet. Each breath takes you deeper, calmer, more open. Your conscious mind can relax and observe. Your subconscious mind is already awake and ready to communicate with you in its own language. Through symbols, images, feelings, and signs. In your mind's eye, see a beautiful spiral staircase of warm stone leading downward. With every step you take, you go 10 times deeper into relaxation and into your own inner world. 10, stepping down, deeper. 9, even more relaxed. 8, letting go of the outside world. 7, sinking softly. 6, deeper still. 5, wonderfully quiet inside. 4, completely safe. 3, drifting deeper. 2, almost there. 1, you have arrived. Before you stands an ancient wooden archway covered in soft, glowing moss. You step through and enter the sacred grove, your own private sanctuary of wisdom. Tall, wise trees surround a soft, mossy clearing. Gentle golden light filters through the leaves. The air feels warm, still, and deeply peaceful. This is the place where your subconscious speaks most clearly. Stand or sit in the center of the clearing. Speak silently to your inner wisdom. Show me what is truly going on in my life right now that I need to understand. Take all the time you need. Just watch and receive whatever symbol, image, scene, color, animal, or feeling arises. There is no wrong way. Whatever comes is perfect for you. When you're ready, continue. Thank you now. Show me what is truly important for me at this time. Thank you now. Show me what is no longer important, what I can release. Thank you now. Show me where I am right now and what I should be focusing on or doing. Thank you now. Give me one clear, powerful symbol or message that sums up what really matters most for me right now. Allow all the symbols you receive to stay with you in the clearing. Notice how they connect or what they reveal together. Your subconscious is organizing this wisdom perfectly for you. Any insights that want to be shared will feel gentle and natural. You are safe to express them or simply keep them within. It is now time to return, bringing everything helpful with you. I will count from 1 to 5. With each number you become more awake, more present, and more open. 1. Feeling your body again. 2. Taking a deeper, clearer breath. 3. Energy and lightness returning. 4. Remembering what is useful from this journey. 5. Eyes open when you're ready. Fully back in the live stream, feeling clear, grounded, and beautifully open. You are now fully present, yet wonderfully connected to the deep wisdom you just received. If anything from this journey feels alive in you and wants to be expressed, you may notice a gentle pull to click the link pinned in the live chat. You are completely safe here. You only speak when you feel truly compelled. There is no pressure, only invitation. Share as much or as little as feels right for you, or simply listen and receive from others. The space is open. The panel is ready for you. Welcome back, and welcome to
Hello, everybody. Hello. I do hope you are exceedingly well. There is somebody backstage. I'll let you on in a moment. This is a different show today. I thought we'd try and play a game. Let's play a game. Anyway, today is called Fact, Speculation, or Question. I mean, it's kind of what we've been doing anyway, but it's a little bit more, formalized. It's a little bit more formal. So So basically, guys, I'm going to read the description below this video for you all so you kind of get the gist of what's going to happen. Okay, so today, guys, and we may repeat this if it goes well. Today is fact, speculation, or question here on the Finding Gnosis Show live. It's a live open panel where guests come on camera or microphone and share one clear statement. Now, guys, the statement people are sharing today is something that matters to them for whatever reason they are going to explain. And hopefully it's said with something in mind, and that is us all trying to find gnosis. And by gnosis, I mean beneficial knowledge that is going to help us find out perhaps what is going on or what we should be doing in this strange existence that we are all apparently sharing. So you can come on, but before speaking, guys, have that statement in mind. And you must declare, guys, whether what you're about to say is a fact, a speculation, or a question. Okay? And you must also explain why it matters to you and why it should matter to all of us. Okay? So the goal here, guys, is simple. It's to strip away confusion so we can see more clearly what each other is trying to say, so we can get to know perhaps what is really going on, what is important, what is guessed, what is an estimation, and also what is genuinely unknown and perhaps may remain unknown. All in the service, guys, of trying to find gnosis together. So the rules again, guys, come on the stream, click on the link in the live chat. I believe I've put it there. And then once you're on, declare clearly in relation to your statement that you're about to make, whether it is indeed a fact, it is or speculation, or perhaps you're going to say this is a question. And then speak. Say your statement. And for example, if it's a fact, bear in mind it should be based on known evidence, maybe a scientific paper, a study, a series of experiments, some data you found somewhere or other that can be backed up and verified. Maybe it's peer reviewed. So you must back it up, give the source or the reason why it is a fact. And you must say why it matters to us all. Why it matters. Remember that, guys. Maybe you're not going to share a fact. Maybe you've got a hunch. So you're going to come on here and speculate. So you'll tell us it's a speculation, something based on incomplete information. Maybe it's a personal guess or an opinion. But you must say whether your speculation is warm or cold. So you might say it's way out there. In that case, it will be cold. Or you may say it's pretty warm because you can give reasons for why it may be true. In that case, you might say it's warm. But you must also say why it matters or why it should matter to all of us. Okay? The other option, guys, is a question. You can ask a question only when you honestly do not know the answer, but also when you feel the question itself is food for thought, so that it actually matters as a question. You can ask a question if you feel it matters, if you feel it's something we should think about. Even if you don't know the answer, you can ask the question because you think it's worth thinking about in our journey to trying to find gnosis. And after
and that is my biggest fear.
So is it a fact, a speculation, or question, Chickpea?
I don't know. Statement. It's a statement. I am making a statement.
Are you making a I believe you're making a speculation, Chickpea.
Speculation. Yeah.
Why is it speculation?
Because it's not factually based. You haven't got any evidence to back up this.
Well, it's fact to me, Grant.
Personal experience.
Yeah, I have got personal experience of it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well look, Chickpea, we'll go ahead. It's a speculation. You are speculating that there is reincarnation. Is that what you're speculating?
Yes, Grant, I am speculating.
Okay, why
saying
does
it
that? Why does this speculation matter, Chickpea, to the rest of us?
to the rest of you. Well, I'm not bothered about the rest. I'm really worried about myself.
Chickpea, get in the community spirit. Remember,
No, Grumpy
we're
Gus.
trying to bring others into the
Grumpy Gus.
conversation.
Most people love it here. They love life. They are happy and full
This
of
is a brilliant start.
Yeah, it is.
Go ahead,
everybody
Chickpea.
else- let me
Chickpea,
finish.
okay, look, if it
Let me
doesn't matter to
finish.
others, why does it matter to you then? Tell us that much.
Because I'm a miserable old bag and I don't like it here, as you know. So everyone else is happy, clappy, full of joie de vivre, which is fine. Be happy and clappy if you like it here. I don't like it here, which is why I'm unhappy here, which is why I'm terrified of coming back for another 70 odd years of wash, rinse, repeat in this cesspit bloodbath. I'm a really happy person, Frank, as you can hear. Very happy.
You're lovely.
What?
I said you're lovely.
Yes, I'm really nice. I'm really nice. But I'm saying, you know, Grumps, I think this earth is a shit tip. That's what I think. And I'm not cut out to be here, which is why I'm such a miserable old bag.
Started off really well.
Okay, so
Am I
basically
biggest
you're saying it matters whether there is reincarnation or not. This speculation matters because if there is, it may mean you have to return here.
Yeah.
Guys, let us
Well,
know how the stream is going. Some of you are saying it's buffering. Sorry about that. Hopefully it's fixed now.
I just don't like it here very much. I think it's a blood-soaked cesspit. It's just slaughter, slaughter, slaughter. And I
Come
don't
here,
dear.
guys.
come back for another 70 years. I don't like being a slave to a corporate master or any master.
I don't think anybody likes that.
No, I don't like
Okay, well, Chickpea, thank you for relaying that statement to us. This speculative notion that
It's not
there may be
speculative.
reincarnation and we may have to come back here.
The
I'm going to
Gnostic
open it up.
Gnosis-
I'm going to open this up at first instance to the panel and see what they think. If they want to say anything, they don't have to. But
that's
guys,
what Gnosis is. It's what the Gnostics
yes,
believed.
yes.
The Gnostics were
Yes.
believed in reincarnation. Well, that's-
Frank, would you like to comment on Chickpea's speculation? Does it matter? Is what she is talking about worth thinking about? Go ahead.
That's a hard one. I guess for her it matters. For me necessarily, I have a different standpoint. So I guess it's a way of living, right? And you're allowed to have fears. So I guess for her it matters. But I guess for maybe other people can recognize themselves in that. And that is about it. Don't have too much to say about the subject.
We don't
Okay,
believe
Frank.
in sorry.
No, go ahead, Chickpea.
So you don't believe in reincarnation then, Frank?
No, I do not.
Okay. That's fair enough.
Can you perhaps tell her why, Frank?
Why I don't? Because I don't have any recollection of any. I think it's an interesting thought, though. I mean, doesn't Buddhism or
Yeah,
doesn't,
Buddhists,
yeah,
Hindus,
don't you believe it? Yeah, Hinduism.
Hindus believe in it. And I believe in it, yes.
So there's nothing wrong with that.
And the
Each their own.
Gnostics believed in it, and we're looking for Gnosis. That's why we're here.
Okay, Chickpea. Cougar, do you want to say anything in relation to Chickpea's speculative statement that there may be reincarnation and she is deeply worried about coming back here? She does not want to come back here. Would you like to say anything in relation to that statement, seeing as this is fact, speculation, or question time here on the Finding Gnosis show? Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. Sound check. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfectly. Thank you.
Okay, good. Okay, good. Yeah. Well, okay. So she's speculating. Just let me point out that individual experiences are individual, and you can claim anything about your experiences and even your entire life's mission about you without any pushback. People may not like it. It may not apply to them, but you're entitled to do that. And I've said that many times on this channel. Reality is constructed in the brain, all of it, even speculation. So think what you want to think. As for me, reincarnation, I don't think it makes any sense. I don't think I've ever experienced that in my life. And for anybody who has experienced it, it comes back to your personal reality is yours, and your reality is made in your brain. So that's the end of the discussion as far as I'm concerned.
Thank you very much, Cougar. Pamela Riddick in the live chat says reincarnation is the worst migraine. Emily says you wouldn't remember the former life, so why worry? That is an interesting point,
Yes, I know.
Chickpea. Why worry about it? I mean, you can't remember your last life, so why are you worried?
I don't like it here. I don't like this
Yeah,
planet.
but if you, I mean, what is it about it? Like, I mean, you won't know that your life is.
Why I don't like it here, Grams. I think it's a great big slaughterhouse. I love animals, and I don't like to see them being slaughtered 92 billion times a year. That's why I don't like it here. And I accept the fact other people disagree with me or don't feel the same way, because maybe I do come from another dimension. Maybe that's why I don't fit in very well. I mean, I'm an antinatalist, very, very antinatalist. I can't imagine anything worse than bringing a child into this. I would hurl myself off a cliff if I had to give birth. So I don't tend to be like everybody else. I do seem to be a little bit different.
That's true.
That's
certainly true.
So it's quite feasible. Maybe it's just me.
Well, guys, I'll leave that one there, Chickpea. If anybody else wants to come on and talk to Chickpea about what she's just said, her speculation that there is reincarnation, and she thinks it matters, we should think about it, because she is worried about coming back here. She doesn't want to come back here. So it's worth.
I think I'm here on a little sightseeing tour or a little look-see. That's quite. I do sometimes think that about myself.
Right.
I don't.
Well, Yolanda says she can't help but shake the feeling from the past of other versions of herself and lessons that had not been learned yet. So she believes, she thinks there might be something to what you're saying too.
Yeah.
Let me rephrase that. I kind of guess that I do believe in reincarnation, because each time I have a hangover, I definitely feel an older version of myself.
Yeah, but Frank, I've never felt I belong here. There's something weird about me, and I
Darling, you do.
On the surface, nobody
You
knows.
really do belong here, even though that you might not realize it. You do belong here.
No, I don't belong.
So guys,
here. No, I'm a radical vegan, Frank, and I'm radical, very, very radical. And I've been like that since I was a little girl. I started my research very young.
Okay, guys. I'll focus on the panel for this program, but today there is what seems a very important question in the live chat from Pamela, so we can all of us focus on this question a bit and see where it leads to. Pamela's asked this question: if you have been abused beyond belief, what are your thoughts, D&W? Well, first of all, Pamela, my thoughts are that is incredibly sad. I'm sorry to hear that somebody has been abused beyond belief. My thoughts are that the abuse should stop, and we should try and prevent it from happening again. We should learn what we can from it, in terms of if we can learn something from it, it's to A, prevent it from happening again, but also B, to make sure that the person is okay and it's not happening to them again. But yeah, I mean, it's a horrible thing. I don't know. Does anybody else have anything to say to Pamela on that one? Because it is it's certainly a question. It is a fact. People do get abused beyond belief in this crazy world. So it's both a question and a fact, I would say. Yeah, it's an important question. Guys, have you got any thoughts on it?
Well, as you know, my childhood wasn't ideal, and I have been in the psychiatric unit, and I have been in group therapy, and I have heard quite a few horror stories.
I find that very difficult to believe there. Why are you fibbing to us?
Sorry?
It's crazy, Jack. Of course I believe that. Go on.
No, like I said, I have been in group. I've been, because my childhood wasn't the best in the world, and I have had group therapy, and I've been ECT'd and everything else, because there's all those things that happened. You have to keep talking about it, Pamela, as much as you possibly can, which is one of the reasons I say on this channel a lot, we should talk about this more, because the only way to get rid of it, Pamela, is to keep on talking and talking and swapping stories with other people so that you resonate with them. And
That's
then
the only way to get rid of it and forget about it, guys. Just keep talking about it. Just
Well,
keep
listen,
on
stop
talking
making
about
fun
it.
of me.
Crazy,
Keep
one second, brother.
on talking about
Crazy.
it.
Stop it,
Crazy, you're shouting over her, please. Crazy, just a little bit of decorum.
Pamela,
One at a time,
Pamela,
guys.
DNW, I was singing. I was
like
singing.
I said, I've had quite a lot of psychiatric treatment, so I do know all this. I did learn something because by talking about it and swapping stories with other people and everything, you start to let it go because people, you get the sympathy and people, it resonates with you. You're not alone. It happens.
No, you said it right the first time. You get the sympathy of other people. Go on, tell the truth, babe.
Are you honorable battle vomit says get therapy? Yes,
you can have
I would.
therapy.
I would say. I would say in terms of speaking about it, it might be best to get private therapy or group therapy rather than spew it out on the internet. Perhaps. Also, don't feel forced to say anything. Only say what you're comfortable saying. There'll be.
No, I agree with Chickpea, DNW. You should get sympathy. I love it being a narcissist. I do it all the time. I'm like you, Chickpea. I do it to get sympathy.
Thank you for that, Grazy. Okay, guys, we're going to move on. Frank's first, then Cougar, then Grazy. Frank, I'm just going to move you center screen so we can see you got your camera turned on. Frank,
I can turn it off.
Frank, fact, speculation, or question, and remember, you have to say why what you're going to say matters. So go ahead,
dude. I have an entire Chat GPT thing with the things that you were saying, so I thought I would get in a moment. Now, I got some pretty interesting ones. So this is a fact. Sea otters sometimes hold hands while sleeping, and it matters because it prevents them from drifting away from each other.
I know, it's cute, isn't it?
It is cute.
Reminder, guys, when I say matters, it's something that should matter to us all. Now, I'm not saying that doesn't matter to
matters
us all
to
because
me.
we like otters.
And to me, I like
otters are cute. So yeah, okay. So we'll accept that then. Anything else, Frank?
No, that was it. Yeah, I have an entire list if you want, but
do you want to read one more, seeing as that was short and sweet?
Let's see.
Frank, I've never seen otters before, but I think they're cute. I like them digitally on Ark Survival Evolved. I used to like otters on the gameplay, but other than that,
they're hella cute. They're hella cute.
They live in London, you know.
They look like in the digital world, but that's the only place I've experienced them.
You can see them in the River Thames now, Grazy. Go ahead anyway, Frank.
So this one is speculation. Well, this is a cold speculation, apparently. Consciousness may exist beyond the brain, and it matters because it could change our understanding of life. Ooh, that's a deep one.
Okay, guys, that's an interesting one. So consciousness may exist beyond the brain, and repeat why you think it matters, Frank.
Because it matters because it could change our understanding of life.
There you go. I'm going to ask anybody on the panel to comment on that.
Me?
And,
I'll go first, Grumps.
Go ahead, Chickpea, and then
Right,
Grazy.
okay, Frank, I've had an out-of-body experience under surgery, and I was out of my body for the duration of the surgery, and out of my meat bag, my soul and my consciousness, and I could see and I could hear.
There's a lot of people that have that experience, right? I heard about that before.
Yeah, so we can exist outside the meat bag. I know, so I've had an OBE. Yeah, and I can't wait to leave this meat bag for eternity.
Because it's, I guess, all inept of an interpretation, right? Somebody can say it's just an hallucination. Somebody can go
No,
deeper
it's not.
into it.
It happened. Oh no, it happened.
Well, for you. But we're talking about
a lot of people. OBEs.
a lot of people, sure.
Yeah.
But not everybody has the same. I don't know. If you give you a tooth pulled out and you're under anesthesia, doesn't mean that, I don't know, that you live in Timbuktu and pretend you're a pirate.
No. You just, when you have an OBE, I stayed in the room above my body. I just floated around the ceiling, blah blah blah. I was aware of what the surgeons were working on me. I saw the surgeons, and I was just a little 7-year-old floating around the room. I was nothing special, just a little 7-year-old girl. I do remember it very well, as though it were yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Has anybody else got anything to say about that? That consciousness may exist outside of the brain.
You know I do, DNW.
Go ahead, Grazy.
All right, so Frank. Yeah, consciousness in my framework is the field of shared perception, and even though consciousness, I say we all share consciousness. It is just that neutral field of stillness amongst everything that's moving, known as flux, the kind of yin to the yang. Now, us as having souls, all beings have souls, we share a single point within that unlimited field. And that single point we often refer to as soul, but really what it means is a soul is just really your pure curious state, what you were before you thought or anything, that which created all your awareness, perceptions, and things like that. And with that, they used to call it the Holy Spirit, the soul and the spirit working together. The soul, the eye of Gnosis, the thing that consumes everything as it goes around with as the center of your consciousness. And then from the inverse, then you build a spirit, like a conscious being from all your awarenesses that you claim to be. But then obviously that gets perverted in our cultures because we tell that conscious being it's wicked or evil, and then it splits itself and forms an ego mask and a shadow, and blah blah blah. You'd probably know the rest. Mm-hmm. And there's a bunch of egos going around. I don't actually have an ego. I'm not an ego. I have them. I built them to fit into your world. I'm from a different world, you guys. But you guys actually play the role as an ego. See, none of you guys were ever born. You were created. You're the imaginary friend, and you haven't found a way to give it back to the actual curious being behind it yet. He's still trapped. That's the real creator. You guys were just what was created, and you live inside a demiurgic world that manipulates you and will never allow you to give it back because you're all addicted to something called forgiveness.
How dare you say that about me? I'm not from this earth. I'm trapped here, okay? We don't mind.
Kind of sounds like the Matrix.
I'm pretty sure that's actually what I said there, Chippy.
Yeah, exactly.
You hear me?
No, you said you were not from here, but the rest of us were.
Oh, yeah, I'm not. I come from outside your Matrix, and I'm coming in to try and communicate with you to try and get you guys to come out. All you've got to do is return to your Christ consciousness, which is just curiosity. Ready? Jesus Christ. Just curiosity. Once you return to that state, you will go back to your beautiful being, back to source, and you will be able to be with the monad.
I'll keep trying. I am trying.
You don't try. You must surrender to it.
Oh, well, surrender, try, whatever. I just don't want to.
No, trying is actionable. Surrender is non-actionable. So you can't try to surrender. You just surrender.
Just 1 second, guys. Are you Honorable Battle Vomit in the live chat says consciousness is tethered to the brain. He doesn't think the brain creates consciousness. Scientists have as much clue as me or you about consciousness, about what it is. We all, for the time being, have to go by our own theories. Now, I'm going to move along to Mr. Cougar Duma. Cougar, do you have anything to say about Frank's speculation? What was the speculation? Am I right, Frank? That it was. Consciousness exists beyond the brain. Mr. Cougar, do you have anything to say in relation to that speculation?
The fact, by the way, Frank. Yeah. No speculation.
Is it my turn?
Yes.
Is it my turn?
Cougar,
just for that, just for in relation to what Frank has said. The speculation.
Yeah, I get that part. Someone else was talking. Consciousness is undefined. We have no definition of consciousness. So you can think whatever you like about it.
The unified field of thought. The equilibric unified field of thought. Either that's true, or I don't know what the fuck you just said, or who spoke. Shut up, you weirdo. You're literally using it right now. How can you not? What did he just say?
That's not going to work with me. You know that.
It doesn't matter just because you didn't accept it. Here's the answer. Ready? I'll either refute it and say it doesn't exist and prove that, or accept that it's equilibric unified field of thought.
I can't deal with this stupid fuck. I said it is not defined. You can think whatever you like.
I literally just defined it for you.
I don't think you did.
Tell
me what about my definition didn't you understand, and I'll help you.
Your definition needs to be defined. You use words to suit yourself. I don't have any idea what you were talking about.
Okay, ready? I'll say it slowly, and anybody.
No. Actually, I'm not ready. I'm not going to participate.
He doesn't have to. By the way, Guru, that is another rule here. People don't have to participate. We can move on. So, Guru, with respect, Guru, I'm just going to leave that where it is, and we'll go to Cougar. Cougar, it is now your turn to make a new fact, talk about a new fact, speculation or question, and tell us why it matters. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so this might be a fact derived of basically neuroscience, although you may want to think of it as speculation. It works for me either way. The brain codes information as either present, present tense, near term past, or near distant past, deep past. It's a tagging process, like you tag an email. When the brain misidentifies a piece of current information and it mistags it as deep time, then we call that deja vu. We also call it constructed memory, and we call it retro continuity. This is neuroscience. It's important to keep that in mind. It does help to explain a lot of what people think of as out of body experiences, reincarnation, ancestral memories. It's tagging. It's how the brain tags things, and it's not reliable sometimes. Now that could be a fact from neuroscience, or it could be speculation. You can debate it among yourselves. I actually have work to do. I'm going to jump off the panel.
The
Thank
brain,
you, Cougar.
the brain,
Thank you, Cougar.
like it's a venom.
Cougar is saying all this stuff people are attributing meaning to. We're going to go that it's speculation because he didn't name his sources, so we can go with it being speculation. But he's saying it's all just brain farts, basically, and everyone is getting excited about the brain going awry and doing strange things, and they're attaching meaning to it when all it really is your brain's a bit wonky. Is
Okay,
that fair
it's
enough,
attacking.
Cougar?
Yeah, I want to state it a little more generously than you just did. It's not a brain fart, and it's not going wonky. The only thing we have is what's inside of our skull, which is to say what's constructed between the billions and billions of neuronal connections. If the brain is responsible for tagging information as either being present, near present, or deep time, then that's a process, and it doesn't always have to get it right. We are wetware, and some people even think that we have quantum.
You know, the word
aspects
if
to how
is
we
doing a
think.
lot of heavy weight in there, brother. The word if. You keep using this word if this, if that. Everybody else is blind to it but me. You're using these words if to hold up your argument, and it's just so illogical. Stop using the word if, and I'll take you seriously.
Whatever. Where's this going? I don't even know where this is going. Look, I have a gate to fix. And,
I don't think you ever knew where it was going, brother.
Now, Guru. There's no need to be rude. Okay, guys, we've gone complete circle. Everybody has given a fact or a speculation.
You didn't.
To Cougar, what he said. I disagree with what she said.
Okay, yeah. Oh, that's right. You're right, Chippy. Thank you. So go ahead, guys. You can all reply to Cougar, even though he's not here. Go ahead.
I have no idea what he said.
Right, I disagree with Cougar because my mother confirmed that whole nonsense with my reincarnation thing. My mother did confirm it. She also confirmed when I was a little girl that I could knit and sew and crochet without anyone ever teaching me how to do these things. And I know for a fact, I had an out-of-body experience. I know so. So none of it's an if or a but or a this. It's happened to me. And it did. My body, my meat bag, my brain exists outside. No, my consciousness exists outside my meat bag. Yes.
Why do you call it your consciousness, like it belongs to you?
Well, it is my consciousness. I am my consciousness.
Typical ego.
Yes, crazy.
It's mine.
It's my consciousness. It doesn't. It's my soul and my consciousness. I don't want the rest of.
Oh no! What you call my soul and consciousness doesn't belong to me. I belong to it. I'm just an imaginary being, just communicating with that imaginary being.
They belong to me. They're mine.
Okay, that's.
That's why I'm different to the rest. That's why I'm different to the 95%.
That's correct. Yes. Wait a minute. No. Most of you believe your soul and spirit belong to you.
Well, my soul and spirit do belong. Of course, my soul belongs to me. I know that.
Well, it doesn't.
How can it belong to anybody else? It's mine.
It doesn't belong to no one. You belong to it. What are you talking about?
I don't belong to anything. Oh no. I don't belong to anything. I'm a prisoner encaged inside a meat bag.
How can you not belong to something and be a prisoner? But please explain that to me.
Right.
I guess her meat bag is her prison.
That she belongs to the meat bag, right?
Let me finish. Right. I am a prisoner on this planet. and I am trapped inside a meat bag because that's how we live on this godforsaken planet. Okay.
I
Once
want to know what you mean by the word prisoner, because in my
Well,
world,
I am a
I
prisoner
don't know
on
what
the
you're
planet.
saying.
Well, don't you know what I'm saying?
What is a prisoner to you?
You don't think you're a prisoner. You think you're free on planet Earth.
Well, no, that doesn't tell me what you think a prisoner is. You just question me the things I don't even say. I agree
I'm
to.
a prisoner. Right, let me finish. I am a prisoner trapped inside a meat bag. Okay, a meat bag.
I
have to
don't know
pass.
what you
Let
mean
me
by the word
finish.
prisoner, but listen. I can't
I'm
listen
not
to you because you keep using this word that keeps going. I don't understand what you're saying. Does anybody else know what she means by the word prisoner, or can we ask her, B&W, what she means by it?
It is kind of contradictory, but I guess I know what she means. Is that she has a consciousness, and apparently she witnessed another consciousness further outside this world, and I guess now she's just enclosing that again.
Right. So what she's doing? She's confusing the narrative with a jailed human being who's committed the crime of prisoner with a warden and a prison with containment.
Can't you see? If you think you're
Is that correct?
You are the happy little slave. Crazy. I had an out.
Who is your warden then, babe? And who built the prison if you're a prisoner?
The demiurge built this fucking prison.
What is the demiurge?
Oh, give it a rest, Guru.
No, I know what the demiurge is, but you don't.
Yes, I do.
Then tell me what it is.
The demiurge is the god of the shit house. You know.
Yeah, that didn't mean anything. That was the demiurge is blah blah blah. What do we mean? What is it? Constructed like a unicorn, like it.
So you believe the world is essentially an enclosed capsule? Is that what you mean?
Are you speaking to Chickpea about?
But like I said, when I went to the hypnotist, I discovered that I existed in another dimension before I was forced into this one. Okay.
I don't know what you mean by those words, because me use different words. When I say dimension, I just mean an alternate angle of frequency, basically a different perception.
Language to me, I'm just speaking basic London English.
I know I don't understand it. Sorry, babe. I do apologize.
Sorry about that. If you don't understand O-level English, then what am I to do? That's
Chickpea, you have to understand is that a lot of people are not really known to the worldview that you have. So it would be really handy, and I don't think anyone is trying to disrespect you, is to lay it out in such a way that even, I don't know, a newbie like me would understand it.
My English is only O-level English. So.
No, but you're doing fine. I mean, I understand the concept that you're talking about. You just feel entrapped, essentially.
Yeah, I'm ensnared on this planet. When I look at life on this planet, I see myself as a little corporate slave entrapped inside a meat bag that I have to work in order to eat and have
okay.
That means I'm a slave.
Now we get it now.
See? Easy peasy.
No, GG, Frank. GG, that was great. That was, and I knew you'd get it. But yeah, okay, Chickpea. So you're feeling like, I think if people will talk about this and saying, go on, talk more about it, how you feel like corporate slave. And I think that has something to do with the veganism part of it as well, doesn't it?
No, I don't eat animals because I think it is wrong to gorge on a sentient creature.
But what about other animals eating each other? What about a lion?
I don't give
eating
a
an
fuck what
antelope?
other animals do. I'm not an animal, okay? I'm a little herbivore from wherever. I don't think I actually belong
So
here.
you want to perceive yourself in a cutesy way, then?
No, I don't perceive myself in a cutesy way. I just don't belong here. Like the veganism thing, okay? I'm a member of a tiny, tiny minority group. It's tiny, okay? I've been at that since I was 7 years old. I started my nonsense young, which suggests to me I shouldn't really be here. I mean, I don't like children. I hate the little fuckers. So, I mean, I'm not cut out to even be here.
Frank, well, you go and stand by our Chickpea and a lot of different people like our Gary Yorsky and things like that too. You go past this certain element of being like an activist in a field like veganism, and you get to that dark empathic place where it's all doom and gloom because of pain and trauma you don't feel like it can ever change because you didn't succeed.
It becomes kind of cultish.
What's got to do with it?
Yeah, so they're kind of vegan, but they're more it becomes more their identity, and it's more about they don't ever want it to end because it's all they know, so they don't want to really solve the problem. They want to keep virtue signaling from the outside, but it's
cannot
not
solve the
something they
problem. This
decide to
planet
do.
being designed
It's part
this
of
way.
a virtue system they see because of the pain and trauma, and I get it. I've seen it myself. I've been there on the vegan train. I've watched some horrific things. I had to go and put myself through it to understand a horrific part of humanity and what people are capable of. Farm at the Fridge and what was the other one? What? Dominion. I just wanted to see it all, you know. But me, I'm more of a. I'm not a speciesist. I don't hate humans, so I look at the biggest.
I don't like
pulp-
human race very much.
I look at
because
the biggest, obviously innocent being on this planet that's being abused and neglected, and that's the human child.
So I've been neglected. I was abused as a child. My mother used to beat the shit out of me when I was.
I agree, and I would have tried to save you if I could, Bib. I would have never hated you.
You know, but I'm not saying I hate. When I say hate, I use that's London talk. You know, I don't go around hating people, but
I hear your pain, babe, when you say I don't really hear hate. Like again, I don't see you as a horrible person. Obviously, like the dark empathy is still an empathy. It's just that I see you as your pain and trauma is projecting. I get that. Mine does it all the time. From abuse I had as childhood. Sometimes I don't realize I'm doing it to my wife. Has to put me back in place, you know, or D&W.
Yeah. That's why I'm glad I never had children, because I know for a fact if I'd had a child, I dread to think what I would have done to it, because I know it about myself.
No, I think you would have been a really great mother.
History. What?
No, she wouldn't have. She did the correct thing because she hasn't got that empathy. She admitted that herself, not me. And I love somebody's admittance to that, and I hold it to them. I'd say, well done, babe. That's a beautiful virtue that you have.
Yeah, but people say stupid shit all the time.
No,
So it's not really.
no fact.
You know, this is just nihilism.
Yeah, no, I know, but it has been consistent with her since I've known her. So at this point, I've got to just accept it, move on. But I was like that at the beginning, Frank. So I appreciate you accepting them. It's another part of light empathy. It's the opposite to obviously what Chickpea's going through.
Frank, I can assure you, it's a damn good job I lived in a world with abortion on demand. Because if I'd had a child, I dread to think what I would have done.
Guys, after all of this, we haven't let Crazy Guru.
Damaged.
Crazy Guru, you haven't given your fact, speculation, or question yet, have you? And told us why it matters.
We
had Guru. We had Cougars, sorry, and then we went off on a tangent. But you actually never delivered your fact, speculation, or question and told us why it mattered to us as individuals in our journey towards Gnosis. Go ahead.
Thank you, D&W, because I always try to inject every time I speak anyway, I suppose. So I try to just lay back and not ask for more. But I know. I think I'll go to this. I'd say that I'll go back to what I said earlier, so not to take any more up and see if anybody can follow up on it. And that is the greatest addiction mankind faces is the addiction to forgiveness.
Mine would be smoking and drinking, but okay.
Again, that's most people.
Sorry, Guru. Can you repeat that, please? I was reading the live chat. Sorry, go ahead. And tell us whether it's a fact, speculation, or question. Go ahead.
To me, it's a fact from Helios Gnosticism that the greatest addiction that affects all of mankind is the addiction to forgiveness.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Well, I would say that's a speculation, Guru, because you haven't backed it up with any evidence.
And neither of you refuted it. You're just flat out denying it. Can you give us a reason why you're denying it?
We can get the terminology right here. Now, you can say it's a speculation. That's fine.
Okay.
Is it? You can now tell me whether it's a warm speculation or a cold.
No, it's not speculation. It's a fact.
Okay, that's your view. Why is it a fact, Guru?
Why is it a fact that forgiveness is the greatest addiction of mankind? Because none of you can give it up.
I have.
No, you haven't. You hate human beings. There you go, D&W. Fact. No human being, except for myself, can give it up. It is the hardest thing to give up in the world. Go find a human being that gives it up.
Tell us why it matters. Tell us why this view of yours matters.
All right.
You believe is a fact.
Because forgiveness blinds what true love means. Because if you truly love, you would never need to forgive anybody. Because right, this is what I say to you. Ready? I differentiate between a curious self and an ego simply by asking them how they use forgiveness. If someone says I use forgiveness to show and express my love to people, then I understand an ego. If someone says I use my forgiveness to understand I need to figure something out to realize why forgiveness is not even needed, then I know they're a curious, wonderful, loving being. So people who care, they don't use forgiveness. They understand that forgiveness is a tool for you to use to understand you're not getting it.
So why does it matter?
Oh, if you don't know why that matters, I don't know how to help you with it.
It matters because you're saying love is the only way, and we need to love each other more than.
That's not what I said. I said forgiveness blinds love.
Yeah.
Love doesn't judge anything. It just looks at something and it's curious one, then say, how did this happen? A judgment says, oh, I don't want to be you, or I feel for you, or something like that. You don't need any of that for love. Love just goes, what is this? How did it happen? And then you return yourself to a place of appreciation and acceptance through the cause, relationship, and effect of something. Because it's not just cause and effect, it's a blind man's game. You need a relationship. Yeah? Cause, relationship, and effect is the trinity of life that you should look at reality through. And then when you do that, you can then understand that you don't need to add like you're good or whether something's or whatever.
Some
You
might
just
say
look at
you're
the
just being you're just chopping and changing, and what you're doing is you're doing the same thing as other people. You're just not labeling it as forgiveness, because some people, Guru, would say that forgiveness is just understanding others and loving them. Some people would say that's literally what it means, and you're literally doing that. So
I didn't understand what you just said.
You are
Can
forgiving
you say it again,
people.
better?
You are forgiving people. You're just not labeling it as such.
So isn't that how you're seeing it, not me? In about my, are you saying?
I'm saying this is what some people will say about you.
No, you're not, because nobody's actually spoken about this. You're claiming so you can narcissistically. DNW, why do you keep doing this? Can't you just be discerning or have a bit of gnosis? This is finding gnosis.
I'll say I can see why people would say to you.
No, why? What do you say it? Say it for yourself. Say that
All right,
you
I'll say
see
it
it.
for myself.
Yeah, that's better. Honesty.
I'm doing the devil's advocate here.
No. Be honest.
What you're saying?
I don't. All right, I'm not answering devil's advocate. Please be honest, or not at all.
Okay. Well, let me backtrack here and do what you want me to. I'm going to put forward this argument, Guru. What you're doing is just the same as other people. They call it forgiveness. You have other terminology for it, but it's essentially the same thing. The reasoning behind it is exactly the same. People forgive when they understand others and they love them. That's literally all it is. And you're just saying, don't call it forgiveness, call it my whatever the hell you term it. I mean, it's the same thing, Guru, in my eyes. I don't know, guys. Frank, Chickpea, do you understand what I mean?
Well, I used to work in mental health, so I definitely am pretty much aware of what narcissism is. So, well,
speak for myself. I'm still.
It's a diagnosis, though, so you can't just label everybody as narcissism without having the.
Oh no, yeah, okay, that's fair enough, Frank. But I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about Guru, who says that if you love people, what is it? Guru, am I getting this right? If you love people, you have no need to forgive them.
No, if you love people, forgiveness is a tool you use to realize how you're not understanding what's happened and you're confused about something. So your hate and anger is a false perception. A subjective internal narrative known as a sin is playing and is causing you to have an irrational effect to something when realistically what's really happening is that internal narrative is just manipulating your mind, and realistically to get rid of that you need to stop all inner judgment whatsoever and return to a place of just curiosity and ask the pure question, how did this happen? What are the cause relationship effect of this?
I hear what you're saying.
So for example,
again, is that not what people who forgive are doing? They're asking that question.
No, they're using it as a narcissistic weapon.
This person did that because they have this predisposition. Therefore, I forgive them because I love them. Essentially, people are doing. I
suppose we need to define what the word forgiveness means, then, because I think that's the word that's tripping us all up. If we all tell us what does forgiveness actually mean to you, then, guys, what does it? You guys all tell us, because if you're all using the same definition, you should all have the same definition of forgiveness, shouldn't you?
So you were saying, let me just do a hypothetical question here, right? So I understand what you're actually asking. So let's say if you're married.
For us all to define the word forgiveness before we move on, because any further conversation is going to make everybody confused.
So let's let's say
it's when
You
one
can't have a logical
uses.
conversation if we don't understand this word we're all talking about, guys. You can't move on. It's illogical. Everybody's using the word forgiveness incorrectly or passing each other. This is the
Here
trick.
you go.
Let's just all
Here you go.
define what we
Here's the
mean by it.
dictionary. Here's the dictionary definition. It's a conscious decision to release resentment or vengeance towards someone who you perceive as having harmed you, regardless.
decision.
It says, regardless of whether they actually deserve your forgiveness.
Yes. See, it's a narcissistic decision that you hold over them, and then they have children all are manipulated by this and traumatized, and you guys
How
all
is that
think it's fine.
narcissistic, Guru? How is that narcissistic?
Read it again, and
because of the
and
conscious decision part.
yes,
You make the decision. So
yes.
therefore
Thank you, Frank.
selfish.
I
Thank you,
mean,
Frank.
don't you make decisions in other areas of your life, Guru?
Love,
as well? I mean,
love doesn't.
aren't we just?
No,
don't we have to
I'll
make
answer you.
decisions
Love
to
doesn't allow
function?
me to make a decision because I don't control love. I let love control me. Therefore, I make no decision. Remember what I said? Removing yourself
But
away
Guru,
from the
have you not
decision.
heard of people? There are people
Why
out there.
wouldn't you tackle the
Love
point?
is
But I answered his question, Frank. I
love is
answered his question,
beside the
Frank.
point, Guru.
The difference
Love
between
is
forgiveness
beside the
and love
point.
is forgiveness
Love is
is a
beside the
conscious
point.
decision. Love removes the decision. Can you
love
answer
seems
for me,
to be-
Frank? Because you'll keep ignoring me.
I guess what he is saying is that love is already forgiving.
I don't know about that.
So there
but,
shouldn't be a conscious decision. It doesn't matter what somebody else does. Life just moves on, essentially. Because of if that person, that's why I was asking for an explanation. Let's say there's a marriage and somebody cheats. Do you necessarily need to forgive that person or just move on like nothing happened?
No, I make no room for cheating. What do you mean by cheating? But
Well,
no, my love for it would if I put in them boundaries of cheating. Let's not make this large. I get what you're saying. I think I'm following you.
Guru,
Right? If I thought, wait, let me answer your question a minute, Frank. So if I answered your question without expanding on it, which I could do because this cheating thing is crazy. But if this is say I put in boundaries to my wife to manipulate and control and told her she couldn't do this thing. If she did, it was cheating on me, and she did that. I wouldn't find that evil or anything like that. My love would just go, why did this happen? I'd figured it all out.
that is what you were saying, right? That is exactly the question that I was asking. So
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, but I have no need to forgive her. She hasn't done anything wrong. I don't judge her as doing anything.
Thank you, Guru. Guru, I'm seeing holes in
To
your
forgive,
theory.
you have to
and
believe
if
somebody has done
I
something
may-
wrong, or
if I may
incorrect,
have
and you
a
have to
moment
judge
here,
them.
Guru,
I don't believe
if I
that
may
for
have
me.
a
I believe that's for God.
If I may have a moment, Guru, I just want to put this to you. I feel that love can be the case whether or not there is forgiveness. Some people love somebody but can't forgive them. Some people, and I know you might.
Define the word love as
You may say that's a disingenuous love.
What do you mean by love?
I put it to you that there are lots of people that love people,
Okay,
but
yeah,
are
yeah.
unable
You keep using this word love. I don't know what you mean by it.
unable to forgive them, but still love them anyway.
I don't know what you. I don't know what you mean by the word love. Can you define it for me,
you
please?
don't know, but Frank, I'm going to ask Frank.
Do you know? See,
understand
Frank, he does this all the time. He wants to roughneck with me, but then when I ask him an actual legitimate question, you use that word love
You
about
said you
17
don't know.
times.
Crazy, one second.
This is narcissism, Frank.
I'm going to mute you for a second, Guru.
He knows what I'm going to say, Frank, and he's narcissistically talking over me. Is this not narcissism? Let me finish this.
I love you.
I get what he means, though.
Now, Frank, Guru's having a pop at me because, you know, he's having a pop at me because I'm not asking him, and I did ask him, and he says he doesn't understand what I mean. So what I'm actually doing, Guru, is I'm asking Frank to see if anybody knows what I mean.
I will moderate.
Yeah, and that's all, Guru. It's not narcissistic. I'm literally testing the waters here and seeing, does anybody understand what I mean when I say forgiveness and love are not mutually exclusive? Like they can be.
No, because I don't know what you mean by the word love.
You don't know what I mean.
No, you haven't told me yet.
So what you essentially mean is that, okay, I get his concept that with the entire cheating thing is that you just move on because you love it. You don't, no matter what choices they make, right?
You hold some people. Hold on. Some people never forgive someone. They deeply resent them. They're angry. They never forgive, but they still love them. They might even leave them and move away. It might be their parent. It might be their sibling. They may never be able to live under the same roof as the person ever again, but they still love them. They don't wish them any harm. They hope the best for them, but they don't forgive them. And that, for you, is a problem because you're saying you can't have love without forgiveness. I say you can.
And what do you mean by the word love?
You can't have love without forgiveness. I say you can.
That doesn't tell me what you mean by the word love. If love is something different to forgiveness, what is it?
You know that song, right? What's love but a secondhand emotion?
Why won't anybody just answer that fucking question? It seems really dishonest and ignorant. I've said this so many times, and you all will just keep projecting. Just answer the fucking question.
Love is a feeling, a deep attachment. Maybe it's beyond definition, Guru. Maybe that's the problem here. You're trying to define something that is beyond reason. Beyond reason.
And that is something that you guys can disagree with, right?
No, it's not. No, at all. Because a feeling is not something. Is
I'm saying to you, Guru, love may be beyond reason. You're trying to define something.
All right.
Beyond reason.
I don't know what you mean by love.
That is a
Can I tell you what I mean by love?
That is a huge stumbling block for you. You're trying to put a definition on something that cannot be truly defined.
Why can't
it is
That's just dogma.
It is subjective.
No, you're just claiming that.
I'm not claiming that. I'm.
All right. What proves what you're saying to be true?
I backtrack. I am claiming that because I think that's true.
What backs it?
Somebody's love for a train doesn't necessarily need to be the.
No, listen what I mean. I can answer this. Ready? You know the thing you call love? I don't know what that is. That's not what I'm calling love. So we're not talking about the same thing. So this is stupid because you guys are talking about something I'm not talking about. See, do you see what I mean? What are we talking about here? You're not talking about the same thing me. I'm talking about an objective love. You're talking about a subjective love. I don't know what that is. What is this subjective love you guys talk about, and why do you have it? Because what's the fucking point in this?
Guru, I admire what you do, and I know your heart is in the right place, and I
Then why won't you help me move it forward? Why
I'm
do you
trying my
negative?
best. I'm trying.
Ask positive questions.
I
fucking
can't.
build with my argument. Steel man it. All right, Frank. Have you your DNW once tried to steel man my argument, or has he constantly tried to straw man it?
Can I read the statement? Can I read the statement, guys? Hold on. Yolanda here says you can explain what love means to you, but you cannot dictate what love means to everyone else.
I'm not. I'm defining the word love.
You are. You're saying love. You're saying you can't love someone without forgiveness. I'm saying that's wrong.
What do you guys agree that loving something means liking it?
All right. I tell you what. Then ready. When I say the word love, I only mean objective. I don't know what subjective love is. So anytime I use the word love, it's an objective state of being. That can be dictated because it's objective. It's true. It can be tested, and I've done all the work to test. You're just denying it without even looking at the work. I can even tell you what it is so you can accept it.
You have a fan, Guru. Orm says definitions are important. They're on your side.
You believe that. You've even said that, DNW. You're just denying it now. This is what I'm saying. When I'm on the show, I know this is not the true you. You just keep strawmanning me for no reason to treat me like a clown.
All right, I'll tell you what.
Steel man me and DNW. Steel man my argument.
Guru. I'm going to give you the ability now to define love. Please define love, and I'll say if I accept it or not. Go ahead.
Okay. Love is an epistemological practice, of expanding one's earnest awareness. That means without putting any perceptual judgment into it, of you, a decision, to align with acceptance and appreciation from a state of forgiveness or revenge.
I agree with you. You're attaching forgiveness and revenge. I don't agree with you.
I said from a state of forgiveness or revenge. Forgiveness meaning you have the power to forgive someone and say it's okay because I said so, or revenge, I have to punish you because I said so.
So, Gracie, are you saying people cannot love if they don't forgive someone or if they commit an act of revenge?
Everybody can love, you just have to practice it.
Because Gracie Guru, I put it to you. There's many a woman killed a man or vice versa.
See, I answered your question and you just ignored it.
Madly in love, and it made them do insane
I can't do this anymore, bruv. Can you see? I'm answering his questions. He just carries on babbling on instead of going, "Oh yeah, because he's answered my question."
Well, do you want me to?
It's not an honest conversation. He's just constant attacks over and over and over. I'm just listening.
I'm going to shut up. I'm going to shut up now because you clearly just want me to agree with you, and I think that's quite narcissistic. You accuse me of being a narcissist. I can't think of anything more narcissistic than wanting someone just to agree with you without giving them the option of, giving their point of view.
Yeah, I guess it all depends on definition, doesn't it? I mean, it can be.
It does, but I don't agree with the definition, and I'm sorry. I'm going to shut up a little
that's fine,
bit because
and that's fine.
I'm going to shut up. I'm going to shut up because maybe I'm getting it wrong, and that's why I'm willing to sit back and let others.
Well, that is the thing.
Yeah.
None of you are wrong because essentially you fall both on the umbrella of definition. You both can have a different definition of what love is.
Well, look, I'm going to sit back. Grazy, I'm going to give you a few, like maybe 5-10 minutes to take the reins and talk with the others. I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to listen. I swear I'm doing this for you. I'm going to meditate on what happens right now in the next 5-10 minutes and just see if I can come to some kind of agreement with you. If you're still there, Grazy, do you accept those terms? And I'm open. It's an opportunity for you, Guru. Are you there? He's not there, guys. He's muted. Okay, Kenny, you're on the Finding Gnosis Show. Speculation, question, fact, speculation, or question, and please tell us why your statement matters as well. Go ahead.
Well, I'd like to speculate that the next video I want to share is what love is. Yeah. Is that all right?
As long as you've not got copyrighted.
It's no YouTube, it's no copyright. DNW, can I share it?
He's on a meditation session apparently. But can you describe
Oh,
it,
well,
Kenny?
I'll have to pass just now. I'll have to pass. That was just a bit of fun, a bit of humour, but if he's gone,
Kenny,
then he's gone.
Kenny, I can already guess what the video is because Kenny.
No.
Right?
Before you try and second guess what it is, it's nothing nude. It's not what I've done on Jack Talcott's show. All right.
Okay. Would you like to tell everybody what you did on? Because it was quite funny.
Yeah.
Kenny
if you just
shared a video on Jack's channel, and it was him.
You just key on YouTube, Kenny given this guy who uploaded that video accidentally put an S on the end of my surname. So key in Kenny Givens on YouTube expertly trolls Jack Talcott, and that's on what's the name of the guy with the cap? He sometimes comes on here.
Cougar?
Yeah, Jack Talcott and Powdered Dusty. That's on Powdered Dusty. Powdered Dusty's channel.
The Powder Dusty uploaded it to his channel as a shot. But this is a different video I want to show you. Is that?
Yes, go ahead.
Well, I can share Powder Dusty's one if you want.
Oh, no, go ahead. Go ahead, Kenny. Go ahead. What are you doing?
Right, okay. Right.
By the way, I interviewed Jack before he got all hoity-toity and into himself.
Well, Jack's all right.
Yeah, he's all right.
Okay, let me know when it's on the screen and I'll press play.
Okay. Yeah, we can't hear it. I can't hear that, Kenny. Can anyone hear that?
Where the fuck is this, in Thailand?
Hold on.
Looks like it's not a happy ending, is it, Kenny?
I was about to say.
I'll remove it. I'm going to remove it and then reshare.
Oh.
And then share screen. And after. Right. So you should hear it now.
Okay, here we go. No, I can't hear anything. Can anyone else hear it? Anyway, it looks like you're having a good time. Yeah. Can anyone else hear any audio?
No.
No. But yeah, it looks like you're having a good time, and you got
He's eating Skittles.
Hey, DNW, can I ask Hank a question?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
You know if I heard that? No.
No, we never heard it, Kenny. I think what it is,
That's
Kenny,
strange because
you got to make sure the audio for
It
your
was-
stream. You know what it is, Kenny? You got to make sure the audio settings on your computer are the same as your audio settings for your StreamYard. That's happened.
right. Okay.
But by the
Never
way,
mind.
it did look like you were enjoying yourself, and so was the lady. So that's nice. Guru,
Yes.
did you want to say something,
And
mate? But Guru, can I just say, Guru, I honestly want to give you 5-10 minutes space because I know that I don't want to get on your nerves, mate. So I want you to be able to explore your ideas without me aggravating you. And I am sorry if that is the case. Go ahead, Guru.
You're not aggravating me. You're just not allowing the process to go forward. So you're okay, brother. You don't have to do anything. I mean, if you choose to do it on your own volition, brother, I don't need any special treatment. Anyway, so Frank, just so you know, just to clarify on before, what made the question difficult for me is because I don't believe in cheating. Cheating is what people do when they want to own their partner. My wife is free to do with her mind or body whatever she chooses. I only ask for the curiosity in her heart to live by my side as my best friend. She's free to do whatever she wants to do. You know, she couldn't sleep with someone and cheat on me. That'd be impossible. I wouldn't. You know, that's her decisions. Like, you know, I don't.
Then I understood correctly what you were on about. Okay.
Yeah, and that to me is love. And if you don't do that, then what you do is you keep making what people do is that what the demiurge really truly is the thing that creates these systems whereby that becomes a narrative. You keep creating these like triggers to make narratives to keep spelling yourself into these forgiveness and revenge patterns. And if you can't get one of them, you have to go through trauma.
Then it comes resentment. Yeah, I know what you're
So
doing.
here's a friend of mine. She sent me this, right? Because she's actually listening to the show now. It's the same woman that was in the video, Joanna. She says, love is caring deeply and wanting the best for someone, even when things are not perfect.
I think that's.
Hey, man, that's a very feminine way to look at that. That's really beautiful.
Yeah, it is.
Interesting. Kenny, did you want to make did you want to say a fact, a speculation, or question? Sorry, I don't. Is there anything you want to say?
Yeah,
Kenny?
well, I could. There's certainly a few things I could say. I'll start with one. That
Is
is
it a fact?
no. Yeah, it's a fact.
And tell us why it's a
That
fact
is-
and why it matters. Go ahead.
Right. Okay. Let me get up. Here is what would happen if men all of a sudden just vanished from the face of the earth. Day 3. The sky becomes dangerous as approximately 95% of airline pilots are men, leading to flight cancellations and mid-air crashes. Day 7. Basic infrastructure starts failing, with men making up the vast majority of plumbers and sewer maintenance workers. Raw sewage begins to flood the streets. 1 month, the power grid collapses, causing electricity
1 month,
and the
fuck
internet
off! It
to
doesn't
shut
go that
down.
long. No, fuck! Kenny is a joke already.
Hospitals,
1
shut up,
month.
you
Fuck
mentally
off.
ill
They
chimpanzee.
last in 1 month.
Shut up, you monkey. The power grid collapses. The power grid collapses, causing electricity and the internet to shut down. Hospitals lose power and modern communication fails. 4 months. Food shortages become severe as 90% of truck drivers are men, disrupting supply chains. Cargo ships halt, fuel runs out, and people resort to fighting for food as money loses value. 8 months, modern civilization collapses. Roads, bridges, factories, and hospitals all fall into disrepair and abandonment without the necessary workforce to maintain them. 1 year, the realization sets in that the disappearance of men who perform many dangerous and dirty jobs has led to a catastrophic collapse of society rather than a peaceful utopia. Year 2, the Great Famine. The canned goods of non-perishable foods scavenged from abandoned supermarkets and warehouses are completely gone. With the collapse of the industrial agriculture, global shipping and the power grid, mass starvation peaks.
Emily, I respect you.
Urban centres become graveyards.
In this scenario,
The global population plummets by billions as women fight over the last remaining scraps of the old world. Year 5, the agrarian shift.
How many years is
Women
it
who
going
have
to take?
survived the initial collapse have abandoned the decaying cities. Small fortified communes emerge in rural
Like a
areas,
Netflix series,
surviving
and then
doctors,
at the end, she
engineers, and
wakes up and
farmers,
realizes she was in a coma for 5 months, and men still
to
rule the world.
teach others how to grow crops by hand, hunt, and purify water without electricity. Life
By the way,
resembles
these
the
aren't my
18th
actual thoughts,
century. The population has stabilized, but it is a fraction of what it once was. Thank you, and good night.
Thank you. Why does that matter, Kenny? Well, he told us all these things will happen, but why does it matter? I suppose he's going to say because the world falls apart. But I suppose it speaks for
Did
itself.
he say
there.
it was fact?
It was. He said it was facts. I mean, some of those things he didn't tell us where he got the information, but he said it was fact that there were. I mean, you could say, yeah, I can understand there are more male pilots than female pilots. More men do, work in sewers and are construction workers. Yes. Our maintenance workers, yes. But
Kenny Given, that was hilarious.
he diminishes feminine energy and the role it plays in oiling the wheels of society and keeping it running smoothly. And he doesn't, I don't know why he didn't tell us why it mattered. He said, why did he make the statement? He didn't tell us that. Maybe Kenny, you can come on and tell us. But Emily's here. Emily, we are doing this. It's meant to be a little bit of fun, but also thought-provoking, format today. So, Emily, fact, speculation, or question, and why does your statement matter? Go ahead.
Yeah, so this is kind of controversial, and that's why I asked in the chat. So this is definitely speculation, just something that I thought of. And pardon my voice, I've been sick. So if I have to stop and cough, I'll just mute myself. But anyways, so Guru, trigger warning, there is a harmed child. I will not go into any details, but there is a 7-year-old little boy who was unalived by his parents, which was supposedly 3 women, but what it really was a mom and 2 trans men, and his name was William Evans Ellis. And this is bringing up a lot of stuff. People are linking a lot of other cases like this, and this group called the Zizians, who have like this weird cult, and they're trans. So it's bringing up this issue of, is there a propensity for violence with trans people, or for being abused themselves in their childhood and then turning and abusing others, or a propensity for grooming or not? So I'm not going to say that I think there is or isn't. And of course, I believe in empathy for everyone and that people can be dealing with whatever. But it is an interesting question, because when you're dealing with something that serious, like this harmed child, somebody needs to look out for kids. And so, yeah, it's just a big, interesting question. And then we have, not to single out Fatima, but she, I take it as a big joke when she talks about unaliving all of us and stuff. But there is obviously something there. So, I don't know, just throwing this out there, and it's speculative. The end.
No, I see what you're saying, babe. There's a lot of pain and trauma there. Like I was saying to try and get it on, that for me, if a being can't get within the way you guys see reality, the way I look at it is, if you can't give that forgiveness or receive that revenge to make things just in you, you somehow have to traumatize it in one way or another. Some people do it healthy, they somehow traumatize it with like meditation and things. And so it's still a form of traumatization, because you don't really learn from it. No gnosis is gained because you've still got that outstanding debt. But that's the thing, it's a form of our world. People forget how to return to a state, not meditation or concentration, but that state between. There was this just curious, like you when you was a child. Look, what's a cat when a cat when it's all like just, in its zone. It's just so curious about everything, especially kittens. A curiosity often is at its brightest until it finds its purpose in itself. And then it kind of just, it just sort of guides a being. We notice with us humans, we never really find that. It's like we're curious about all things. I think that's why they call us the image of God. But for my answer to what you were saying about all that stuff is, I'd just like to really get to the bare bones of what happened, what made this happen, why would these human beings do this? And I think a lot of it came from a lot of the descriptors you were given with the word trans and stuff. Now, that's not all trans people. Some are in the light with this, but some people pick up this ideology as a mask for something else, and that something else is still growing beneath. and no one can see it because this mask is now part of the gay community, which has now become that you can't point out these elements, and then it becomes this hidden shadow where it can just fester. There must
That's the
be
other
people.
thing. The
Go on.
children, not to interrupt you, but you hit on it right there. So I just want to kind of jump in on that. So the thing about children like being taken from their parents, if their parents won't support them having gender issues, and then a group of people surrounding them and telling them that they are, supporting them, but telling them that they're a different gender. Should we maybe wait till they grow up? I mean, not to say that you can't support them, let them have therapy, especially if they're with parents that are maybe being cruel to them because there's something different about them. But do we go all the way of allowing them to alter themselves in a way that can't be reversed? Like a lot of people are growing up saying they regret having that done. So that's just my thing is like, as a society in America, we believe in individual liberty to the point where you protect kids even from a parent if a parent is going too far. So that's kind of what all this kind of ties into.
No, I definitely agree with it. I don't know if someone wants to say something in a minute because I need to go to loo, but just my 2 cents on this is the fact that if it's an unnatural thing, like we say, taking drugs or having a tattoo or something like that, then of course we brought it into existence. Therefore, we have that responsibility. What does Spider-Man say? With great power comes great responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
So that means protecting those children who these things weren't designed for. And if they weren't designed for it, then you need to put the lid on the bottle and make sure they can't take that lid off it. Because those drugs inside there, whatever they are, aspirins, whatever, are not going to be good for them. I'm trying to limit it down to us, for TV. But you get what I'm saying, yes?
I do.
And yeah, so look, I'll leave it there because I've spoken a lot. Let other people talk about it, and I got to go and use a loo anyway, right?
Thanks.
Hi, Emily.
Hey, Chickpea. How's it going?
All right. Yeah, I'm okay. So, out with the cats as usual.
I enjoyed your smattering of no's the other day in the chat.
No, so right, I'll go. Gets rid of all my hidden venom.
So Emily,
It does. It gets rid of all my venom.
so Emily, what were you saying that from a young age, if parents allow children to be open to trans ideas, then
Well,
they will be more prone to aggression?
Well, I don't know the correlation between that. I'm just now learning of all of this aggression that's these different cases and weird groups and stuff. But since this situation with this one kid, and that's not to say that there aren't grooming gangs of the other variety, obviously, but there could be something here because there seems to be like the National Institute of Health had a thing about, most people, or not most maybe, but a large proportion of people that are trans have background of some type of harm or psychological other comorbid issue, So yeah, it's just something that people should take seriously, I guess. But no, I was also pointing out, the reassignment surgery, the way that because like Elon Musk, there's that whole controversy of his son becoming his daughter, and she's adamant that she's fine with the decision and she hates her dad. But a lot of these people out here are, crying out and writing articles about how their 13-year-old daughter got taken away from them by the state because she is going to go become a boy. And then we have adults growing up saying, I wish I hadn't done this. I'm just gay, but I wasn't sure. And I was, confused. And so, that kind of stuff.
It's interesting that you bring that up because I have personal experience with that. Not me personally, but somebody, a family member of mine who transgressed and that they had a unreversible surgery. And after 5 years, they unalived themselves. So there's definitely a correlation between that. And, you can call it identity issues or just wanted to be understood. And, if you don't feel understood by the world, you tend to do either lash out at others or lash out at yourself. And that is in every single aspect it is that way. It just happens to be that if you do something irreversible that you cannot change and you might later regret, it brings out the worst into people. Anybody could agree. It's the same thing with a tattoo. That's why people get tattoos removed, for example.
Yep. That's a lot of people bring that up a lot too. You don't let a child get a tattoo, but you'll let them alter their entire reproductive system. It might not be a good idea.
Exactly. It's a little bit worse, but you get at least the concept. But that definitely has a correlation. And that is why this entire conversation has been going on with, for example, mass shooters and then being transgender. It could be because they had bad grades. I don't know necessarily the motive of them all, because each motive is different. Maybe they are angry at people, maybe they are being bullied, and that is once again because they're not being understood. And that is hard in a world like this, especially because there's a study out there that high school kids, they have now maximum stress level than, for example, back in the 1960s, because they need to do everything, they need to get good grades, and it's just max stress on those kids. So then having time to find an identity, especially with these online community nowadays, bullying is even more vast. You don't have more time to work on yourself. Everything is so forced. And that is what brings out that, I wouldn't necessarily say aggression, but just stress levels are just way higher than back in the day. That's why you hear a lot more about it.
And the influencers, even I've noticed myself being affected by influencers. All these women, endless pictures of women all being done with the photographs and everything. What's it called when they forgotten the word? So my brain's not working anymore.
I think you're right.
I feel it, and I'm beyond all that. Supposed to be, I feel sorry for young people nowadays, and I really feel for them.
Hey guys, I'm back.
Is that we kind of live in a world where we all have expectations from each other, and it's all about status and how much money people.
And it's got worse.
Yeah, exactly.
It's got so much worse.
Hey, Chickpea, can I ask you a question? But it might make you look bad.
Yes, go on. That won't be too difficult.
Chickpea, if there was a button in front of you right now,
yes,
and you only had an hour to think, after that hour, you had to press that button. But by pressing that button, all meat eaters in the world would vanish, when he pricks his finger. They would just, no pain, nothing like that. They would just disappear. Now, to add to this, AI would take over everything. No damage would come. There would be no collateral damage, and everything would continue automated in the future. So there's no future, Kenny Gibbon, everything's going to die for stuff, because there's women in the world now. Like, they can't work with AI and robots and figure some shit out. I mean, come on, brother. Anyway, that all happens. Now, would you press that button right now and eliminate all meat eaters in the world and only leave good-hearted vegans like yourself?
The trouble with the vegans now is that a lot of vegans nowadays want to turn the carnivore kingdom into vegans, which I'm very opposed to.
Yeah, but that's not part of this. So you're going to press this button or not?
No, because there are.
So you're okay with all these animals being but from now on, all these animals now, all their pain and slaughter is on you because you had an opportunity to stop it.
Oh, well, yes. It's a horrible question. I'm in a very good mood.
What went on from Emily, your question, to that personal ad hominem attack?
There have been times when I said I would press the red button. If Putin gave me a phone call, I said, "Cooey, come across to Russia and press the button for me." I've said in the past I would do it. But I'm feeling quite benevolent today.
And so,
Guru,
screw the animals.
Did you ask that question? That kind of seemed like a cheap question.
Is crazy. That is the most.
Why? It goes to this. Ready? Is often, when faced with a dilemma like this, that you claim to be this person and you do this, but when you have the opportunity to do the thing you want to do, you won't do it, because by doing it, everybody else will go, well, isn't that what like Hitler did or something like that? Now, I don't think this way of the world. My whole point is this, ready? That's why I asked the permission first, is forgiveness is that. And that's why people will press that button, is because forgiveness removes the ability to allow love to control you. Love would never allow you to press that button at all or anything like that. It would say, no, that's ridiculous. I don't see anyone that's doing their thing. Like I see more vegans as speciesists, because at least with the people eating the animals, they don't know what they're doing, really. They've been programmed that way. Vegans knowingly hate humans.
Yeah, I'm just interested because you seem to target the poor lady.
I don't agree with what all of thing is.
Oh no, nothing. I love this lady. I understand it deeply. That's why I asked her permission, and she gave it to me. We have had many. She's given Frank the word. She's told about me. We mean her cool. That's why I asked her permission for. I was using it to show what forgiveness was. I mean, I thought Chickpea would press the button. I'd say good on her, but I had nothing to do with that. But like, she was just a prop to use to show that. Sorry, brother.
So my deduction here quickly is, because Emily already apologized for asking that question. Are you transgender by any chance?
Who, me?
No, Guru.
I was going to say.
Oh no, that's my wife on the picture. Sorry, brother.
Okay. Then I was just confused. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no. Sorry.
Oh shit! I thought it was Alyssa all along. All right. Okay. Sorry, Alyssa.
Shout out Dean W. Obviously, he doesn't understand us. See, these people understand me a little bit.
Crazy.
Okay.
I've had quite a nice day today, chatting to it. I'm feeling very benevolent today.
Look at you.
So today, screw the animals, humans live. Thank you, babe. I appreciate you.
You know, the Zizians were vegan,
Crazy,
by the way.
crazy.
That was another thing.
I must be rubbing off on you, Chickpea. I must be rubbing off on you for you to say that. I'm impressed. That's not the answer I was expecting. I'm going to be honest.
Crazy. I do think humans should follow David Benatar's advice. 100 million %.
What is that, sweetie? Before someone else
David
speaks.
Benatar thinks we should all stop breeding and go out of.
Yeah. Danny China. Okay. Sorry, guys.
No. This is David Benatar. I love David Benatar. Oh. He thinks we should just stop breeding. We go extinct. And I agree with him.
Then, Chickpea, what do you think about farmers?
I loathe livestock farmers. I hate them with a passion.
But regular farmers.
Sorry?
Just them good old green beans and potatoes.
Of course, I love them. I really envy them. I think it must be lovely to be a vegetable farmer. No, I envy them. It's a lovely life.
Frank, you're referring to a community farm, aren't you?
Well, yeah. Well,
one of those farms that do everything for everybody, not like a big farm that just does all this or all that or anything like that.
So you talk to me or Frank?
I think.
Yeah, I was asking Frankie.
What was the question? I'm not sure if there was a question.
A farm to me is a structure. So what I mean is it? Are you talking about the mass farming, or are you referring to like a community farm that does like all sorts of livestock and wheat and whatever they do?
Yeah, that was going to be my next question. If it's biological farming or just mass production. To Chickpea.
I don't really agree with mass production because it's, I don't think one person should have access to that much land or one corporation should. So I don't agree with it. No, because I'm not a capitalist. Okay. I'm a bit of a commie, I'm afraid. Little commie. I am a little commie. I think we should all address each other by our first names, regardless of our status. All of us.
So do you think?
I have been in a communist country as a visitor.
So do you think socialism is the new communism?
I've always been a socialist, yes. Well, no. This socialism we have isn't much better than the capitalism that we...
So then in the other statement that you said early in the beginning of the podcast is that you loathe it here. You're still something that has a political side, so you do care about...
I used to be. I'm a socialist, yes.
You know what's interesting? I'll let you finish, Chickpea. I just want to pivot off of what you say real quick.
No, I'm a socialist, and I do believe in equal distribution of land and money, regardless of what we do for a living. Because in my mind, the street cleaner and the bus driver has got more value than the local solicitor, in my opinion.
For me, one thing you have to notice, like these Zizians that I brought up, they are vegan. And I know there are plenty of vegans who would never touch a hair on a child's head, but that's something you have to learn. Like when you grow up maybe in a more right-wing extremist, place, you might think, oh, I can't wait to get away from these people and go where the academic liberals are. That's where it's going to be all loving and intelligent. And then you get around those people and you realize there's some wackadoodle doos over there.
Yes.
So that's kind of another thing here is that, everything's not like an absolute here. There's wacky people on both sides. Hey.
There he is.
Hair's growing guru.
What a cute couple.
More hair than me. The same color.
You're muted.
You're muted.
Yeah, you don't want to hear what I said. No.
Oh, good.
Okay.
Okay.
That's my wife's cookie, by the way.
Oh, look, there's a cat.
Oh, okay.
Hi, sweetie pie.
Oh, yeah, a cat. Yeah, my wife's cat, sorry.
Yeah, he's old.
Words, hey, only way definitions.
What did you say? Your wife is a cat?
No, I said, there's my wife's pussy, and then I realized, no, cat. I meant that.
Aye.
But the correct word is cat, isn't it?
Of course.
No one in the world as lovely as a cat. Nobody.
But see, P, you're not that extremist. You're a sweet lady.
My thumb now.
I've got 8 cats now, crazy.
Guys, is it what?
Oh,
You
no.
suck it. You suck in the thumb. Oh.
Oh, the sweetie.
Oh, cutie.
Hey, baby. No one in the world is lovely. Nobody. No one can match the beauty of a cat. No one.
Did you just
Yeah,
hit the
they
cat?
all watching you suck it. They're like, what's he doing?
They caught on camera, on catfish camera.
Gandalf scored.
Yes,
Somebody
Yes,
in
ladies and
chat said-
gentlemen, look at that pussy suck.
Ow, ow, close.
I'm allowed to say that, knife that pussy suck.
Yes,
No,
you
cat,
got
the cat. The pussy cat. The pussy cat is sucking.
Would you like to see my new fluffy tortie? I've got a new fluffy tortie. I'll just go and get her. Show it to her. Hold
Just
on.
don't get eaten by cats. That's a terrible case.
Guys, I did want to go back to Guru's important points about what love is and, forgiveness. And I wanted to hear your thoughts on that.
Look, a fluffy tortie.
Nice one, Chickpea. That's
Aw.
14 weeks old. A little tortie fluff ball.
Meow.
Emily. Beautiful. Emily, did you hear what Guru was going on about? Guru, do you want to have a bit of a back and forth with Emily?
Well, if you want to make it simple, my question is simply this: is love something you use or something you allow to be used by? So something that uses you. You let love use you, or do you use love? If you're using love, then I don't know what you're talking about. I think that's called care or something to me. But the love I speak of, I don't use. I let it use me.
Maybe love has different levels. By that, I mean, so I heard someone one time say love is an involuntary response to virtue, which that makes logical sense because if somebody acts virtuously towards you, you're going to feel loving towards that person, right? But that's just natural response.
Not me. No, not me. No.
Okay. But the flip side is like Kenny brought up a minute ago, something that the girl he said to him, and I thought that sounded like compersion, which means that you want something good for someone, even if there's nothing in it for you, basically. That would be a greater, level of love, in my opinion. If that makes sense.
Yeah. No. Sorry, I was going to say yes. Go on, Frank.
All depends on culture as well, right?
It could. Definitely could be interpreted differently.
But to me, see, when it depends on something or something that you decide on or choose, it's a tool you're using. It's not something it's not like a conscious, eternal love for all things in unity, like your man said consciousness was outside the body. It's not that, is it? It's something you're deciding to use. You are the master of it. Or I surrender to love.
I see what you're saying. I think a good example would be Michael Morton in prison. So he was really angry because he was framed and wrongfully convicted. And he knew it, and he was in there, and it was horrible, and he was really pissed off. And I wondered if he didn't just have like a psychological break, like people could have in a situation like that, But he says he had an experience, and he thinks it's God, where he just went from being enraged to being overwhelmingly peaceful and knowing that it would be all right. And he, from then on, worked on his case. He was in there 25 years. But he got through it, and he also has this demeanor of being a very peaceful man. So that could be something outside of himself that showed him love. I don't know.
I have this amazing Ottoman story, and I love history, by the way. I'm a huge history nut. So you back in the Ottoman days, you had this sultan named Suleiman, and you know how in the Ottoman Empire it used to be all a harem of women, and the women who bear children would get status, right?
Mhm.
So Sultan Suleiman the Magnificent and Hurrem, who was from Ukraine, he fell in love with this Ukrainian woman, and they were not allowed to marry her, right? But he broke all the rules and married her anyways. So, Guru, how would you consider that situation?
Okay. Reframe the question just slightly in a different way.
That let's say if you are a ruler of an empire and you are only due to lineage bound to rules to only bear children because you're the ruler. So they would think, in that essence, that that a woman would be a distraction of the rule of law. And then he married anyways. Would you consider that love?
What am I considering to be love? I'm not sure. And you've just right. Can you give me a
Nope.
second to just try and
Sure,
think
sure.
about what you said? Because there's a lot of supposed stuff I've got to try and consider that's real, and I got to try and build this in my head, and then try and understand what it is I'm being asked.
But it's a real story. So I'm curious what your perspective of that is.
Yeah, but I wouldn't have said any of those rules to do love. None of them understood love. Not even the emperor, the guys, nobody in the entire story was expressing love to me.
But
not even the laws or anything. If this is a real story, it is. Every aspect of it was lacking love to me.
There's another one, Guru, that's sort of similar to his, not to hijack his, but a nun and a priest who left their religion, that in the Catholic faith, you're not supposed to marry once you give up that for God. So they gave that up for each other. And, I don't know, that could be viewed horribly by some people who consider themselves loving Christians, So I think he's asking you, how would you view somebody going against their culture for the person they love?
It's the consideration. That's what I'm saying. When the moment consideration, which is what every single part of the story is all about consideration. And the moment you add that, the word love you're using isn't the way I use love. So I don't know what you're saying when you use the word love. It's like
fair enough. So you have a different conception of that. And then I guess that your love.
Yes, I said love is something that uses me, not something I can use.
Exactly. So your love.
So your question
is
in all them stories, love is something that's been used the entire way through. So I wouldn't agree any of that was love. And in care, that's all subjective anyway. Like you said, for cultures and things like that, it's an egoic way to love. But true love is something you surrender to. So unless there's some surrendering to something you want to talk about, like Jesus stories and things, then Jesus stories, they love, like, look at the he who's without sin cast the first stone, love. Look, the good Samaritan, love. The child, what was the one with the son, the prodigal son, love. All that was all about returning to curiosity and just being in that state. No outside egoic layers on top of judgment and things. That's all care and responsibility within a demagogic world or demiurgic world. But love is just outside it.
Guru, what you just brought up about the prodigal son, though, so I see what you're saying. But couldn't there be like layers, like a layered birthday cake, like layers to love?
100%. Yeah, 100%.
So the love
multitude of truths in the story, but the main overall thing of love, even though all the axioms of how that love was expressed in different ways and the different ways of logos, the overall thing is, the main story of it is to show another way to express this love from a point of letting it flow through you, not you control it, because control is not love.
Thanks, Trexty, darling. Nice to see you here, sweetheart. And nice to see all the Talcottians come over here. Welcome, folks. You are welcome to click on the link and join the conversation. We're having a bit of fun here tonight. We're trying to do conversation starters. So if you want to come on, make a statement. Tell us whether your statement is a fact, whether it's something that you have evidence for, or whether it's speculation, something that you don't necessarily have speculation for, but you have a hunch for, or maybe you think the reasoning is sound, maybe it's warm reasoning, or maybe it's slightly cold, but you still think it's worth talking about. Or you could even come up and ask a question. So tell us a fact, something that is speculative, or a question, and tell us why such matters, why we should be thinking about what you're saying in relation to what is going on, what we should be doing in our search for gnosis, information that will help us all as we journey through this strange existence. So hello to all the Jack Talcott fans who are here now. Nice to see you here on Finding Gnosis. Don't be strangers. Come on up and join the conversation. Sorry, guys. Go ahead.
Always. I got a couple of animal facts here, if you like.
Go ahead. You have to say why they matter to all of us, Frank.
Yeah. I have that totally thought out. Don't worry. So this is a fact. Dolphins use unique whistles like names. Not sure who the fuck figured that out, but anyways, it matters because communication is not uniquely human. It's quite interesting.
So communication is not uniquely human. Yes, and that matters. Why does that matter, Jack? Frank, because we are also. It shows we're animals, or we have commonalities with animals, that we did evolve from a common
It shows
ancestor.
the nature of God, doesn't it?
A different type of communications.
If
So we are not
communication
unique.
is everywhere
Yes.
and it's outside us and it's objective to us, then it's of God. It's the nature of God, isn't it?
I don't believe in God, but sure.
Well, you don't even know what I mean by God. Oh, you talking about the dogmatic religious God, the hell and brimstone, and I don't believe in that bullshit either. That's a belief. But the God I submit to is the only thing that's real. All else is permitted by it. You call it the truth.
Oh, then sure. Then I agree. But I guess in essence, it matters because of the communication is because animals can just as well communicate with you as human beings. That is the entire premise of it.
All things in a state of communication at all times. It's just the relationship between you and the thing that's communicating.
Fair.
That's an interesting question about like whether we value things because I saw Vegan Gaines do a hilarious skit one time where he said the Bible says it's okay to kill things that's dumb, meaning how people say about eating meat, So like my dog, he's smart for a dog, but he's not as smart as some other creature. So we don't love things necessarily just based on intelligence, obviously, or value them or care about them or whatever. But it is interesting to hear like about ravens communicating or remembering faces.
Oh, they're remembering.
Yeah.
And they have a grudge too.
Yeah.
That's why they call it a murder of crows. They're terrible.
Yep. Magpies are the worst.
Oh.
They're so vicious. And they're adorable too. And that's funny because I said, they're adorable. There's plenty of food around here. Why are they acting like that? It's wired in them to act that way. They're so territorial. There might be a throwback reason, but so yeah.
It's wired in them to do that way. That's a really interesting statement. Is there anything in human beings you think is wired into you to do that way?
Probably. I mean, are we not, we grow up and we're wired to be curious, like you often bring up, until somebody tells us not to be. We're wired to want to eat, obviously. We're wired to love our caregiver, right? The first person we're attached to that feeds us. And
what is curiosity trying to do, though? What is its goal?
Is it survival on a basic animal level, or is it more than that? I think it's more than that. But
I think human beings figured it out when it was just the main component within us, and it was to find itself.
It could be. Sure.
Well, what else is it doing?
Well, since we have all these communities.
Well, what I mean is this, Eddie. Oh, sorry,
maybe it started off with them asking the same questions, and maybe that is how religion got escaped.
To ask a question, you have to be curious first, right?
Exactly.
So that's what I'm saying. If curiosity was our first language before words, then you would understand why they interpret on the world, man, know thyself. Because that's if you look like a cow, yeah, the cow is born, and it doesn't take long for the cow to be up and running about, and it knows what it is. It's like it's moo, mommy goes moo, from a narrative point of view, of course. Dog the same, everything's there. But humans, we wake up and we go, wah, mommy goes, oh, look at him.
But maybe that is mother's instinct. Maybe that
is the goal of
I think you missed the point, but okay.
Is the goal of curiosity, Gracie, not just some evolutionarily driven
That's
trait?
a child is supposed to copy their parents' curiosity when they haven't got one.
To keep us alert of our surroundings in a manner that's favorable to our own survival.
What I'm saying is a cow is being a cow. A dog is being a dog. Mommy is being what it's supposed to be. But when a human is born, mommy is playing a pretend character in a game, but a real baby is born.
That which
so the curiosity of the real baby is nothing to understand how to be because mommies and daddies all around it have none.
That which
Well,
is,
maybe-
and I agree. Me and you have locked horns on this one before, Crazy Guru, and I do agree with that which is here, who says awareness precedes curiosity. You say curiosity comes first. I say you have to have awareness before you can be curious.
Consciousness or something like that. Yeah, I would think.
Yeah, I would say I understand what you're saying, but what does he mean by curiosity when he says awareness, or what does he mean by awareness? I sometimes people get these things incorrect. Awareness is a component of curiosity. Curiosity still has an axiomatic body because awareness is part of will. Yeah. Before something can be curious, there needs to be a will to push it towards to be curious, and that normally comes from awarenesses combining within an organism that's designed to just look after itself. After that, communication starts coming in, and the child starts. That's what the story of Genesis is teaching you. A child's consciousness is forming through his curiosities, and curiosity is forming awarenesses and turning them into perceptions, which then take over like a Holy Spirit to then guide itself. That's why a child can't do that in its first 7 years. That's why the story says in the first 7 years of a child's curiosity, that's what Genesis is talking about. They build and they learn from the logos around them and how to communicate. And then at 7, when Adam, the intellect, takes over, it's be given the analytical future so it can now start preceding itself to start to understand what's going to come next. But before that, they can never see unless you guys people don't remember before 7 because their imaginary friend wasn't online yet. It wasn't analytically thinking forward. There wasn't a persona there yet. You only had a reactive past persona, and you had sort of like an analytical reactive now persona, which Christ would call the Holy Spirit, the Father, the analytical future.
Guru, can I break in a second? Because that's a lot of info, but it's interesting because, no, that's fine. Yeah, they say in the first 6 years of life, that's when all your wiring is formed in your brain, basically. And it's kind of interesting how, if you look at it a certain way, what Doomer is saying and what you're saying kind of intersect. Because on a base animal level, we're curious so we can survive, and then so that the continuity of our species can go on, and we're wiring ourselves up in the first 7 years. And that allegorical story about Adam and the whole 7 days, and it's interesting how these things kind of patterns repeat. You know what I mean? And these stories kind of intersect in a certain way. You know what I mean? It's interesting.
Yeah, Eve, the day before Christmas. That's why Eve, the curiosity, is called Eve, because it predates thinking. Thinking is Adam, yeah? It's the perceptions within you. That, remember I said that conscious field is a shared field of thought? Well, one part of you that has ideas and thoughts without thinking, that's your curiosity, right? It's got an idea, put it in picture form, and an Adam paints it, your intellect paints it in your mind. Your hippocampus is what your brain is doing. That's just the biological functions of it. But people who just think they're a biological meat sack that's got this thing that, no, I don't understand them too well. I don't understand the argument there. Yes, I that's true. That's true. Right, Tony, yeah.
It reminds me of, you remind me of what Jeep says about how, but how would you stop yourself from breathing, is what she'll say when somebody says something atheistic. And I'm like, well, you have a point there. It does just kind of happen, doesn't it? So there might be something outside of ourselves that plays
Guru, have you ever had like what some might deem a paranormal experience? Go ahead.
If he believes in God.
I don't believe in God. See, that's really ignorant. I can tell you what God is. But by the way, you're the one that believes in God because you don't have a definition of the word, true?
Who, me?
Yeah, it's a belief. You only have a belief system because you have no structure of the actual word.
No, because I never got it taught, thank God.
Okay, well, I can explain to you. God is the equilibric position by which holds authority over all things. That doesn't mean it's real. That means if something exists that's that, then it must be God, because nothing else can be greater than it. And therefore, when we look at reality, we can see that it's called the monad in our system. And what it means, it's a paradoxical position, the truth, that you can't prove to be real, but without it, all things fall apart. You need that for all else to be real, because everything is judged by it. That's why we call it the absolute truth, the monad. It's the one single zero at the center of it all that nobody can actually prove is real, but without it, all else falls apart. Now, the pleroma then is the objective reality. These are just old science for you, yeah? You call it different things now. And the subjective reality is the principles construct in your mind built over this by the aeons, the principles that Hermes constructed, corresponding points, rhythm, and stuff like that. Well, your mind in the first 7 years builds that structure in your hippocampus for you to see what the pleroma is showing you, and all beings have a different way of constructing this.
Guru,
You see our
Cougar
rainbow realm?
says,
Religion
to
is
have
not
a
a science.
definition of God, you first believe in God. So he disagrees with the
No,
way
I have
you
a definition of the word God. See, that's what I mean. You're weird. Right. They're all words, guys. They're all words. It's what those words point at. So when I told God, I said what it pointed at. I said it pointed at that position. No one refuted it because it's a logical. If it exists, then it's real. Now, if you believe in the truth, that fits the position. Therefore, your God is the truth. It's a why that doesn't need a why. That's God. You can call it something else, but that's still what God is, right? There's nothing that can be greater than that's what God has always been. It's
Anyway,
just, you
you're
believe in
going
a
off
narrative version.
way into the tundra, Guru. I
All right,
merely
let me
asked
go
you.
to
I
it.
merely
If that
asked
is
you, have
God,
you
does
had
it
a
exist?
paranormal experience? Have
No,
you had a
all right,
paranormal experience?
all right. No, my question for Hank is, if that is God, does it exist when I call the truth fits its position? Or do you refute the fact that the truth fits the position of God?
Well, I refute the fact that you called religion and science in one sentence.
No, I didn't. I said Gnosticism.
No, you didn't. But okay,
Yeah.
fair enough. If you want to believe
Well,
that, sure.
if I accidentally said
cannot
religion, I
understand you.
apologize. I meant Gnosticism, which is my religion. Sometimes I can confuse words. But yeah, that's my apology. Gnosticism is just an early form of science.
But you know, narcissism is a diagnostic. I'm pretty sure
It
that you're
didn't address that
you're
point
not
at
a
all.
psychologist, are you?
No,
Yes, no, I'm a Gnostic.
Frank. Hold on, Frank. He didn't
I
say.
admit a couple.
Hold on, Guru. Hold your horses. Frank, he didn't say narcissistic. He said Gnostic.
Narcissism. Oh,
Gnostic.
Gnostic. Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, then I guess sure. But
So
if
what
you
I'm
hold
saying
those,
is, you asked for what I meant by the word God. I gave you a logical definition. Do you have a problem with the
Yolanda
definition of
thinks
God?
we're talking shit because
Well,
she says no one, not even you, Guru, can describe God. We
I
can
can't.
just
It's just a
express.
word. It's a position. I'm
We can
describing a
just
position. You guys are just
express spirituality.
This is fucking right, guys. Honestly, this.
that
Why
doesn't
don't you
anger
guys
you
try
that
to
you can't
steel man the
explain in
position
2
instead of
sentences.
always trying to run it down? Steel man the position.
Grumps, can we talk about dreams? I'd love to ask people about their dreams.
Go ahead, Chickpea.
Right, talking about
Guru, we
myself.
will inevitably come back to that, Guru. Go ahead, Chickpea.
But I'd love to ask you all this. Okay, my situation is this: I have beautiful, beautiful dreams. Always have had. I've never had a nightmare in my life. But you know what? In my dreams, I'm always happy, and then I wake up miserable, depressed as usual. And sometimes it's so bad I actually burst into tears. Have you ever had that experience?
I mean, not exactly. Frank, did you want to go first?
No, go ahead.
No, I mean, I'm sure like anytime you've had something bad going on and then you fell asleep and then you wake up and you remember, oh yeah, that problem I have is still here. I mean, I'm sure everybody's experienced that. But I've definitely had nightmares as well. So, but yeah, in the dreams, when you were talking about floating around, I just wrote that to be funny. I float really well in my dreams. Because like really in my dreams, I can fly really well. And you do wonder if there's some component there where we have that ability or we will or something if we
Yeah.
it, you know. So,
I've had a few nightmares here or there, Chickpea, in my sleeping hours and in real life. But in my sleeping hours, Chickpea, I've had nightmares, and I can't remember them offhand, but I do remember some of the dreams hit me so hard, even though they were completely fabricated in my imagination. They hit me so hard, I was traumatized by the nightmare when I woke up.
Wow.
Now that is a bizarre situation because you're literally being traumatized by something that didn't happen. And it did feel as real as any trauma I'd experienced from real life events. Very strange and unsavory.
Freud made an entire sleep book on sleep deprivation. But then again, the guy used a lot of cocaine. So might be an explanation for that. Maybe it's because of sleep depression. And they call it depression for a reason, right? Because deep rest. That is why they call it a depression. So when it happens and you are in your deep sleep, that is when things are most real.
I'm gonna have to head out, guys. But it was nice having me up. Appreciate it. See you guys later.
Thank you, Emily. Emily will be in charge tomorrow, guys, for Women Only Wednesday. Don't forget about that.
Look forward to it.
Will you be working tomorrow?
Oh, sorry. I mean, 2 days time. Yeah.
Yes. Good to say.
Take care. Bye bye.
Bye.
See
See
ya.
you later. Bye.
Thank you, Emily.
But Frank, because I have beautiful, really happy dreams. I'm always happy in my dreams. And then I wake up and back to my miserable little self. And I am unhappy. I'm very unhappy in real life.
Maybe you're just telling yourself that.
No, I am. I have got a serotonin problem. There is something medically wrong with me. I have been told by doctors, so there is something wrong. But yeah.
But it seems like you are extremely negative.
Yes.
Maybe that has something to do with it.
Yes, I'm a pessimist. I'm a dreadful, dreadful pessimist.
But then you're happy too.
Not like other people. I don't get highs like other people get and things.
I'm not asking about other people. I'm asking about yourself. So if you compare to both, yeah, then people are richer than me too. There's nothing that I can do about it.
No, but I don't get I do suffer from clinical depression. I've had it all my life. It's I do take tablets for it, but I don't act on it, but it's always there. But in my dreams,
then life is still sustainable to you. If you don't see,
Sorry?
yeah, there's a lot of discussions. Well, then you are still sustained to those depressed spots, but just as you said, you don't do anything about it because you think that you're worth living.
No, I'm on drugs for it. I'm on serotonin receptors and I'm on SSRIs.
I get it, but it has nothing to do with how you don't use serotonin all the time, right? You just use it for
I've been
sleep.
on it for over 30 years.
The entire day.
What?
The entire day.
Yeah, I'm drugged 24/7. Yes.
And you still think life is miserable.
I don't think yeah, it's why I come on this channel, hoping that people could talk about it a bit to see what other people have going through their little heads.
Row, row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 merrily. Life is but a dream. Dirty Low Life says, just remember, this is a dream too, chickpea.
No, but what I'm saying is, yeah, I'm always happy in my dreams. And as soon as I wake up back in my real brain self. And I sometimes
wait, Dirty Low Life, how can you remember something is? Isn't remembrance from a past? This can't be a dream if we're remembering it. You mean realize it's a dream?
No, it's real, all right.
Dirty Low Life can come on.
Do you remember your
grace
dream
us
too?
with his presence?
I like DDL. Yeah, come on. Tell us about the budgies. He's got 2 budgies. They are so cute.
Just that sneaky word is keeps getting in there.
What? So what about you, Crazy Guru? Do you have bad dreams?
I don't know what the word bad means.
Oh, don't you have nightmares?
Nightmares. Are you talking about horror stories in my head that haunt me?
No, nightmares. I've never had a nightmare in my life. That's the weird thing, you see. I have beautiful. I'm happy in my sleep. Always happy in my sleep.
I just have dreams. Whether they're negative, positive, anything, they don't really scare me. They're just a dream.
Okay, fair enough.
Not real.
So you're just really in tune with yourself, then, the Guru. You don't
Myself.
label anything. You just let it happen.
Oh yeah, I mean that's just curious, isn't it? That's Christ consciousness. Just be curious with things. Don't actually add things to it. I mean, when you do that, you're just acting, isn't you? I don't mind acting and playing with you all now and again, but some of you take it way too seriously.
No, but that explains why you get feisty when people try to label certain specifications while you're just living in tune with yourself.
Well, I'm trying to navigate in a world of words, and that's not real to me, but I'm doing my best to do it. So the only way to stay in line with what is to understand what words actually are. Your world is built of structure. Those structures are babble, connotation, denotative, and empirical denotative. Well, that's a bit narcissistic, but yeah, no, I'm not really special. I'm just different.
Guys, hold on a second. Hold on. Thank you to MP4201 who just gifted 5 Finding Gnosis memberships. That's really nice of you. I hope whoever gets them enjoys them. Guys, if you want to become a member, it's an easy way of ensuring we keep going here. It helps pay the bills, but obviously we do need that. But also you get a membership to the Discord. We have a private Discord where you can chat 24/7 to other Finding Gnosis community members about whatever you want, and we can do deeper dives into all manner of things that we talk about here. MP, thank you for that. MP, by the way, it's all very well you giving away memberships. I hope you give one to yourself. Very, very, very generous, generous of you there to do that, MP. I really appreciate you and all
Can I
people who
Frank
support the
that,
show.
please?
Thank you very much.
Frank, as I was saying, yeah, I've been on antidepressant drugs for my entire adult life. I started when I was 18, 19. I'm now 72. And I've been on Seroxat for 32 years. And you wouldn't know I was depressed if you came to my home. It's very cheerful. I've got lots of pretty paintings everywhere, plants, lots of cats. No one knows I'm depressed, but I have to be drugged in order to stand it. Life, literally.
Oh, you're only 72.
What?
I said you're only 72. That's still a young lady.
It's old. I'm an old lady.
There's nothing that I can say here that makes a positive impact. Jesus Christ.
So watching you is positive. You cheer me up watching. What stars? How old are you, Frank? You're still a baby.
I'm 32.
Are you a baby? I could be your mum. I could be your gran. Literally, I could literally be your grandmother. Yes. What star sign are you?
I'm a Pisces.
Oh, that's it. Oh, yeah. Nice star sign, isn't it?
Oh, God. I should have not have said that.
What?
No, never mind.
No, I believe in it. I believe in astrology. Sorry.
A lot of women do.
Yes. I just believe in it. Yes. I'm a little crab. A grump crab. Sorry, I'll shut up now.
No, it's fine.
So, Grumps, you need a new one. New question, Grumps.
I need a new question. Okay, let me have a little think about that. I'll try and formulate a meaningful question here, Chickpea, for you, just for you. Chickpea.
Yes, Grump.
What would make you happy?
What would make me happy? The only thing that makes me happy is cats.
Why don't you go and live in a cattery or something? I mean, wouldn't that be the solution to everything?
Oh,
you do. You have 8 cats. Yeah. I mean, clearly,
it's a cattery.
We need more cats, guys. We need more cats.
Everybody needs more pussy, my man. Trust me.
What?
Never mind. Forget about it.
I've got 8 cats.
No, but that is your reincarnation. You were you used to rule Egypt. There we go.
Yes. Egyptian. Now, I think I was a Cathar. I sometimes think I was a Cathar in a previous life because I do seem to have an obsession with them. But Frank, I tell you,
because they're feline.
Sorry.
Because they're feline.
The Cathars, they weren't felines.
No, I mean because they are felines.
Who?
The cats. Like
yeah, my cats. I love cats.
I understand that, but what attracts them to you?
I've always loved cats. My first love is a cat. I had a cat when I was a tiny baby before my parents divorced. I had my own cat, and I remember her. She's my first love, and my last love will be a cat. I just love cats more than anything else in the world. I just love them. It's just the way I am.
You have a lot of cats, right?
Yeah, 8.
Why not just one?
But why not have 8?
Well, that's the distinction.
They needed somewhere to live, so I take it. You know, I can afford it, so it's all right. You know, they cheer me up and they give me a purpose to live. I have to get up to take care of them. Got no choice.
That's a good mentality.
Yeah, I just love cats. Cats, I don't know. I just love them always. Chickpea, we were together for almost 20 years, and I still talk about her every day. I still think about her every day, and yeah, everybody else says her name every day. So she lives on, Chickpea. The little tortie sitting there. Cute cat. Nothing in the world as lovely as a cat. I mean, if I had the space, Frank, I would have more cats, but I don't have the space.
Oh, I have a question for Frank and Chickpea, actually. You know that earlier question I was asking Chickpea about the button thing? What if the actual thought experiment had, like, two buttons there. One was to, Thanos eliminate all meat eaters, but the other one was to force all meat eaters into veganism, that they would have to do it instead of eliminating them. Would that change the thought process more ethically to you guys?
You know what?
Give you more options?
If the world was vegan, I'd be a lot happier here. It breaks my heart that every year we kill 92 billion animals in order to gorge on their flesh. It breaks my heart. It does.
So if we go back to in the days of farmers and hunters, right?
Yeah.
And those individuals also needed to eat. And if you would accept the fact that that is their way of survival,
Yes.
then what is your stance on that then? I mean,
that's why I hate this planet. That's why I hate it here, and I hate being stuck here because it's been designed this way. It's how it's been designed.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, there's a lot of insight actually. It really is really intriguing how people think, and that is basically the core of what your moral belief is.
Yeah, it's been designed that way. So that's why I don't want to be here, because I find it a horrible design. I find it very faulty because animals feel pain, and the cow doesn't want to have it, to have its calf killed or taken away from her or anything else. And it's the way it's been designed. It can't be any different.
Would you like a world where there was a way where animals would have just been left alone, and that human beings would just be able to sustain themselves without harming animals?
Yes. And I think we could, because at the end of the day, it takes 10 kilograms of plant protein to make 1 kilogram of beef protein. So we would be a lot better off if we didn't feed cows up to eat things.
What if the animals hurt the humans?
Well, animals do hurt humans occasionally.
But then what? Are we just supposed to let that happen?
Well, it doesn't happen very often. We outdo the animals 1 billion times over when it comes to them hurting us and us hurting them. It's not a perfect planet, but it just breaks. Modern farming methods break my heart, and it just breaks my heart to be party to it all. I'm a human being. I'm a member of the human race. I'm party to it, and I just find it heartbreaking. I just don't like what I see, and I just don't like it. I've always been the same. Started very young.
I get it. Just as I said, I am a huge history nut. So this is a huge gruesome part of history.
Yes.
And it's not only talking about animal suffering, also about human suffering.
Yeah, I know. Oh, yes, I know.
So hear me out in this one.
Mm-hmm.
So when the Spanish came to South America, when the Aztecs were still there, the Aztecs had a really advanced civilization compared to Europe.
Yeah.
You know what they did? You know what their main thing was?
What?
No, not animal sacrifice, human sacrifice.
Yeah, no. Well, yes. Well, yes.
Then,
Hello, Owie.
I tell you,
what's good, brother?
I find this planet a very bloodthirsty place. And it horrifies me. When I look at the Second World War and the First World War, it breaks my heart.
But
A little bit
it's good that you don't make
space for the newcomer, guys. Well, I say newcomer. He's a newcomer to today. He's the regular here. Objective Ethics, good to see you, mate. What would you like to say?
Always good, friendly. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, so I'm actually at work right now, trying to get a bunch of things done at once. My time is kind of limited, so bear with me. But I actually kind of wanted to chop it up with Gracie for just a quick minute, if that's not going to derail from things too much, because you guys were talking about God's existence earlier, what God is, and I was in the shower, so I don't know how far away from that topic you've gone.
Go ahead.
Is Gracie still there?
We did say we would. Gracie, you're muted. We did say we would inevitably go back to the topic. So yes, go ahead.
Right. Sorry, guys. I was using the loo. What was the question?
Yeah. Just real quick. So you said that you wanted. I said that I have an argument against God's existence from my theory on first principles, right? And you said you wanted to debate me on that. I said
no, not the existence. Your theory against God's non-existence for the God you're talking about, I agree with. That's not my God. I don't. I agree with you.
Oh,
You-
I'm not sure what you wanted to debate. Because I was going to say, listening
Oh,
to
no,
you
you did
talk
your
today,
first
I don't think
principle.
we have a.
Your first
You
principles
wanted
go
to.
1, 2, 3,
Uh-huh.
but there's an upstream 0 that I want to convince you of.
Okay, I'm legitimately confused. So you want to debate my overall theory of first principles? Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, they're flawed.
Fair enough. Okay, so that might be an interesting debate. I was just thinking, so maybe I was confused because that's
It
not
was
what I
just
was
my
understanding.
sorry, I got it. Let me try this and then I'll listen to you because I think I understand where I might have confused already. The debate is I want to show you that your first principles are flawed, but it's not just they're flawed like DNW or because like this. It's because I have a theory why they're flawed because I think they're incomplete and there's a 0 that comes before your me, you know, what is real and what you compare all your logic to and things like that. And I think there's just something about it that's incomplete. I don't think you're incorrect. So that's all it is. My thing is, I believe there's a principle 0 before your first 3 principles, and your principle 3 actually proves that. And I'm going to show you why I believe that, and then we can have a lovely, an awesome conversation about it. But it's not really against God in the religious type. I don't believe in dogmatic, demagogic gods of right, good and evil and all that. However, the Bible to me is a Gnostic book that teaches you first, like all the principles before our man was the way we are now. You know, once upon a time, we weren't all thinking the way, but most people are not thinking it now, to be honest, are we? But you know what I'm saying? There was a long time ago where there was a very primitive species that were more instinctual, intuitive, but some of us excel beyond that. And then we created things like Bibles that say something completely different to what the churches preach. So I'm all with you with all that God shit. That's all fucking crap. I believe on that. I debate it myself. But what I call God and the monad and things is structure in words form, because you all live in a world of words, remember?
Okay, well, I think I'm on the same page with you to a certain degree, because my argument is against the God of what we call classical theism, Aristotle, which is based on Aristotle's unmoved mover. So that's what the argument is built around. It uses my 9 principles, which you've heard 3 of them, and then there's the reverse modal ontological argument that I combine with that. So that's all based on a structure of a God concept that's well known in philosophy and theology. So if that's not the debate that you want to have, I think it sounds like we're on the same page there.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is it's going to be a great conversation, I think, are we? Because I think we do differ on certain things, but I don't think, I think it's just the structure by which we're looking at reality we differ. And I'd like to find some common ground because I want to learn too. I purposely didn't go beyond your third principle because I thought that would be a great opportunity for me to listen to you talk about some stuff on a night rather than, you know, all the crap I've got behind me, because I want to talk to you about the Gnostic structures. And I want to tell you why I think it's important, especially now day and age, that we should more work together than against each other, because I too am against dogmatic, demagogue. That's all what Gnosticism is about. I mean, I did a whole thing on it, which, you know, like you saw those, you know, the 4 horsemen and stuff. We can talk about that a little bit more, but I think it'd be a great conversation because I don't think you're incorrect, but I do think there's an incompleteness that we might be able to agree upon, because I do like some of these stuff.
Well, just really quickly, so 2 points on that really quickly. One, I don't think you've ever heard all 9 principles. I think you and I only discussed the first 3 of them. So I'm not sure if you've even heard the whole argument. The other thing I would say is that, the other thing I would say about that is that, go ahead, brother. It's very, I am interested in having that conversation with you. Actually, it could be a conversation that the audience might be interested in hearing as well. As far as the first principles, I should tell the audience what we're even talking about. So the first everything, it's syllogistic in a sense. Everything is built up in a structure. So the one principle is justified by the previous principle. And so that's what we're talking about. So the first principle is nothing cannot exist. That's self-explanatory. I have a hard time seeing you get behind that one. So I'll be curious as to how you think you can do that with the zeroth law, they call it. The second principle is because of the first principle that nothing cannot exist, we know something must exist. The third principle is because something must exist, I go to hard solipsism, which is an unsolvable problem in philosophy. So I don't think you can get around that. And that is that the only thing that I can epistemically justify as far as existence is my own existence. So those would be the first 3 that we're talking about. And you think you can get behind that? I'd be curious to see how you do that.
I'm going to show you how logic isn't just a downstream thing, it's an upstream thing as well. And it takes you then beyond you because you're not God.
Well, the argument epistemically justifies that if God is necessary, then I must necessarily be God.
What is
And since I
logic
know
and
I'm not
physics and
God,
everything relating to, if not you and your experience beyond that? Is it not something beyond you, your experience? Is this, I mean, you haven't told us what is upstream from logic and everything that it's comporting to. You've said it comports to reality, but where's reality in your principles?
where is reality? I think is a malformed question. Reality is simply a way that we describe the things that we observe to be true, to the best of our understanding.
What are you observing?
Reality. So reality
exactly.
is
So that
is
reality must exist, must predate your experience, yes?
no,
The thing
not
you're
necessarily.
experiencing must come before you, yes?
Not necessarily. Things can be
Okay.
effects can be simultaneous to their cause. They don't necessarily. They can either be. They must be either before.
Sorry,
prior to,
I don't mean linear. I just meant corresponding. Yeah, see, I mean that's what I mean. It's because I talked to. Yeah, see, I'll work that out. Don't worry, I got a way to work that out. That's why we should have an actual conversation about it. Because, like I said, yeah, I know what you mean. You think like I don't believe in time. Time is just a tool I use.
We'd have to sort out. We'd have to sort out what time is, because I don't even know
It's
if
an
there's
analytical
necessarily a set
illusion
definition
taken
on
between
what time
flux.
is.
Yeah, it's an analytical illusion that's created between flux and memory.
I don't know that it's an illusion necessarily, but time definitely needs to. Definitely need to. If we're going to have a productive conversation, we would definitely need to come to a common understanding of what time is. Time, the way I understand time to be, is simply a change of state.
Yeah. Well, flux, yeah. So a change is a way of measuring flux, but what are we measuring flux from?
Well, flux. What do you mean by flux?
The constant state of change.
So it's a change of the constant state of change.
Well, everything is in a constant state of change. Yeah, there's no real time. There's no tomorrow. There wasn't any yesterday. But what we call our memory is a past. But what we call tomorrow is an analytical sort of pattern that we create in our hippocampus that says this is going to happen tomorrow. But we don't really know that. So there is no actual future or anything. And so what we like to do is we like to measure this phenomena. And how we do that is we take away the center, we create a zero, and then from that, then you have a tick, don't you? And then that tick, then like millimeters or Planck, you take a Planck size, which is seconds or whatever. You can go microseconds for different things, but human perception often does seconds. Yeah, now. It needs to exist in time, but it's not really there. There's no future or anything. It's just it's our hippocampus building what we've been taught to measure flux and memory, and then do like a vision of tomorrow. And then you trap it in a worded sort of like formula and say that's time, it's past, present and future, and the illusion is that that's real and everybody thinks that's real, but that's not what's really happening in reality. Physics doesn't describe that.
Well, there's a lot said there. I have to unpack, and I want to be respectful and make sure I address your actual points, and I am a little distracted because I'm at work, but I would say that I do subscribe to Heraclitus and that everything is in a state of change. However, that does not mean that there was no actual state of being at any point. The thing is that I combine Socrates and Heraclitus together, and I say that being is a fleeting moment, right? It's always fleeting. The state of being does exist, but it's never permanent. Whereas like Parmenides would say there's only being, there's no becoming. I reject that principle. I combine Heraclitus and Socrates. I would say that everything is always going to be in a state of change. So you and I are in some agreement there.
Oh, what I do as well. I've got it because you've said that now, right? And you are going to leave there. When we do have a discussion about this in a later date on that great night we're going to have, right? I'll also show you where Egyptians showed this in their gods, like Set, as in Set is the set moment, And well, I won't go. I'll show you where their god structure was actually, intelligent people like you trying to show intuitive people how to structure this in their minds so they can finally create words and stuff. It's all about creating structure, yeah, in a mind that's primitive, and we still kind of do that today. Right, shut down. Hey, thank you, Owie. Anyway, I'll let everybody else talk now. I'm gonna have a break anyway.
Some breaking news coming in. I've got some breaking news coming in.
What's the breaking news?
Objective Ethics is Jack Calcott's wee gimp boy.
Okay.
Now, guys, Oh, he's gone. I was going to say, don't be bringing shit
Oh,
on her.
he's fine, brother. He's fine, brother. I don't worry about that kind of shit. Words can't hurt me.
We know it's OE has he has the ability to let things just go over his head. I don't know why Kenny's on one, OE.
I do because I called him out for being both a simp and for being a piece of shit for that fucking super glue antics.
Well,
And I did it in public.
Well, boys will be boys. To be honest with you guys, people ask me why don't I get involved. I have every confidence that the men around here can handle themselves, and I think it would be insulting if I stood in the way and protected men, because these men are men and they can protect themselves. Is that old-fashioned, OE? Am I wrong?
No, I respect that you're trying to put on a good show, and that just because I don't let words hurt me doesn't mean that words can't be hurtful. And I understand that something other people might say could be hurtful to somebody listening. And I also understand there are people who genuinely care about me, and they might be concerned about those things. But rest assured, family, I've been through enough in life that whatever somebody like Kenny says has no effect on me, because I only care about the things that people say who I respect. So if my wife said something to me, she could hurt my feelings because I have a great deal of respect for her. I don't give two shits about Kenny, so he can say whatever he wants.
Oh, you're like me, objectives. You know what I'm like? If a person I don't like hisses and spits at me, I'm really pleased because I don't want their approval anyway.
But I understand.
Exactly. What Chickpea said is right on the money. If people I don't respect are saying things that don't upset me, then there's probably some kind of disconnect there, right?
Right. Don't care anyway.
Then let's just ask Kenny. Then, if he has something to say, then why doesn't he stay on longer? Because apparently he seems to like the criticism, but apparently he doesn't want to hear about it. So come on, Elvis.
Are you saying Kenny runs for the hills with his tail between his legs?
Yeah, of course he does. He already did
Kenny.
it.
Kenny will be back.
DW, can I ask Crazy
Kenny will be back.
You will be back. That's just interesting that he said something that pissed somebody off and then he yeets out.
Grumps, can I ask Crazy?
I see it as a little bit of devilment, a little bit of mischief making.
That is Kenny Pell.
Sorry, go ahead, Chippy.
Sorry, go, Chippy.
I'm talking to you, yeah. Right, you said.
Hello, Batlack.
What's so crazy? What's your take on the Four Horsemen?
Which version?
I heard you talk about the Four Horsemen. You talked objectives.
Oh God, the Four Horsemen.
Yeah, basically the Four Horsemen are the sort of control mechanisms within a wooded world that keep people, feeding up the system. So, for example, one is dogma. So when people take an authority from dogma, they create sinful narratives in their head which manipulate them. The other one is demagoguery. So demagoguery, what that does, that manipulates you through fear tactics and things like that. Then you have devilry, which is often referred to as narcissistical, or narcissism is more the condition, which is, I don't know much about the condition.
Be careful, my man. Yeah. I will catch you on that.
But narcissistical, is often what I mean, which is just, it means, I'm just saying what you're doing is you're practically using a tactic. I know, because I use it all the time. It was what my family worshipped. I mean, our God was narcissism in our household. That's what everybody practiced growing up. I was 4, and that's my parents were degenerate.
Are you really saying narcissism? Did everybody
narcissistical?
Narcissism. Yeah.
No, narcissism. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But Gnosticism is what I practice now. I'm sorry, it's the Welsh thing. I do apologize. I should remember that. You have stated that already. Gnosticism is what I practice now, but narcissism is what my family and everything practiced. What I grew up in. I was an abused child, and I just there's something happened at birth where I died, and then I have now metacognitive IQ presentation of autism. So it means. I don't have one personality.
How do you practice a diagnosis?
Say again?
How do you practice a diagnosis? Because
what do you mean by that?
Well,
he's practicing. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I asked, is it Gnosticism? No, he said no. He said narcissism.
He said metacognitive thinking. Metacognitive awareness.
Sorry, let me see. Gnosticism is what I practice now. It's Helios Gnosticism. I'm founder of my own. I built my own language structure, logic, reason, laws.
Yeah, you
wait
don't have
to
to
see the
tell me
auntie.
that, my man. I
Yeah.
can't agree with that
So,
either.
but narcissism is what my family worshipped growing up. Everybody was a narcissist in my family. Everybody just manipulated each other all the time. I learned how to manipulate my reality, how to manipulate. I didn't understand anything else.
This is what aches me.
Yeah.
I have a psychology degree, right? I used to work in mental health. So
What does that
when
mean?
you say that, it pisses me off.
Yeah, that's just ego.
No, that is not ego. That is you being wrong because you are using a wrong terminology
Okay.
that you essentially need to work differently.
Well, I don't live in your world, so
psychological egoism.
yeah, I get you've got your own mapping of it, but that's just your mapping of it, right?
Then
I
why
don't
are
agree.
you
I
wanting
think
to
that's
argue with
incorrect.
people? And I get it because I think that
Aren't you doing the same thing though? You're literally
I
doing the
am
thing
not.
you're accusing me of. Yes, you are.
If I am pissing you
You're
off,
not
that's
arguing with me.
different.
You're not getting pissed off at me. You're not. I didn't turn around and say
Because
I'm getting pissed off at the way you're using words. You said that to me. You're the fucking dick and argumentative. Shut the
Guys,
fuck
I
up.
tell you what, guys, just temporarily, I'm going to put the two guys solely on stage because I think this is going to be a really interesting conversation. I'll tell you why. We have Crazy Guru here, who I view as he's either a pioneer, avant-garde, and he's either completely right or he is erroneous, almost beyond redemption. And it's going to be interesting to have him as somebody who thinks completely differently, outside the box. Yeah, he has this metacognitive awareness versus somebody who has this thinking born from the system. He comes from the inside. He is a qualified psychologist. Frank, are you?
No. I studied.
You have a degree in psychology, right?
Yes. Exactly.
You're not a psychologist. Okay. And Gracie is a man who learned from being an outsider. So is it all right, guys, if we actually look, we'll just give them some space? I don't need to take you guys off. Let's give them some space. Go ahead, guys.
All right. So let me understand this. By the way that you have been, at least my perception of how I can read you, and I think I can, is that you live in your own terminology world, right? And I think that is interesting is that you come on a panel like this and expect that everybody.
Wait a minute, you just said expect.
Hold on,
that's not true.
Yeah,
It's not you fucking lying. No, that's a presupposition.
Because you already
ready?
get pissed off.
Listen, I don't believe in dogma, bro. You just use dogmatic terms. Ready? I don't expect fuck all, so don't accuse me of it. Simple.
Then how come that you are pissed
No,
off?
did you just do it? Look, see how narcissistic. I've accused you of something. Ready? You just use dogma to manipulate me. Don't do that.
I'm not manipulating.
You are, because you use dogma. You just said I expect something without no evidence of it. So that means because you said, right?
Because I believe that. That is
yeah, but because so just because you said, you stated it as a fact. That's dogma.
For me, that is a
fact.
fact.
No, that's dogma. That's literally the definition of dogma. It is dogma or isn't. Don't gaslight me. What is it dogma? Yes or no?
Well, it is dogma.
To state something as fact just because you said is dogma.
Completely different in terminology.
Look, you're not going to go anywhere with me, brother. I'm not going to let you, ready? Because I don't believe in dogma. You're trying to confuse me with dogma. Just because you think it doesn't mean it's so. So don't state it. And you stated it. You either did or you didn't.
So you take a word book.
No. Listen, answer my point. You either stated it or you didn't. You're not going to deceive me, sir. Because I get the transcript tomorrow and DW knows I'll do it. And I'll show everybody you're a liar. You did state it. Either apologize. Yes, I stated that and I shouldn't do because it's only my belief. Therefore, it's dogma. So it's not, I should ask him, do you? And then ask me. That's curiosity. Do not state things about me, sir. I don't believe in dogma. I won't allow you to do that to me.
But I'm still going to do it because that is my perspective.
Yeah, see, everybody, see? He's still...
Yeah, I am stupid because you use words and then Ethnic, for example, was asking you about time. You simply refused to know time just up for argument's sake. You're a dickhead, my man. You have... Dude, for real. I'm not even going to lie. I think you have some serious identity issues.
Talk about your own shit and let me... I don't need you. You're not my health visitor. I got my own. You're just a dickhead on a panel trying to tell everybody and gaslight them what I am. Let me deal with that. Talk about you. Be curious. Ask questions. Stop stating facts you've got no fucking understanding of because you're a moron.
Oh, so ad hominem attacks because
Yeah, because I'm a narcissistic prick, and that was what I grew up on. I'm not only that, but you seem to want to use narcissism, so I'm just mirroring you, you fucking ass.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Frank, I'd like to let you in on something here, mate. Gracie Guru is mentally ill, and his wife is his carer. You're banging your head against the wall.
Oh, which is fine.
He is. Yeah. You're not going to get any sense out the guy. He just vents.
That's unfair, Kenny, to say that someone who has mental illness problems can never make sense. He can make sense sometimes, as can
sometimes. Yes, but
and Kenny, we all have mental health problems now and again. Let's not diminish the man because he's admitted to mental health problems. Sorry, I'm not having that.
I think Frank is learning for himself, though. Just
do you think, guys, inserting the word problems is judgmental and ableist anyway? Can I just be different?
I'm not judging it. I'm trying to understand it.
Using the word problems is, though, isn't it?
I will say one thing, Gracie. As I'm merely
everybody just ignored that, Frank. I just asked everybody. Everybody accused you of problems, but no one will address it. It's like you're all just, oh no, shit.
No, Crazy. I will say one thing.
Then address it and say, DNW, you shouldn't call it problems, bruv. It's just differences. You yourself are being accused. You're actually speaking down at him now and making him feel less than, like he's got problems. Maybe he just sees reality differently because he's autistic and we don't see what he's seeing. And he's trying to communicate. And he spent his entire life in our world.
I'm sorry, Crazy brother. You're shouting.
But you guys have never listened to my.
Please don't shout, Gracie. There's no need to shout. That's all I'm going to say.
That's not me. I'm just passionate, guys.
I know, but it's not doing you any favors because
only because you're judging and you're saying so.
I'll be honest, Gracie.
Don't let it get you. It's just your ego.
No,
just leave it go. Leave it go. Just leave it go. Just be curious. Don't be loved.
No. What it is
just return to love, DNW. Just be noticed.
Can't get past the fact that you're shouting.
Just notice. Don't judge me.
We're not able to understand. Listen to what you're
saying.
But
there's no judgment.
You're disturbing our attention.
You're just judging me.
Your voice.
This is judgment.
We're thinking about why is this man shouting rather than the content of his speech.
You don't know me. Just
stop shouting.
Please.
DNW, you're never going to have that man agree with you. Never. And that is his own good right. He lives in his own...
You guys have shown the same fucking thing. You're no different to me.
See, you don't like criticism.
Neither do you.
I adore criticism because...
Right, you go. Ready? Take this criticism. You haven't got a clue what you're talking about. The machine taught you. The system that fucks everything up taught you. You're just a product of it. I'm not. I'm outside it.
Yeah, I'm just terrible, my man. I'm a terrible
everybody has this. The same system that's giving you AI and everything that taught this wanker what to teach you guys. He is part of it. He's just a demiurgic guy that's going to keep you all in loops. He hasn't got a clue what he's talking about, but I come from outside and I'm willing for anybody to challenge us. All this guy will do is dogma because he said so.
Dogma doesn't even.
We're going to have to step in here, guys, to make peace, all right? And to have a sensible conversation. Gracie Guru, will you make one statement so that Frank can concentrate on it? Because at the moment, all we're getting is, words coming from both sides, but we're not having any substantial conversation with meaning. So let's make one statement, Guru, and then allow Frank to reply.
What qualifies you in any way to make any suggestion about who or what I am or what I should do if I've not asked for it? This is unsolicited advice. I just want you to talk from your heart and your experience. That's Gnosis. What you're doing is forcing dogma and telling everybody what you think I'm feeling and stuff like that. And I haven't done that to you. I've done it in reflection because you started it. All you have to do is reverse back and say, this man hasn't asked me for my fucking advice. Why am I giving it to him? On who he is.
Nobody asked you for your advice as well, but you're making conversation.
Yes, they did. Everybody did. Everybody asked me for my advice. They all spoke to me about it. They all asked me a question. I answered it.
Guys.
Either what I'm saying is true or it's not, isn't it?
Okay, heal to some divine feminine energy coming from Yolanda. Maybe she can make everybody calm down. Go ahead, Yolanda.
I'm calm as a cucumber, man.
Yeah,
that's true. Frank is actually calm. Sorry.
Yes, I think Frank is actually doing a very excellent job of trying to help balance out whatever Gracie is going through right now.
I'm not going through anything. What the fuck are you talking about?
And
you
first of all,
cunt.
I'd like to
fuck
say,
you judgmental cunt. I'm not going through anything. DNW, I'm not having this, bruv. I'm not going through anything. What's she talking about? I'll leave, bruv.
So can I say something without him interrupting me?
You don't say I'm going through anything, you judgmental cunt. I don't want you to. DNW, I'm going if this is going to be the case, bruv. I didn't come here for a psychological
Hold on, Gracie. Let me speak then. If you're going to get uppity, let me say something. Guys, can we try not to pathologize others? Can we try not to comment on others' mental health status? Let's concentrate on the substance of what people are saying. I know, guys, you might be doing it from a good place. Gracie is clearly upset here, guys. We're not qualified therapists. Let's concentrate on what Gracie is saying rather than
It's
him
really
as a person.
difficult, DNW, to constantly
difficult.
adjust to him, and
Right.
for us to be constantly being ad hommed and pointed fingers, him interrupting us not allowing us to finish a thought, to even have a great conversation with him. He gets very hyper fixated on things so that we can't even have a flow to a conversation, and then we get this kind of behavior. I joined because I thought that he made a very good point when he started to speak about childhood trauma, because clearly there's still him exhibiting that aspect of himself with us on these panels frequently.
Why are you doing it again, you fucking
flipping
cunt?
out. I'm not
Gracie,
calling him a
Gracie,
name.
Gracie. Hold on, Gracie.
I'm
She's
just
mi-
trying to understand
Gracie,
him and try to
Gracie.
come with a better way
You,
of
all right, and
communication.
Rolanda, I think there's so much childhood trauma in you. I wonder what your uncle did with you when you was younger. See, I want to discuss that.
That's not on. That's not
Yeah,
on.
but it's not on when it does to me either, bruv.
You brought it up, Gracie. I am just coming up to converse with you about that because I thought it was a really interesting point that you were making up here when
All right,
you were
guys.
talking about childhood trauma.
Gracie has stepped away, guys. So let's leave it there. Gracie has
It's not
stepped
the
away.
first time. There's something like when people come up to actually point out that the behavior isn't cohesively making any sense, this is what we get. And truthfully, this is what I've also experienced over at Jack Talcott's. Like we're constantly having to adjust ourselves to these people, and I'm tired of it. I think it's absolutely I'm exhausted with it, and quite frankly, I'm done with it.
Okay, Yolanda, thank you for expressing yourself. I appreciate that. I really appreciate you telling the truth and how you feel. And I understand how it is emotionally disturbing to hear people getting upset on the internet, to try and reason with them when they are upset and do it with good intentions, but still fail to calm them down and make them feel okay. Even though you're doing the conversation, even though you're having a conversation in good faith, it is disturbing. I understand, Yolanda. Guys, I want to go to OE. OE, I asked you this already. Did I fact, speculation, or question? Did you bring a point forward? I know you came on to talk to Gracie, but did you want to say something? And then we can go to Yolanda and Kenny. OE might be busy at work. Okay. Look, Yolanda, do you want to, in the spirit of the show, to kind of get the wheels rolling again?
I do, just really quickly, I am busy at work, but I do want to commend both Yolanda and Frank for the way that they were attempting to communicate and build bridges. It's unfortunate that it was unsuccessful, and I understand that when there's trauma involved, and I mean no shade on anybody, but it's difficult for all parties. But I do think that Yolanda and Kenny were very gracious and honest and direct, and I think sometimes that's how we need to approach these situations. But other than that, go ahead.
Okay, thank you for that, OE. Yolanda, we started the show basically giving people the opportunity to come up here and say a statement. Now, the statement can be a fact, so something that's based on evidence. It can be speculation, something that you can't prove for sure, but maybe you have a hunch, or maybe it's you feel due to reasoning you can show it's a warm speculation, or maybe you're admitting it's cold, but it's still worthwhile talking about. Or you could come on here and ask a question that you feel you don't have the answer to, but you still feel it's worth asking because it's food for thought, something that may stimulate us to think something meaningful. Yolanda, in any case, whatever you say, whether it is a fact, whether it is some form of speculation or a question, you have to tell us why you think it is important that you say the statement. Now, I'm sorry, Yolanda, for putting you on the spot. Obviously, if you don't want to say anything, it's fine, but that was the initial purpose of today's show. Is there anything you're stirred to say at this juncture?
There's a lot to think about.
Well, if you want to think about it, feel free to let it stew in your mind, and I can go to Kenny to see what he's got to say, and we can come back to you, Yolanda. It's up to you.
Yes, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, Kenny, go ahead, mate. You've already given your fact, speculation, or a question. Kenny, you've come back to say something. Please, 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 don't attack Gracie. He's come and gone. We'll leave that in the past for now. What do you want to talk about, Kenny?
I just wanted to commend Frank for how he dealt with that, and yeah,
That's fine.
Gracie Guru is a difficult character. He can be he has this syndrome where he pretends to be different characters. So he calls himself Carl, and then he says that Gracie Guru is a different person from Carl. It's like some sort of dissociative personality disorder that he has. And
See, I'm not gonna judge on that. It was just my personal observation. Did not mean to throw out an objectivity into the world. It was just my personal observation. And I essentially just called it out because it was.
Well, that was also, but that was also my personal observation and many other people's personal observations on here. And this has been happening for months on end now. You're just new to this place, but you will learn the more you speak to Gracie Guru. You'll see how difficult it is and how he vents. And he uses this place as like a little therapy session, same as Chickpea. And you'll see how difficult she is.
Right. I want to ask. I think this is worth. This is a question that has been asked. It's a
DNW. I will say one thing. I will say one thing before I go. We are not trained therapists on this show.
No, I did say that. Yeah.
But you're always bringing on Chickpea, and she's always venting and being nasty to people.
But she's doing good now.
Not only on here, but also in the comments as well. She was doing it yesterday with Ricardo. Yeah,
I didn't see that. Ricardo Ricardo didn't message me. He didn't tell me about it.
So Kenny, I guess what you're saying.
I think she was having a bit of fun.
So I guess what you're saying
Frank, all I'm saying to you, mate, is that you're the new guy here, but you will learn. Your eyes will open the more often you come on here. You will see who the crazy people are.
Oh, trust me,
for yourself. All right. Anyway, I'm going to go. Have a good night.
We love Chickpea. Thank you, Kenny. Dominic asks an interesting question. It's obviously a question, so we don't have to ask whether it's a fact or speculation. They don't know the answer to this, but they are asking it for us to have a think about. And that is, what do you think happens to us after death? We'll go to you, Frank, and then we'll go around to OE. I think I've heard OE talk about this before, and Yolanda. Go ahead, Frank. Any thoughts on that one?
I figured out a really simple solution, a really comforting one for me as well. Instead of believing in a religion, I believe for myself that if something happens, it could be any time, of course, is that I would live on, that I wouldn't have a care in the world. That for example, I would have died 5 minutes ago and I wouldn't have noticed the difference. And that is really consoling for me. So that is essentially my coping mechanism.
I've got a good question. Since we all converse on these panels frequently, how do we deal with unresolved trauma and emotional wounds?
We'll come back to that. Right? we'll come back to that. Sorry, I just want to deal with this question for the sake of Dominic, who asked it. OE, are you there? Sorry, I was muted. I was asking OE if he wants to comment on that question. What do you think happens after death? I know that he's commented on it before, but just for the benefit of newcomers, people who haven't heard him speak before, if he's there, if he wants to say something.
Yeah, brother. I'm here. I don't have anything really fun to say about something like that, because the truth is nobody knows. In my opinion, I know there's a lot of speculation from people about reincarnation and afterlife and whatever, and that's fine for them. I think those are coping mechanisms. Personally, that doesn't mean that I think there is possibly nothing that happens, but I don't think there's any way we have access to that. So I know there is something called the conservation of information. So there's certainly, I also know that there's the quantum tunneling. There's a lot of different things we can look at in both the realm of physics and psychology to make a lot of guesses. But I think the most comforting thing to know is that you've lived your life the best life you could, and you've done the best you could, and so you die in peace. And that's what I'd recommend people do.
Okay, thank you for that, OE. Yolanda, did you want to have a go at that question? And what do you think happens to us after death?
I tend to agree with OE. You just have to be at a place in your life where in the moment, are you living the best that you can of yourself? Like none of us really knows. I've been really fascinated with near-death experiences and listening to those stories. And they have a lot in common is that they're looking back on their lives and how they treated others. And even sometimes being in that other person that they treated badly and being in that person and their feelings in that moment. So I guess really paying close attention to how you also treat others.
Okay, thank you, Yolanda. Chickpea, you've come back. Do you want to comment on that question? What do you think happens to us after death?
Well, you know what I believe. I believe when we die, we go through there's a checkpoint waiting for us upon our death, and we go through it, meet up with the archons, and the whole nonsense, if you don't get away, starts all over again.
So, guys, Chickpea has recounted how she believes that when she dies, she's going to go to some kind of I don't know what you'd call it, but a waiting room where she's going to be met with all manner of apparitions trying to seduce her to come back. Some of those she fears will look like one of her beloved cats, and she also believes she may well see an apparition of David Bowie, and David Bowie may beckon her to go back to Earth, and she's deeply worried about that possibility.
That's not true at all, Guts. I'm worried in case the cats might be there, but David Bowie, yes, that would be a problem, wouldn't it, if David Bowie was there?
Okay.
No, I tell you, Grumps, at night when I can't get to sleep, I actually practice going into the dark. I actually practice it.
Yeah.
For it. Yeah, I believe
Chickpea
it.
is one of these people that if she sees a white light, she's going to turn around and look the other way. Am I right, Chickpea?
Yes.
You're not going to walk towards the white light.
No, I'm not going to walk towards white light. No.
Okay, Yolanda, the time is now. Do you want to ask that question that you asked earlier, or make the statement, whether it's fact, speculation, or question? Go ahead.
Just if any of you guys had any good advice on how to deal with trauma and emotional regulation up until this point in your life.
Well, I think that's a very wide question, Yolanda. I mean, there are different kinds of trauma, aren't there? Do you want to be a bit more specific? I mean, is it trauma?
BMW, do you mind if I weigh? Do you mind if I weigh in on that? That's a great question. I think. Yeah, no, sister. I think we've all dealt with some trauma of some type, and no one's trauma is more significant than anyone else's because I believe that all of our experiences are going to be unique to each individual. The thing that helped me get over my quote-unquote trauma was learning how to properly compartmentalize and deal with responsibility and accountability. So what I was doing in the past was I was blaming myself for things that weren't my fault, things that other people who should have been taking care of me as a child were not taking care of me. They were being abusive and harmful, and I was holding some accountability for that when I didn't have to do that. And then on the other side of that coin, I was not taking responsibility for the things that I did have control of, especially as I got older, started making bad choices. When I corrected that and flipped that around to where I started being accountable for my own choices and releasing the guilt that I was carrying for things that were outside of my control, the trauma became much more manageable. You can actually face it and deal with it and compartmentalize it the right way so that you can address each point specifically, because you release yourself of so much unnecessary fear and anxiety from facing it because you're facing the right things, right?
Thank you so much, Oli. That was beautifully said. Yolanda, did that chime with you?
That is exactly, that was wonderful because that's where I'm at in life. Everything that objective ethics just described is what I've had to go through the hard way, and I think all of us do. And so I find it difficult when I join the panels and I can see the different stages of that and how difficult it is to try to communicate that to a person that is clearly going through something in their life and projecting it on to the people that are joining the panel, and doing my best to not add to the situation, but also having them have some type of accountability for their behavior. So that was wonderful. Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you for that. In fact, I found myself recently just asking the question: Is this really my fault? You know, when someone was acting up and upsetting me, and is that something you do, OE? That question you just ask yourself: Is this really my fault? You talked about accountability. I did find that asking that question was really beneficial. We have to be mindful of really analyzing whether something is our own fault, and if it's not, don't carry it in your heart, you know, because you know it isn't your fault essentially, and you can't do it. It's not necessarily something you can do anything about. You can only control yourself and what you do rather than what other people do or what other people cause to happen.
Yes, you can't. That's why I kind of
Control
have
your
issues.
reactions. Sorry.
Yes, that's why I tend to, at this stage of life, question others that feel like they are in a position of fixing others, because we're ultimately responsible for ourselves.
No, I disagree with you, Yolanda, totally.
Oh, sure. Tell me why.
No, I'm a great believer. I've had a lot of group therapy and some private therapy, loads. I've been quite lucky in that respect. And I think group therapy is one of the best things you can have. And also, yes, because you can spit it all out and there's somebody there to listen to you. You can swap stories. And no, I've had psychiatric treatment and treatment from psychiatrists. And no, if I hadn't have had those guys look after me, I wouldn't have survived it.
Well, I agree.
I understand what you're saying, Chippy, but like the Chippy, you can't control whether someone empathizes with you or understands you. Even though you benefited from group therapy, you have to admit that when you go to that, it's not within your control. You can try to the best of your ability to communicate something.
You don't need their empathy.
But it's not. You don't need their
out.
empathy.
But Grumps, spitting it out just helps. You know, like I do on your channel. Sometimes just lash out and spit some venom at somebody.
Yes, but it's still ultimately up to ourselves to fix the problem. It's great to have these conversations and get it out, but it's still ultimately our responsibility.
Well,
that's what I'd say.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Now, I must admit, mine, letting it all out and just telling somebody, you know, in live group therapy, whatever, having a nice chat to a psychiatrist, no, it's helped enormously. And I'm very grateful to those guys that listen to me, because I
also think that a healthy aspect of that too is that letting go of somebody else's problems are not yours. So being
helping you swap problems. No, you listen to somebody else's problems. They tell you your problem. You tell them theirs.
Yeah. I think Sophia hit the nail on the head here, guys. She says it also depends on the level of abuse or trauma that someone has endured. Now, that is certainly true. I know that sometimes you can be so fucked up. I mean, I've been there when I was younger. You can be so fucked up, so traumatized that no matter what anyone says to you, it's not going to go in. It's not going to go into your head. But, you know, that doesn't mean we shouldn't give up on people, because the hope is that with continued effort, they will eventually hear the wisdom of your words, and they will hear that you care. And some of the advice will go into their head. And it's also important to show that you love people, I suppose, so that their negative reactions to life are not compounded by I suppose, emotional neglect, or harsh treatment from others.
Yes,
it's very difficult. That's on one thing that I think. Oh, I'm sorry. Can I touch on one thing that I think is really important, though? Because I think that what Chickpea is pointing out here, and I think it's really significant, because I was forced by the law, because of some of the crimes that I had committed when I was younger, to go to different types of classes and stuff like that. And I was an unwilling participant. And so it really didn't benefit me at all. Whereas other people who were attending these classes swear that those classes help them save their life and turn their life around. And the reason is, I analogize it to an exercise routine or a proper diet, as opposed to like a type of medicine. A doctor can give an unwilling patient medicine, and the medicine will potentially still work. But if you ascribe an exercise routine or a diet to somebody who's not willing to participate, it won't do anything. So the therapy, a lot of time, the effectiveness is so relative to the actual willingness of the participant, because that determines so much to it. So like if Chickpea was accepting the environment and optimistic about the potential help, and was participating honestly and making herself vulnerable, which is another thing that a lot of people don't do when they go to these, especially group therapy. They're afraid to make themselves vulnerable in front of others. They're probably not going to receive as much benefit. You know, it would be what I would say.
I tell you, objectives it helped well. Yeah, I was quite happy to go for therapy. I really enjoyed it. And in the olden days, you went for group therapy. You were allowed to have a cigarette while you sat and moaned.
Thank you.
Thank
you,
you,
guys. I want to address this head on. What do you think of this statement by Kenny? He says the rest of us shouldn't be subjected to a traumatized, unsolicited venting if we're not trained and consenting therapists. I would say, you know, that's life. I mean, I would say, you know, being human is hard, and we are, you know, when you're in connection to other humans,
doesn't do too badly in self-venting, I've noticed.
Part of the journey of being human is how to deal with the trauma around you as well as within you. I don't know, guys. What do you think of what Kenny's just said?
He himself vents, I've noticed, and he does.
What do you think, guys?
Yeah, once again, Chickpea is hitting the nail right on the head. Chickpea is absolutely right. Kenny has apparently no awareness of what he's subjecting other people to, that he might be traumatizing them to when he carries his flag around and plays his stupid music out in the park, and when he comes on panels. He's engaging in a public forum. He is subject to whatever the public deems is appropriate, and if Kenny doesn't like it, he should go back to hang out in his mom's basement where he belongs.
Wow, that triggered an entire event of reactions from you. What is that about? So you didn't obviously like what Kenny had to say, because Kenny doesn't like. I get. So let's
comes out some pretty insulting stuff sometimes.
Yeah, but let's present the fact that Kenny is different in life. That, you know, he doesn't have all these issues, and he doesn't want people to whine all the time. I mean, it's pretty depressing to hear people talk about their traumas all the time.
Why?
Because it's pretty depressing.
But I'm right. I don't mind to hear. But you know what? I find his aggression very difficult to deal with. I can cope with listening about.
Nice to see you, Jack. Hopefully, Jack can hop on. Lovely to see you, Jack.
As I was saying, no, I can listen to people's problems for hours on end, but it's their ill-mannered aggression that I can't deal with. And I'd far rather listen to someone talking about whatever and get.
So you find him intimidating.
What? Aggression.
So you find Kenny intimidating.
Well, I find aggressive men intimidating because I'm an 8-stone female, okay? If a man gets aggressive with me, I get scared, because at the end of the day, I'm only an 8-stone female. It's as simple as that.
I get it, but you're in an open panel. You can encounter all sorts of people.
Guys, I take a different view to Kenny. I think, you know, if we're going to be adults, we have to live in the real world, and we are surrounded by trauma. And I feel that it's just something we have to deal with, accept. And like, if we're going to do the humane thing, it is trying to, you know, stop the trauma, you know, and we're not going to stop trauma by silencing people, making them feel bad for speaking about it. We're going to give them space, allow them to speak about it, so that we can work out what the fuck is going on. Why are people so traumatized, and go from there.
But Frank, like I was saying, I can do. People can moan to me to their heart's content. I don't mind. They could tell me all their stories of horrible things that have happened to them. I can deal with all that because, well,
because you're in that situation yourself.
But
and I get it. You can accept people being as miserable as you. That is how trauma works. You just said it with food therapy. People vent with each other.
People can moan at me to their hearts. I don't
exactly.
To listen.
And but that is why you have a different worldview. And that is why you have a different worldview, because just as you said in the beginning of the podcast, you feel miserable, and listening to other people that miserability, that kind of is a good sign for you.
It resonates.
It resonates exactly.
Yes, it resonates. So they benefit from it. They do.
Yeah, but you know, not everybody sees the world like that.
You see, the funny thing is, guys, people are saying Chickpea is an empath, despite how she's been painted as this person. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm always listening.
She cares about other people. She cares about sentient beings. And it's interesting that, you know, her caring so much causes a traumatic response in her that is actually, annoying to others or distasteful to others.
No,
And
don't be
yeah,
daft. I don't get
I don't
traumatized.
mind though.
Scrums.
I don't
get
mind it
traumatized
either.
by it. I don't get traumatized by it. If people tell me horror stories, I don't feel traumatized. I just listen and give them my sympathy and understanding. I don't feel traumatized.
Kenny, I don't think this is the case. Kenny says you hate it when people are happier than you. I've never heard her once be bitter about other people's happiness. Never
No,
once.
he's saying it too direct. I get what he's saying, but he's saying it too direct.
People are happier than me. That's a nonsense.
No, I've never heard that. I've never
noticed
seen
it
anything
else.
like that from Chickpea.
I've never done that. And when I say I'm a miserable bag, I'm not actually, because, someone has depressants. Cool, I admit it.
No, but for example, when we started this podcast, right? It was me, you, and D&W, right? You already started off really dark. While D&W was just presenting an entire concept of making it fun. You directly made that concept not fun.
We come in for serious discussions. It's not fun.
But D&W presented the way that he wanted to present his show.
You're simping D&W. Oh wow!
Apparently, I'm simping for you, Chickpea. Guilty as charged. I'm Chickpea's simping servant. But no, I mean, look. I'm just trying to be a realist, Kenny. I'm not simping for Chickpea. I'm just trying to zoom out and have a wider appreciation of what's going on. At the end of the day, this is an open panel. It's an open panel.
Yeah, it is.
Look, you can come on here and say whatever you like. Kenny, you've come on here and talked about things other people find distasteful. It is what it is. It is what it is. I always knew this was going to happen. People are going to come on here and say things that upset others. That is literally what happens when you get many humans together talking. And the main point of this is not to abandon that, but to look at it and see what we can learn from disagreement. Can we find some commonality that benefits us despite our disagreements, despite our subjective outlooks that are not in complete alignment? Sorry.
I really appreciate that you just said that, because that's where we tend to find difficulty, is when we don't agree with one another. And then that's when it spirals into all these different directions. We can have empathy for one another and accept each other for who we are, but then it's the accountability. So if you're being obnoxious, disrespectful, or, people don't want to hear somebody be negative, then the redirect is what we need. But it has everything to do with accountability, just like OE said earlier in the conversation.
But he's a nasty little ill-mannered man. You know what? He's so useless. He hasn't even passed his driving test yet. 45 years old.
No, you don't know that's true.
No, he has not. He was only wimping. I passed my theory test today. 45
Well, maybe he reapplied. Maybe his license. It does happen.
Yeah.
Crying out loud. I mean, he told us a story, Chickpea. He told us a story when he was 15. He stole his uncle's car. The man knows how to drive, for crying out loud.
It's going to be a bumpy ride, though.
He started it, not me, because I was sitting here quiet.
Anyway, Yolanda, can you save us? Yolanda, have you got a question or speculation or a fact? Maybe
if he liked me, I'd be very worried about myself. Very worried.
Thank you, Chickpea. Yolanda, have you had an opportunity to? I know amongst all this combative conversation, maybe it's been difficult, but have you got an inkling as to what you want to say in relation to a fact, a speculation, or a question that we should be thinking about?
No, I was just interested in what you guys already all just addressed, which was the issue on how we deal with the conversation of trauma. Because I don't have anything right now, any fact that I want to share with anybody. I'm just okay with being in the present moment.
That's good. That's fine. The power now, as
yes, just being in the power of now. Great.
Eckhart Tolle would have said.
Well said.
And what's his name? Ram Dass. Be here now. All these guys talking about the now. Yolanda, is that something you present? Is that something you practice? Sorry, being in the present and forgetting about the past or the future, not letting them affect you too much. Is this something that you practice?
I have to practice it for myself now in my life because I've spent too many years of my life stuck in the past and being a prisoner of my own mind. So, that's interesting coming from Jack. Conversations with people who care can help past traumas lose their power and their importance. And
I agree with
coming, yes, but it also is also beneficial when those who care about you let you know that you're being stuck and can help you get your tire that's stuck in the mud and push yourself out of that spot
They
and that
pull you
position.
out. They pull you out, Yolanda. If somebody listens to you and just helps you get it all out of your system, they are pulling you out. I do know I'm talking about because I've been in therapy, pretty heavy duty therapy. I admit it. And I have been quite a lot.
DNW, I've got a
Sophia's-
fact to share with the audience here around the topic of the show. You were asking about facts. I've got a fact for people.
Go ahead, Oe.
So because morality is objective, it is a true fact that if 10 people agreed to cooperate, among those 10 people, there would be no war, there would be no stealing, there'd be no coercion, no abuse, because they've agreed to cooperate. If 100 people agreed to cooperate, it's a true fact that among those 100 people, there would be no stealing, no war, no coercion, no SA. If everyone on the globe decided to cooperate, while it would be difficult to make that happen, it is in fact a true fact that there would be no global wars, no global hunger, no global theft, and none of that stuff because of the axiomatic principle of cooperation holds. If every moral agent in the universe agreed to cooperate, then there would be no such thing as war, no such thing as hunger, no such thing as abuse, so on and so forth. Those are some facts.
Well, you can already do that, and that is in a due process system.
But humans are designed. It's all dog eat dog on this world.
I mean, no, theoretically, it's true, Oe, what Oe is saying. But what will we do, Oe, if there are people not so cooperative and who have power, more power, and they're, in some way, their actions are maligned, they're against others. We do live in a world what some people term evil exists. We live in a world where yeah. But theoretically, it is true. What you say is true.
It is true. The logic,
theory.
the principle holds. Because we know that the logic holds, then we have to figure out how can we implement this effectively. The only way to implement that and still hold true to the axiomatic principle of cooperation is to try to use motivations that are healthy and ethical, right? So to help the people, the contrarians, understand that I'm actually living my best life by making sure they have everything they need, so they don't have to come take anything from me. And if we can help them to understand using education and inspiration, emotional motivation, that's the best way to do it, as opposed to meeting force with force. Try to be the change you want to see the world make.
Can you give us an example of somebody within the panelverse that exhibits what you just described?
Me? Duh. Not kidding.
I don't know you very well, Frank. That doesn't tell me anything.
That was for you, brother.
I don't know what you mean in the panelverse, to be honest with you. I'm sorry, Chippy.
Within the panels.
I said I'd never, ever team up with the dairy fairies, so I will be outside whatever's going on.
The only human being that I've seen exhibit this type of behavior consistently would be someone like probably my late father or my wife. My grandfather, one of my grandfathers, technically not blood related, but I consider them, of all the families I've had, I consider them to be my true family. I mean, there are some individuals that I've met. There are other individuals that we've heard about historically, like the Buddha, perhaps would be a great example. Gandhi would be a great example. The Jesus of Nazareth stories can be built around that. I mean, Dr. Martin Luther King. I can think of some examples historically, but unfortunately, I can't point at myself as much as I'd like to, because I know that my ego gets the better of me, my temper gets the better of me at times. But it's something that we should be striving for, because I think it is the only righteous goal that we can have.
Well, I think those are some really good examples, and truthfully, we can all use leaders as examples. But I think for myself, I've learned that those that I love and care about and interact with the most I would benefit from their examples more than I would from a spiritual. I can look at a spiritual book for guidance, but it's the people I'm directly interacted with that would give me those examples. So, but I was just curious. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Wouldn't you be more curious on how they made that deduction?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Would you not be more interested in knowing how they made that deduction? Because you can read a book, but that book is written by somebody else. So wouldn't you wonder, and don't you think you have the capacity to essentially be the author of that book? And that might be in a different sense, but don't you think that everybody would be capable to treat their own traumas and not somebody else? Because I can tell you, I work with a lot of people with traumas, is that traumas never get fixed. And it doesn't matter if it's psychological, if it's physical, traumas never get fixed. Because
No, I disagree with you there, Frank. I disagree.
you can disagree with me. That's fine.
Yeah,
but
I disagree with you.
can I please, without interrupting, can I tell the entire line?
Mhm.
So for example, when you're hurt at a certain age, when you, for example, are 8, you never turn 8 again. And that is the entire concept of trauma. Whether you're a prepubescent, a baby, or further on, or a teenager, or a young adult, you never get that moment in time again when something happened to you. And it can happen over and over again, but you can't restore the past. So how I treated my clients with those traumas is how they can function best with it. And that is the distinction. Because Chippy, perfect example with you. You said that you have been depressed your entire life. I've been medicated
my
your entire
depression
life.
is chemical.
Yeah,
my
but still.
depression is chemical.
Yeah, it's chemical. Fine. Like I said, doesn't matter what kind of trauma you have. Still, you need to live with it. And you're a lovely lady that is 72 years old now with 9 or 8 cats. You still function. So you learned. You're exactly proving my point. You learned how to live with that trauma.
Now, I'll be quite honest with you. I had terrible problems with my mother, and when I went to see a hypnotherapist, he released my hatred for her. And I told the psychiatrist, I want to murder my mother.
But,
and I actually said,
no. Listen, would you
let
agree
me
with?
finish.
No, would you agree with the premise?
Let me finish, okay? I said this. So I was under an unofficial section. I spent 8 months in hospital having therapy, but I'm now 72. I have forgiven her, and I've let it go. I have forgiven, because I believe in Gnosticism, so I need to get rid of all my attachments, and I have forgiven her. And I actually, a few times now, I have cried because she's dead. And it's only in the past couple of years I've actually cried for effort in my life. So I've let that trauma go because I have forgiven her, and I feel very sad that she's dead, because she was still my mother. She was a self-traumatized shit childhood. She was. No, I've let it go, I promise you.
That is exactly my point. You learned
years.
how to handle it.
It's taken 60 years, yes.
So would you agree with the premise, what I just stated?
Well, I've let it go. No, the trauma's gone. I promise you, it's gone. It's taken 60 years, but it's gone. I've let it go. I've forgiven her, and I did love her, but it's all too late.
That's good.
No, I promise you, I've done it. I did it on this silly thing, coming here, talking about it to everybody on this thing. No, seriously.
I still stand by it ultimately being our responsibility.
Because it is.
Right. It's ultimately our responsibility to figure out what's been holding ourselves back. And what a beautiful revelation is when we realize how simple it is once we release it and we let it go, and how frustrating it is when we figure out that it was always ourselves that was holding ourselves back, and it could have been fixed. The hard part is trying to figure out how to fix it.
Exactly. The most simplest way is to say, when you're traumatized, is that you simply don't give a fuck anymore. But yeah, you have a lot of fucks to give. And that is the entire point. It is hard.
That is hard. I haven't got what it takes to do that. See, I haven't got what it takes. I have to have someone listen to me over and over again until I'm sick to death of talking about it. Then I let go. Yeah.
can I offer one more fact that might be relative to this trauma that we're talking about? Because generally speaking, trauma is something that's imposed upon us by another agent. I think it's really important to have a more functional understanding of the role that forgiveness plays in life. So many people, it seems like, feel like forgiveness is something that we do for other people, but it's actually not. It's something that you do for yourself. So when I forgive somebody else for something they've done to me, all I'm doing is releasing myself of that negative energy.
Yeah.
And it's a really important distinction.
Well, let me correct that. Not all trauma is corrected on themselves. It does have external factors, but it's not always intentional. A mother can be really protective of a child, and a child can perceive it as being either neglected or displaced. So it's not always self-inflicted.
I didn't say anything about self-infliction. In fact, I said trauma is generally something that is imposed upon us by another agent.
Yeah, by another agent, and that is what I mean, is that it's not always done on purpose. So I think that distinction is really important.
I didn't say anything about intentional. I didn't say, I don't believe in free will, so I don't think
I'm
anything.
not criticizing you. I'm not criticizing you.
I'm just I thought you were trying to clarify. But yeah.
No, I'm just
gotcha.
making the adaptation.
Gotcha. Okay, my bad.
Not everything that I say, folks, is criticism, just so you know.
But I tell you, Frank, I'm very grateful to those psychiatrists who looked after me when I was in the hospital. And
Chickpea, you made your point really clear. Thank you for explaining it again. I get the point now. You don't have to.
Yeah,
Thank you, Lolly. Lolly's given me 10 jewels. I still don't know what that means, but thank you very much. I think it's about 10p. Every penny counts. I appreciate it very much. I'll put that in my back pocket, and it will go towards building the doomsday bunker that I hope to be able to provide shelter for us all in one day.
And Frank, I tell you this much. I loved my psychiatrist. I really loved him.
I get it, Chickpea.
I did.
Jack Talcott is here, guys. Welcome, Jack. Great to have you here, brother. How you doing? Jack, I don't know if you came on to say something related to what the guys have been talking about, or if you've come on to say a fact, something you can back up with evidence, or something that's speculation. Maybe you can tell us whether it's warm or cold speculation, or maybe a question. Anyway, whatever you say, tell us why you're saying it and why it matters. Go ahead.
What I want to start with is gratitude. Thank you to all of you. I've been doing my thing and tuned in for a while, and I've really appreciated the conversations. Trauma and communicating and getting along. And right before I joined Objective Ethics, man, he's talking about solution for the world problems. And it's the solution for the panel problems. Cooperation. It's been lost, it seems. But I also came up because Yolanda seemed she had some questions for me, and I'm happy to try and find some sort of resolve. It seemed we left with some bitterness the last time we spoke.
I'm willing to have the conversation if DNW is okay with us going in that direction. I
always welcome efforts towards reconciliation. Always.
Go ahead, Jack.
Well, I saw Kenny join too. I didn't want to be rude, but
go ahead, Jack. I'm happy to wait.
Thank you, brother. It's good to see you too, by the way. The question Yolanda posed to me, it was, I don't know if it was in response to what I said about care requires more understanding than advice. I mean, our panels do offer a little bit of both on top of more than that, but And then the question for me, then, why do you have the habit of referencing the past when you're frustrated, Jack? Oh, maybe that was in reference to we only get to feel life now.
Yes.
Well, because admittedly, an honest answer is my frustration in the present moment is reflective of the past experiences that are carried within me. I mean, just like anybody else. I'm not claiming perfection.
Cougar du måste komma.
Jack, remember when I first interviewed you?
She's looking lovely and radiant. Come on. She's a beautiful woman. Thank you, Yolanda. Go ahead, Frank.
So me and Jack knew each other. I interviewed him really early on in his podcasting career. And I saw him growing, and he grew pretty big. And there were a lot of people that he needed to fight off. And it got sometimes under his skin. And I wonder if that sense of, let me rephrase it. Like, what did you learn from that, from the big growth?
I've been learning a lot more patience and I guess acceptance. Those two go together. Surrender and acceptance leads to the forgiveness. And but it hasn't changed my situation nor the reality of what I'm trying to achieve.
I don't know your current situation.
Still pretty much where you interviewed me. You got this idea that if people cooperated, we could end wars, begin reforms, and the world of the future could have a completely different energy of peace.
Well, I'll be honest with what you just said. I didn't experience peace from you the last couple of weeks, Jack, because I wasn't willing to see it's happening right now already.
Sorry. Thank you, Emily. Appreciate that. Sorry, guys. I have to say thank you when someone throws jewels at me. Go ahead.
Because I wasn't willing to cooperate with you the way you wanted me to. And you were exhibiting some behavior towards me that was the opposite of what you tried to encourage us to do. And I've been finding a lot of hypocrisy in that. So that's why I had said I find it hypocritical.
So Jack,
Jack,
nothing has changed then?
Yeah, I still get accused of being a hypocrite, and I still get challenged and told I'm not good enough. And Yolanda, please, while I know you went on and continued spreading publicly your views against me, and I hope you felt better. I do. I really hope you got it out of you and you felt so much better. Okay? Because please hear me clearly. I'm sorry. We were 3 hours into a live stream at that last moment. I mentioned that to you. And the 3 hours for me actually hadn't been a real joy. I mean, it had some good points and other stuff, but you know, my efforts had been failing so far, Yolanda, so I was ready to throw in the towel. I'm sorry I wasn't gracious enough with what you brought. Genuinely. I'm sorry I wasn't gracious enough with what you brought.
Jack, do you think that the overwhelming, and I believe this for a long time, because last time that I was in your podcast, you seemed to be angry at me for, I don't know what reason. While I had all the respect for you that I could, and I still have. But do you think that all this attention that you had, all these obligations that you had, do you think it got you into a situation where pressure became more demanding?
The reality is all the pressure I experienced was my own creation, just like everyone else's is. So this is what I've been learning. And Frank, you're one of the many that I was probably unfair with. Like Yolanda felt I was unfair with her. I mean, there's a long list of people that I could have treated better. Admittedly, it was my frustration for not feeling heard, not actually being seen for the efforts of what I'm really trying to do. I mean, despite my lack of income, lack of family, lack of support, lack of friends, I'm continuing every day, sharing positivity and love and talking about God and talking about changing the world, making a better place for all of us.
But your space doesn't feel like a better place to be when people don't agree with you or maybe not see eye to eye.
Tomorrow's going to change. Tomorrow I finally have an invited guest again. One who thinks like me for sure. Okay. Part of what I deal with is who shows up. I try not to be the guy who, shuts the door on everybody, because I've experienced that quite a bit myself. So, and I realize everyone on here, especially online, we're all humans. We're all trying to figure it out. We're all trying to find some sort of community, some sort of answers.
But can you see how someone like myself would have difficulty with wanting to continue to have conversations with you when you backstage mute and make examples out of us like we're children? And when we speak about those times in our lives when we were frustrated as children and we couldn't speak out, I really thought about that afterwards, after I had done my stream and did the rebuttal with how I felt about what I had gone through with you. I don't know so much that I could say that I felt better as much as it felt good to get it off of my chest, but it didn't make me feel better. But I just thought to myself, what is it about Jack that I felt like I needed to even do that? And then I figured it out. All the times you talk about alcoholism and addiction, that's been something that's been a thorn in my side my whole entire life up until now, dealing with that type of behavior towards me. And I felt like I was experiencing it all over again. And that's exactly what the addicts in my life do, is if they had an opportunity to mute me and throw me out of their home or off of a stage, they do that to me too, because they've done it many times before. And I don't understand that coming from a man of peace and understanding. But granted, you described that you were having, that you were frustrated with what was going on with your stream up until that point, which I also recognized that day. And when I said, I understand that there's some frustration going on, and you got very defensive with me when I brought it up, but clearly I could see that that's what was happening.
Yeah. And so I will still continue again tomorrow as a man who claims to be devoted to God, a man who is devoted to this idea that wars can end.
Do you mind if I get in quickly, guys, before I go? Yeah, I'd just like to say, Frank, you have a lot of material on this show, on this panel. And I'd like to ask you if you've ever heard of the communal and covert narcissist, the cult leader dynamic.
Jack knows that because I called Jack out for being one.
Oh, right. So you and I are in agreement then. That's good. I never knew you were aware of Jack, the cult leader, before. He actually thinks he's going to meet Donald Trump and change him. And I said to Jack, listen, if you try and tell Donald Trump all that, all Donald Trump's going to say is peace through strength.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be Donald Trump. It could be the next guy or someone else.
Be the next guy. Yeah.
Do you know
Jack, Jack, do you remember why I called you that?
Specifically, no, I don't. I'm sure there was a reason. Please go ahead.
Because in every cult system, they get a huge ass following, and people started to believe in mass in them, and then this ideology comes from already an existing religion, and that is what I sensed with you. I don't believe that you are essentially a bad man. I really don't. But the situation that you were also in 1.5 years ago. That's when I interviewed you. And the existing problems that I am hearing is what I heard a half year ago, 3/4 of a year ago, and exactly now. So nothing has changed. So you're preaching your sense of peace, your sense of wanting to expand or wanting to solve every problem in the world is non-existent. You do it for a material reason. That is what I believe.
So I'm curious. You admitted it had been 1.5 years apart. You've listened to just a little bit. I haven't been here even an hour, but you're convinced that nothing has changed. And I see the nodding in agreement from Yolanda and Kenny. Holy shit. Praise God indeed. Praise
Yolanda,
God.
I'd like to, Yolanda, you're invited
Can I just say one thing, guys?
Hold on. Yolanda, you're invited to London, darling, and I'll buy you a lovely cup of tea and cook for you. And yeah, I think you and I would have a lovely time together.
Thank you. I love London. If I could live in England, I would in a heartbeat. It's great over there.
Okay.
I really enjoy it.
Well, I tell you what, Kenny has a nice pad. You might be in luck.
Of Airbnb.
Yeah.
What a panelist on here was a guest in before, you know.
That's
Gilbert.
right. That was really cool. Nice guy. Guys, I want to say something, guys. And I think you're being a bit harsh to Jack, and I'll tell you why. If he is this bad, why does he allow such, let's be honest, combative opposition on his channel? He's not exactly trying to shut people down and sing only his hymns.
That's not my experience, DNW. What you just described is actually what I've gone through with Jack.
Yolanda, let me finish, right?
I'm no banned for Jack.
As far as I'm concerned, right? I've looked at Jack and I thought similar when I saw him. I'm being honest. I told Jack that, when I saw him. But you see, Jack has his view. He has his view. He has his thoughts and his opinion. Jack isn't like 20 years old. This is a man who's lived his life. He's got wisdom that he's garnered from his experiences, and he's formed a worldview, and he's decided what he thinks is the right path for himself and others. Isn't it okay for him to argue his thoughts in the public square? I mean, isn't it okay that he stands by what he believes in? And so why is there this need for him to kowtow to others who don't agree with him? It's his channel. He has his views. He has his opinions.
It's not.
I'm just saying, Yolanda. I don't see. I think sometimes people are a little bit harsh to Jack. Look.
Yes.
I've never been harsh to him.
Of course, he's allowed. But
I would just.
I feel that the issue is that he preys on vulnerable people, though, and he scolds them in a way that he's like punishing them, like getting them to sit on the naughty step. He does that by putting them backstage, and then goes into character assassination mode. And the way he uses language to construct this them versus us dynamic, and he even has his flying monkeys in the live chat, like Trexty being the biggest one. You know, it's quite sinister if you scratch beneath the surface. Now, I say to Jack, I don't believe he's an evil man. I think his heart's in the right place. I think what's happened is he's inadvertently become a victim of his own self-delusion.
Bingo.
And he's manifesting the archetype of the communal narcissistic cult leader.
Or
That's what's
EA
going
Jim
on.
Jones.
I think this is a brutal character assassination that isn't warranted.
DNW, may I just say this?
I've done my research, and I
I've
think it is
had this
warranted.
conversations with Jack for over 3 years. You've been around for 6 months.
That's
or
fair
so.
enough.
It's
That's
not
fair enough.
funny, Jack. It's not funny. This is serious. This is someone that has generally cared for you, had conversations with you, and anytime I say something that you don't like, that's how you treat me and you treat others. I'm not the only one, and I'm not a
Okay.
victim. I'm just
Yolanda.
standing up to it and saying that, like, if you can't say that you're a man of peace, you want reconciliation, all of these things, and then as soon as somebody gives you any kind of pushback, you see?
Yolanda, what
I
Yolanda,
experienced.
what was can I, look, sorry, Yolanda. I'm a little bit of a slow learner, but I'll get there eventually. What exactly is your main gripe with Jack here? What did he do to upset you? And that's what I want to hear exactly.
I think he's a hypocrite.
Aren't we all to some degree, Yolanda? I mean, what is
DNW,
we're all
can I read
guilty
out
of.
my
We're not
findings
all
on Jack?
trying to claim. We're not all trying to save the world. We're not all claiming to have a cause that we're fighting for. We're not asking people to help us with their cause and to follow us.
Why not?
Because you're doing exactly now the same thing that you always do. And you laugh it away.
DNW, can I read
That is
my
exactly the
findings on this?
narcissism that Kenny
Yeah,
was
one
talking
second,
about.
Kenny, brother, please. 1 second, buddy. I'll let you go, Kenny.
Sorry.
Don't worry.
Well, thank you. What I'm laughing at is, once again, God has me in this situation, listening to these experts talk about me. This is what.
There he goes. The beast has unleashed.
Hold on. Can I finish a thought without you guys arguing? But please, let me correct this. Yolanda, you just claimed some sort of
No need to lose your temper, Jack. Keep calm. Find peace and love within yourself.
Namaste.
So what I was trying to say is, and point out, thank you for reminding me to take a breath. So Yolanda, you just literally claimed some sort of authority over DNW when he was trying to speak reasonably. You made this claim of authority that you've been dealing with Jack and talking to Jack for so much more. But you know what? Come on, don't oversell yourself, please. Okay? Our relationship is not that close, nor is it as nearly as bad as you want it to sound. You either, Frank. I mean, you guys calling victim on me? Come on now.
You're doing exactly the thing. You don't understand the criticism. You get pissed off of that. You know, there's entire history books. There are entire fucking documentaries about you, about characters like you. You're doing exactly the same.
But Frank, here's something I keep trying to caution people. Please don't underestimate me. Okay? Please do not underestimate me. I speak honestly and accurately. If you disagree with my words, ask me why I'm using the words that I'm using. I try not to exaggerate either. When I say that there's been a pattern of people projecting their shit onto me, falsely accusing me for several years now, you all have played a part in this. Okay? Tonight, Frank, Kenny, Yolanda, you guys are.
I barely know these people. It's my own personal observation, Jack.
I know. But what you're doing is you're sitting on your high horse of judgment, and you're putting yourself in some sort of superiority against me. And you did this with me before, Frank. This is why it's an issue I have. I react when people do that with me because I'm getting pretty tired of it, to be honest. So I'm sorry if I come across that way sometimes, for sure. But guys, the message I'm trying to get across is if we work together today, maybe we could find a way to work towards this crazy idea of world peace and reforms and a better world for everyone. I know Yolanda liked to make fun of that, mocking me. It seems Kenny does too.
Oh no, there is no making fun. What do you mean? Be specific in my mockery of you, Jack.
The fact that I have greater goals.
When have I ever made fun of your goals?
In your live stream criticism of our experience, once I got to that part where I was actually focused on my bigger goals rather than the nonsense between Chuck and the different egos who showed up, when I got back to my passion and purpose of reminding people, guys, there's wars going on and we can do something about it, you shut it off. He said, there's that hypocrite again. You shut me down, Yolanda. I didn't shut you down until I saw that you had already closed the door on me.
Oh no, sir. You slammed that door on me twice with your invitation. It was stupid of me to come back at your invitation. That was my bad. I shouldn't have done that.
Then that's your story.
That's why I asked Jack, like, if this wave of attention that you had now made you feel somewhat superior.
Nope. Frank.
Okay, that's good.
See, when I said I'm still in the same situation, you guys didn't really consider my situation at all. Okay? My story is what it is. And I'm confident God is with me. God is with all of you. What you choose to do or what you choose to believe is between you and God. But I know what's for me. The story I've been living, guys, I've lost everything. Many of you watched me go through my eviction, right? Blaming me for my situation, blaming me for the people that were showing up, blaming me for what people said. But I didn't ask to lose my career. I didn't ask for my friends and family to ghost me. I'm sorry, you guys haven't found a way to accept me with who I am.
I'll tell you what, Jack, if you treated your family members and those that you cared about like you treated me, then I could see why they would put that boundary of there that you weren't someone that was very easy to get along with.
Hey, Yolanda, why don't you think about what you're saying?
I kind of get what Jack is saying. And, you can blame him for essentially. Yolanda, I get what you were saying, but it was kind of a cheap shot. Because I've been through that situation myself. And, people can change. And I hope people can change. And see, Jack, that's why I still have respect for you. But what I am saying, my man, be careful. And that it happens to a lot of YouTubers. Don't get ahead of yourself.
Frank, please. I haven't even broke 3,000. I am not getting to my head. The majority of a good chunk of the viewers show up to hate watch. And like Yolanda said, just mute it and gossip with the community, right?
No, what I did say is when the panel is acting obnoxious and I don't want to hear it, I'm still participating with the chat because I enjoy speaking with those chatters. So do not do that, Jack.
I heard how you said it. I heard how you said it, Yolanda.
A&W, can I read out my findings, please?
Yes, Jack.
I
presume
I
it's
can
going to be
show
about
my
Jack.
YouTube channel.
Right, he's going to show a video, Jack. It looks like it's about you. Is that okay, Jack?
It's my YouTube channel, so you won't get a copyright strike.
Make it big, Kenny.
You want to win.
We're not trying to have a debate, no? So what are we doing here then, Jack? Why have you got people on this show? Not a debate, no?
Kenny,
I thought the whole
you
point
don't
of your show was
understand?
to engage in discourse and
Well,
find out what the
Kenny-
truth of things are.
Kenny, actually, the fact that you don't understand what I'm doing here, that's becoming
Trying to
more
create an
clear.
echo chamber, Jack. You're trying to
Kenny,
get
is
everyone
that-
just to agree with you.
And what am I wanting people to agree with?
That Donald Trump's a bad, bad man and he can do no wrong.
No, you got that kind
Right.
of
No.
bit, but
I'm
I've
here
never
to
said
bring
that.
some perspective to the debate, Jack. If you just let
But,
me hear me
Benny,
out and then I can get to
It's not
Trixie.
a debate. Why do you keep calling it a debate? You're not in a debate. You're making that up in your mind. It's not
You
happening.
don't dictate the terms to me. You don't dictate
Kenny?
the terms to me, Trixie.
Kenny?
No, I'm
Least while I
explaining
talk to
because
Jack.
I'm
To your-
explaining because you misunderstand, darling. Have you ever? No, I was going to say, have you ever seen a more emotional? Wow, what's going on there? What's happening?
MAGA men are.
Does Kenny get his own way all the time at home?
I think he gets the point, guys.
Like, what's going on?
I don't know.
Yeah.
But Kenny, what I will tell you is I'm not going to put up with that. You're not going to talk to a lady here in that way. You're not superior to a woman. You may feel that way and think that way, but check yourself when you're with me, brother. All right?
Yeah.
You can do better.
Or you
Jack,
wreck yourself, fool.
Jack, you sound like
I appreciate that as well. Can I just say before he comes back and has another fit, I do appreciate that. I also think he's applying the same behavior to everybody. It's not just me. It's strange. He keeps telling you it's a debate as well. He's misunderstanding and then reacting when he's being told he's misunderstanding. Strange.
Exactly.
Kenny, in all honesty, this looks worse
and I
for you than
appreciate
it looks bad
I
for Jack,
appreciate
to be
it.
honest.
Thank you.
I think he said he plays it up a little bit, but yeah, I think he kind of comes here for that.
Thank you, Zoe. I'm going to bring Kenny back. We'll get on Kenny's good side again, and I'm sure he will share us some songs. Andy, thank you for that. And I want to make peace, but Kenny, we're not arguing, we're not debating.
And don't argue with me then.
You're
How
so
do I
complicated.
In the middle of relaying some important facts to inform the conversation between me and Zilzone regarding the number of arrests by ICE. He was complaining that ICE mistakenly apprehended 170 US citizens in 2025. Now, here's me bringing some perspective to that number. Total arrests by ICE for 2025, 400,000, almost 500,000. I think their success rate is pretty darn good, actually. So, yeah, go ICE. Trixie, you wanted to talk about Donald Trump's sexual assault.
I don't know that I want Kenny here anymore. He just won a victory. He can keep his win and go on his happy way. Do you want to try talking to him about Donald Trump?
If he's able to respond, if he allows me to speak and remind him that he's
Annie,
not
how long
in a
more does this
debate
go
and we're
on
not
for?
trying to win anything.
3
minutes.
It is a debate, actually.
Penny,
No. It's not an argument.
No,
It doesn't have to be an argument, but it can be a healthy debate. Debate is healthy.
Penny,
Why
you're
are you
talking
so scared of the word debate?
Penny, I'm not so. I think.
Don't say what you want and let me respond.
Penny, are you able to engage in a conversation politely? Does that happen?
Go for it, yeah. I'm waiting on you.
Okay. So, in order to engage, you would listen, yeah, and then respond.
No, you don't dictate to me when I listen and when I don't.
But you get to dictate to me and tell me I'm in a debate? What a bizarre... Yeah, sorry, Jack, what's the point?
Okay, I'm going to take it off now, guys. Sorry, I've had enough. Kenny, why? By the way, there's someone called Venus Cupcakes. Venus Cupcakes, this is the Finding Gnosis show. Just look up Finding Gnosis on YouTube. You should be able to find us. Kenny's left. Shit.
I am not sure what happened there.
I don't know why Kenny left. Kenny, are you going to come back and explain that? Guys, it was a long video. You couldn't help me but, wanting to end the streaming of that video. This is a late night for me.
Thank
Kenny
you.
left.
Thank you for the
left.
opportunity.
He left and didn't explain it. That's a pity.
It's what he does, though.
Okay, well, look,
Yeah.
he's obviously firmly aggrieved with Jack for the way Jack treated him during that Trexty was involved. It seemed that there was a lot of animosity going on there. Jack, do you remember what that was? Do you remember that period of the Jack Talcott show and the trials and tribulations that were going on? How does that make you feel? How does it make you feel to look back upon what was happening then in relation to Kenny? Your ongoing kind of, I don't know if you call it, well, we'll call it a relationship with Kenny. I mean, what's going on?
He'll learn eventually. He won't. He doesn't want to learn from me, but he'll learn through me. He's going to become a better man.
It didn't look good for him at all.
Kenny, I would have kept playing it if he wanted, but he left. I mean, if he really wanted me to keep playing it for the last 30 seconds or whatever it was, I thought the message had been sent. I thought we'd seen enough. But Kenny, I don't know where you left. Why you left? Oh, he's back. He's back. Here he is. Kenny, good to have you back. I don't know why you left, but you're back now. Good. Kenny.
Oh. Yes.
Now, would you like to explain what that was about, how it made you feel, and how it demonstrates Jack's character faults? Perhaps I think that's what you're trying to portray here, and what you can do moving forward. Can you forgive Jack for what happened there if you feel you've been slighted?
What you've seen in that video was classic narcissistic, dictatorial, cult-like behavior. And he had this flying monkey there with him trying to dictate the terms of the interaction. She was like the referee. You're not allowed to call it a debate. It's not a debate. And what she was trying to do there is like disarm me from arguing my side of the story. He wasn't letting me land. And he kept putting me backstage. And just like what he done 2 minutes ago, he says, Kenny will learn. Not from me directly, but he will listen to me and become a better man. That's narcissistic cult behavior. He thinks I'm going to yield to his way. I'm not. I will never.
Let me interject here.
I will never allow myself to be diluted in my conviction just to be accepted. I'm not a people pleaser. I didn't seek to be accepted by other people. You know,
that's one thing I'll say about Kenny.
I would have appreciated it if you'd have let me see that video out, actually, because it is quite damning as it goes on. But you said you had enough. You never wanted to see anymore.
Kenny, how long more is it? Because for fuck's sake, mate. I mean,
no, please don't.
Literally another 3 minutes.
Please don't do it. Please don't do it, Kenny. I've known you for Kenny. I've known you for a short while now. I know how you ad hominem attack people, and that is what seemed to be in here as well. You tend to do that, which is fine. That is your character. I don't know what kind of issues you have, but you tend to do that.
Thank you, Battleaxe.
What? Oh,
thank you to Battleaxe. She keeps throwing jewels at me. You'd think I was giving her a lap dance or something. She keeps making fun of me. Thank you, Battleaxe.
But see,
okay, may I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, Frank. You go ahead.
No, go ahead. Ladies first.
I just want to ask you, can you kind of hear my frustrations, even though you may not agree with him? Can you hear where I may be coming from? Is what I'd like to know.
Kenny, play it on 1.5 speed or something, please.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Do we really need to do this?
It's only 3 minutes.
Yeah,
1.5 speed. We can do it.
I'm not doing the speed higher. It's only on for literally 3 minutes.
Are you able to engage in a conversation politely? Does that happen?
Go for it. Yeah, I'm waiting on you.
Okay. So in order to engage, you would listen, yeah, and then respond.
No, you don't dictate to me when I listen and when I don't.
But you get to dictate to me and tell me I'm in a debate? What a bizarre... Yeah, sorry, Jack, what's the point? What's going on?
Kenny, this is not looking for you. Why are you playing this? I don't understand.
Shut up, Frank. Shut up.
Tell you what, please bear with me. Kenny.
Jack.
Where's your manners?
You don't dictate manners to me. If I'm feeling passionate about something, and I feel someone's rudely trying to interject in between a discussion between me and someone else and demand that I stop talking to that person and start talking to her just because she's an entitled woman and you're too much of a simp to hold her accountable for it, I'm going to get mad because I'm a passionate man.
Oh, so your
Right.
manners are controlled by other people. If you feel slighted, are you a little boy? You little boy getting threatened by threatened by a woman, Kenny? You got to react.
Yikes.
Kenny,
react to injustice no matter how small and no matter by whom.
Kenny.
Why are you giving this woman a vagina pass?
Kenny.
Are you a simp?
Kenny, you better watch
Stop being
yourself.
a beta male. Stop being a white
Kenny.
knight beta male.
Kenny.
Oh God, you're red pilled, Kenny. Oh my God, I didn't know that.
Conversation.
Don't try and insult me, Jack. Don't talk down to me like I'm a child. I'm happy to listen to Trixie. I'm happy to listen to her. But tell her not to try and dictate to me.
Kenny, get
All
the
right?
point. Right now, I'm not happy listening to you. Do you get it?
You don't have to
Don't
be,
you
Jack.
get it?
I'm not trying to make you happy. I'm not here to make you happy.
Right, I know. And you're clearly not here to cooperate either.
I am.
So, Kenny, when you learn how to respect others, we'll try again. Today, it seems your
Jack, he's
manners
not
are
a
gone.
Jack. He's not a philosopher. He's a faggot. Like, I mean, listen to that, Jack. He's being a
Yeah.
Oh my God, Kenny. I didn't know that you were a red pillar. I didn't know that you were a red fucking
Frank, if you're just going to be facetious and not actually address the points objectively and try and be a smart arse, you can go fuck yourself.
Ooh,
you little
does that
fucking
intimidate
forehead
you?
imp.
Oh, I am shivering in my chair, Kenny. Now tell us again how much you hate women. Go ahead. You have the floor. Go ahead. Now, you can't stand that, can you?
No.
Nah, you can't. That's why your fucking
I'm
hair looks
letting
like
you speak.
Elvis.
I'm letting you speak.
Now go ahead. I know exactly the kind of character you were. I had a suspicion that you were. I had a suspicion. All those ad hominem attacks, all that fucking eating out that you did, you're a fucking pussy, my man. You have insecurity issues.
All the what?
Over what? Dude, you hate women.
No, I don't hate women.
Of course you do. Of course you do. You're a wimp.
Is this the language coming from someone who's got a degree in psychology now?
You're damn right.
They trigger you. Do you feel traumatized because you're a weak beta male?
Yeah, I'm a beta male. Yeah, sure, man. I keep bringing up those unsignificant terms. Go ahead.
Okay.
Now, tell us again how much you hate women, because that was clear in the video that we just saw.
I don't think it was.
It wasn't.
Go to my YouTube channel and watch the whole context of the video then.
Dude, I'd rather die.
Then shut your fucking dweeb mouth, you little cuck. Because if I was with you in that room right now, I'd beat you to a fucking pulp.
Kenny, is it possible that's a trigger?
That's what they always do. That's why I was yelling, why the fuck are you showing this? Wow. I have debated a lot of red pills, but you can see that clearly.
But Frank, I experienced this with Jack last week.
But it had nothing to do with the point that Kenny, in this sense, looked worse than Jack did. I am not sure what you had on Jack.
I'm just saying, I want to bring it to, we all have our bad moments, right?
Mm-hmm.
And clearly I frustrated you, I agitated you, and it wasn't a good look for any of us to continue this. So what I would like to do is I would like to figure out how to move forward with you, Jack.
Kenny has some views on gender roles. He has views that men have a certain role they should play, women have another role they should play. Patrick Edwards says he doesn't think Kenny is a misogynist.
I have debated D&W, with all due respect. I've debated those guys. They are red pilled. They are the kind of Andrew Tate motherfuckers that just see women as objects. I don't deal with idiots like that. Not waste of my time.
Kenny is not here to defend himself. Maybe he'll.
Well, he tried to. He didn't do a really good job, did he?
He showed himself.
Now, Jack, let's go back to what Kenny was trying to say there, Jack. I mean, he's trying to say you've got these flying monkeys around you that support you no matter what you say and do. I mean, what are the claims here, guys? What has Jack said or done that is so terrible? That this is the thing. What are they holding him up to do harm for? I mean, what is the actual harm, Yolanda? You said that he's on this mission to save the world, and you think it's disingenuous. You think Jack doesn't believe in the mission, that he knows it's impossible,
No,
and he's only doing it.
No. That's what Jack is claiming that I had said.
Okay, sorry.
I feel that he is disingenuous when he promotes love, peace, and forgiveness when I haven't been able to experience that at that capacity at times. And I only said 4 years to just show you that I have a history with him, with us going back and forth and do. Am I lying, Jack?
You're doing the most common pattern that I continue seeing. Let's say it's been 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
You can't find the good? Holy shit, lady.
I have every right to rebuttal good and bad. And I've been there to support the good. And when I'm frustrated with the bad, then I also have something to say about it too, just like you do, Jack.
Yolanda, this is interesting here. Now, Yolanda, I'm sure you'll admit that no one is perfect. We all have good and bad sides. Are you saying that the bad in Jack makes him irredeemable, that there's too much bad compared to the good?
No, he's saying that.
He's saying that.
Yes, I'm not saying that.
Yolanda, you asked me a question. How do we move forward from here? The choice has always been up to you. But if you don't see me and all you can find is the faults and the flaw, I wonder if you learned anything. I learned. Did you learn anything, Yolanda, from the past? That'll tell us how we move forward, I think.
Yes, I've had to learn and figure out why what my experience with you was as frustrating as it was. And that's what I was trying to bring up earlier in the conversation, but I'm not going to repeat myself on that. I do see common things within your behavior off and on through the years, and I'm not the only one, like you've said, that gets frustrated and points these things out and comes back and tries to find resolve, and then eventually we end up, getting to this point again. But I'm willing.
Sorry, you're willing. Because I've heard those excuses before. Well, Jack, you had problems with others, so it's obviously you. But Yolanda, you've been focusing a lot on what you found wrong with me, but I was really wondering, did you find anything wrong with you, or just you were stupid for trying?
Now, Jack, calm down.
That's why I responded to him the way that I did earlier, Frank, because this is the kind of obnoxious bullshit that he does when I'm very calm and respectful to him, and he's very patronizing. And he starts to call me
your words. I'm using your words back.
Stop acting like you don't know what we're talking about, Jack. This is what gets frustrating, is that when somebody gives you pushback, you start laughing at them, you mock them, you backstage them, and then when we have something to say about it, then that's what earlier when you were talking about when Kenny was talking about the chat and what the chat does. It's like, how dare anybody have any type of authority or autonomy over themselves over this kind of behavior?
So, Jack,
I don't need a shrink for it either, Chickpea. I'm very confident in what I'm doing for myself right now, and I'm okay. I'm fine. I'm not harmed. I'm not a victim. I'm having a conversation out of frustration, and I want to work it out.
So, Jack, you just said that you use her own words against her, but where in the words were that you're stupid?
I couldn't hear you clearly. There's traffic behind me.
You said that you used her own words against you, but then where did the ad hominem attack come from that you're stupid? Because she didn't say that you were stupid.
No, she said that I thought I remembered her saying something along the lines of she was stupid for even trying to join me again. She judged herself as making a mistake. But the mistake wasn't joining. The mistake was actually how she chose to show up. And that's when I said, okay, it's 3 hours in. It's time to shut down. And I guess if I hear Yolanda right, maybe I shouldn't laugh when I feel people are just convincing themselves. Maybe I should go leave this stream and go start another stream so I can talk about Yolanda to other people. That's what she seems to think is healthy.
But she doesn't have the same outreach than you, Jack. You think that's fair?
I think it's an absurd choice that I would not make regardless of the size.
Wow, okay. It kind of comes up to the same conclusion that I blamed you for as a cult leader, right? Because size doesn't matter, apparently, to you. Apparently it does. Because you have the outreach. And that is what Yolanda was blaming you as well, is that you use your people to be degenerate. And you cannot know.
Hey, if that's what you heard, I don't, okay, blame me for the people that show up and the behavior they offer. Blame me because I'm not as godly as I hope to be. But please, as you're so quick to focus and throw all this blame around, why don't you look at yourself too? Okay.
Here he goes. This is the pattern. This is the pattern. Look at yourself, Frank. Look at yourself. How dare you question Jack Talcott? How dare you have your own perspective? How dare you have any confidence in yourself and your autonomy and your authority over being gaslit and manipulated?
Wow. Okay. And I think that's exactly what you just did, Yolanda. Because actually, in the context of what my education is in self-development, in every problem, there's usually more than just one person to blame. The ego loves to come up with excuses to blame, right, Frank? You've studied, you understand, right? I mean, come on now. Let's grow up maturely. We can move beyond the blame and maybe we can find ways to get along. But what I am suggesting, please, sincerely, you guys can sit on your high horse and offer me nothing but criticism and your opinions.
I don't only want to offer you criticism. We're talking and focusing on something that was a bad moment. I don't want this to only be about criticisms of you. I wanted reconciliation with you and try to figure out how to move.
Yeah. And when I tried to remind you that in those years, there was more than just those few moments of criticism, you weren't really interested in that direction. So please.
Neither are you when you get frustrated. And just like you did to me last week, you weren't willing to do that with me either. So it goes both ways. When we're frustrated, it's hard for us to get ourselves out of the past and to get into the now moment, which you promote. And when we try to do that, when you're frustrated and when you're on a roll, it's okay for you to do it, but it's not okay for us to do it.
Okay.
Am I wrong?
You can say whatever you want and you'll always be right to you, Yolanda. I'm
I'm
here.
willing to be wrong, Jack.
here.
I can say
Hey,
when I can
Yolanda,
admit to
yes.
you when I'm wrong.
Yes, Yolanda, please accept. You've been wrong about many of the things you've assumed and the things you've said about me. You've assumed the wrong intentions. You've jumped to conclusions. I have offered apologies. Do you want me to apologize again? Please, sincerely.
No,
I
I don't want you to
apologize for not
apologize again.
receiving. Okay, so
No.
then we're back to the question, Yolanda. How do you want us to move forward? I never chose to have problems with you. I really don't, and I got none today.
Apologies generally come with our that we show within our behavior when we change. And that's when we can really recognize and see when it's a true apology.
Yolanda, let me ask you: Did you come in good faith, or were you
Yes.
angry?
I'm frustrated. Yes. I'm not angry. I'm
well,
frustrated.
No, that moment, were you frustrated when you joined them?
No. I was invited up.
Yep.
Was there some sort of formal
remember
disagreement?
being very critical in the chat. I may be misremembering days, but I know you'd spent some time in that time frame in the chat being very dismissive and very disagreeable before you joined. Was that the same day?
And was that a good time for you, Jack, to invite her? Because you seem to be bad already.
Well, where it was I had spent probably far too long trying to reason with an egoic mind again. Chuck has been an opposition for me for several years, right? He hasn't been willing to change his mind yet. So Yolanda and I had talked a long time ago about the benefits of healthy communication, how I actually believed it's in the scripture too, where two or more gather, where we've got a witness and we work together. Maybe we can resolve some of these false accusations I found against me. But Yolanda wasn't interested in working with me on that day, and no worries. It wasn't the day or the time.
When I did my YouTube channel, my mom always said something from when I was young. She always said something to me: always keep honor to yourself. Do not engage in people that you do not want to engage with. And see, I get from your standpoint that you want to engage with people because you want to change their opinions. But if you already feel, because you're pretty much in tune with yourself, right? Then if you feel that a confrontation is coming, just don't do it. And you need to make a hard choice.
That's where my statement said that I was stupid for joining. It was a criticism of myself. It was nothing to do with Jack. And he got defensive about it. It was my own stupidity that I should have had better, that I shouldn't have done it.
There you go. So if that's what you learned, then now maybe we can avoid this in the future. I know that I shouldn't ask you when I'm looking for support.
I would be an amazing therapist, just so you know.
I actually believe, yeah, you could.
No, Jack, in all honesty, I don't have any animosity to you. And that's why I was wanting to know the entire conclusion, because I don't know Yolanda. I don't know Kenny. I'm pretty new to the Panoverse again. I just started like last week again. And I never thought that you were a bad guy. And that's why I was asking, what's the conclusion that Yolanda gave me? Is that, did it really go through your head? I really don't want that for you, because I really do believe that you have good intentions.
Well, Frank, here's the reality. If you can cut me some slack, I know it's kind of unbelievable, but if you can have faith that I'm not lying, I swear to God, I'm not lying.
I believe you.
The situation I'm in, I'm a human being just like all of you, trying to make it in this world. In 2018, I began a labor dispute with my former federal employer. In this time, I went from over $70,000 a year to about $3,000 a
Jack,
year.
I don't need to hear all that. I believe.
Well, this is my life. And so when I happen to get a little frustrated, it's actually often
Yep. And
desperation.
that is exactly why I don't want to hear about it.
Right, but it's the facts. People react when they're feeling desperate.
And I told
Not
you I don't
just
want to
when
hear
they're
about it.
feeling superior.
And I told you I don't want to hear about it because I.
Why don't you want to hear about it? Because it means you were wrong?
No, of course I was not wrong. Why would I be wrong? Because I fucking, in all honesty, Jack, I heard your entire story already because I interviewed you.
Right. Yep.
What did you say? I didn't believe you.
I don't know what it is, but you certainly didn't find any relevance.
Because I am not
Shut
religious.
the fuck up. Be quiet.
I am not
Frank.
religious, my man.
That's okay. You don't have to be.
Oh, hold on a second. Frank Sinatra is coming in.
I want to hear it, Jack. I want to hear Jack. Frank, you be quiet. I was listening to Jack and I was enjoying what he had to say. So you shut your puny little mouth.
Your wish is my
Quiet,
command,
Jack.
boss.
Jack, go ahead, please. Go ahead.
I don't know what it was in regards to.
I just, we all
It was
are
in
going
regards
through
to your life.
Yeah, but we're all going through something. Every single one of us. We all have a story. We're all
right.
Have things we're trying to work out, which is why we find ourselves on these panels to have these discussions with each other, because we're all frustrated about something, and then we try to find things that we have in common. And
but I get where Jack is coming from, and he has a great community. It really does. So obviously people are going to stick up for him.
You said to me that talking things through wasn't a good idea when I said it to you.
No, you missed. No, I did not say that. It is good to talk things through.
You just talk it all through over and over again until you sick to death of talking about it. There.
But what I was saying is that it's always ultimately up to us to resolve it. We can talk and talk and talk, but it is our responsibility to take care of the things that are holding us back. It's not always okay to use our stories and victimize ourselves to people over and over again and not fix it.
Not victimizing
Holy
yourself.
shit. Some people aren't victimizing. Some people are legitimately asking, please help me.
It's not victimizing yourself. If you
But
want to talk
sometimes
about
it's
something,
not
talk.
our responsibility to do the things that you're asking us to do for you, Jack.
But Yolanda, it's certainly not your responsibility to kick someone for asking for help. Okay.
When have I kicked you for doing that?
It's a metaphor for the way you chose to lash out after you disapproved of my performance with you. Okay.
Well, I thought for a second that we are on good terms here.
Well,
no, this is why I'm saying I don't feel that his apologies are genuine, because this is what I experienced.
Holy shit. See, this is why you don't understand, because you do not care about what I have to say.
Oh, Lord.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. I just
So where did it just go wrong?
Why I said that?
That's what I last week when I was going through this with him too, I got confused. I didn't know what was happening.
Okay. Ha 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 ha. Can we come back here?
Calm down.
There's a shout out for the contributions.
I don't.
Nice blonde hair that guy's got. So I like blondes. Sorry.
Do I need to turn my camera off then? Okay. I'm dark blonde, by the way. So.
No, I was talking about John Frederick, that guy that just showed up.
Yeah, you look like a Backstreet Boy, but okay.
Yeah,
Sure.
Gorgeous. Oh, you like the Backstreet Boys?
I mean, I'll be honest. I was laughing because it kind of felt good to get it out that I wasn't the only one that could see that was going on with your behavior, Jack. Okay. And I'm not going to apologize, but it felt kind of good to have somebody else see it.
Yolanda, I see it. I see it.
Yeah. I'm glad you can have some fun. So I'm sorry you hear me playing the victim, But the reality is, again, Yolanda, why are you unwilling to find any of the good? You make the claim, I want to believe you're honest, right? But apparently the little bit of wrong completely diminishes any humanity you have for me, right? You made the claim earlier today, which was just absolutely ignorant and absurd, that because of how you believed that because of how you were treated with me last time. Well, yeah, that's why your friends and family stay away, Jack. It's good your son stays out of your life. That's where you were going with that. That's what you were saying. Were you not, Yolanda? Confirming that everyone who left me was right because you don't approve of me too?
Yeah, and I even said that was a cheap shot.
Well, what you don't know, Frank, is that there wasn't the opportunity to. So
Still kind of a cheap shot.
It was a cheap shot.
I think you took a cheap shot at me as well, actually.
No, I
But
didn't.
I want to say
Like going into all that
there
red
is
pill shit and
also-
overgeneralizing. Yeah, you fucking did.
No, I didn't.
So
Oh, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
We can do this back and forth.
Well, you can't accuse Yolanda taking cheap shots at Jack and then take cheap shots at me and not hold yourself to the same standard. That's just hypocrisy. And if you're going to be a hypocrite, people are going to call you out for that, mate.
No, is that so? Because I debated motherfuckers like you, and I eat you alive. But if you want to come at me, sure, go ahead, my man. Because I'm
happy to debate you. You've just loaded all kinds of assumptions onto me. I don't know why. That I'm a
Guys, if you want to debate, guys, we'll have a debate another day between you guys. If you want to do that, guys, if you're both up for that, we can do that. Tonight, let's concentrate on this.
Did you vote for Kamala Harris, Frank? Is that what it is?
And I'd also like to
Guys,
just-
I want to concentrate on Yolanda and Jack's efforts towards reconciliation.
Yes,
Sorry, guys.
thank you.
But
I
guys,
appreciate that.
Kenny and Frank, if you want to go at it one day, for whatever reason, we can do that as well another day. But not now. Not now.
No, I don't need to waste the time. But thank you.
But I don't want to also pretend that there isn't Jack's story that he's shared with all of us and the other people that he chooses to interact with and ask help from, that there isn't other evidence of you behaving in this manner out of frustration. You have recordings of yourself and having conversations with former co-workers and friends.
Years ago.
So I can identify with those recordings and how they were trying to communicate with you, and when you got frustrated with them, behaving in that manner towards me as well. So that's what I'm basing mine off. And when you act like that, people tend to not want to communicate with you or have conversations with you if that's what's going to end up happening when you don't see eye to eye. Nobody wants to be called names. Nobody, like coming from a person that is about reconciliation and wants peace. I can see that you have done good in your life. You don't need to hear it from me. I've been a supporter of you, but I also do have a right to talk about and be frustrated when it doesn't go well. So there are both sides going on here. You happen to not like that I used my platform to talk about it out of frustration, when I have also been very supportive of you. There's been not a lot of this, but a whole lot of support. But at the same time, I've also been, was willing to talk about being frustrated with your behavior. And I'm not going to pretend like these things are not a pattern of yours that you've had with other supporters of you as well.
Can I just say it's nice to see Denizen watching the Finding Gnosis show by proxy, indirectly via Yolanda's channel. It's great to have you back, Denizen. It's been a while. I know you left.
I would like to talk about the reasons
I
why
just want to read
Jack...
Denizen's comment here. He says, Denizen says, as far as he knows, Jack doesn't chase down people and force them to listen to his life story. As far as he knows, it's all voluntary on his channel. Thank you, Denizen. Good to have you back on the Finding Gnosis show.
Right.
Ian W, if it's all right, I'd like to cut in and read some of the reasons why I believe Jack to be a cult leader. a would-be cult leader and shares a lot of the very similar cult dynamics. Okay, so the covert narcissist, unlike grandiose narcissists who are loud and overtly arrogant, covert narcissists often present as quiet, hypersensitive, and victimized. They believe they are unrecognized geniuses or uniquely misunderstood. Their desire for control is driven by deep-seated insecurities. Communal narcissism. This is the psychological term for narcissistic compassion. Communal narcissists derive their ego supply from being perceived as the most helpful, the most empathetic, or the most dedicated to a cause. They use altruism
Kenny,
not to help,
Kenny.
but to
I
build
know
a
what you're getting at.
self-glorifying identity.
What about the view,
Now, why
Kenny?
are
We're all pieces
Why
of shit.
are
We're-
you getting
we're
triggered
just
by
humans.
that, DNW?
Because
Can I ask why you're
Elaine-
getting triggered by that?
I'm just reading Jack's comment here, and I don't want this to turn into let's bully Jack. You know,
No, I'm
No,
not
no,
bullying.
no.
I'm not
That's
bullying.
not what's happening.
I'm
Jack
reading out-
joined. Jack wanted to talk about these things. I even asked you if you wanted to do it and wanted to move forward with it because I didn't want this to turn into this. And quite frankly, this is also a pattern that happens a lot. It tends to be about Jack. And I'm exhausted with it too. I don't want it to be about Jack. To be honest with you, for years, I left places because this is potentially what would end
I
up
hear
happening.
what you're
and
saying,
now I'm part
Yolanda.
of it.
You got to hand it to Jack. He's a mysterious force of nature who has this magnetic personality, and people are attracted towards him, whether they love him or loathe him. He is a very interesting specimen for that reason. He is quite powerful, and can
DNW,
we?
do you mind
but-
if I
sorry,
just
go
give
ahead.
an
Objective
explanation,
ethics.
brother? I'm sorry, it's I'm at work and my time is so limited. I'm so sorry for interjecting here like this. Please forgive me. But just listening to the way this conversation's gone and based on my own experiences with Jack and his channel, and granted, I'm very new to the situation. I've only been around for about a month. I did recently interview Jack on my channel a couple of weeks ago. I had a lovely conversation with the brother. My intention with Jack, while I do recognize the criticisms, I'm not going to pretend that I don't understand where people are coming from. I do feel like there's two camps that people tend to be in from my observation. Is that in one camp, people are basically just using Jack for their own purpose, whether it's to get attention for themselves or to actually harm Jack or to get, whatever it might be. Then there's another group of people that actually genuinely want to help Jack. And I do think that there are people in this conversation right now that might be wanting to genuinely help Jack. But I do think that if that's the goal, that a lot of this stuff probably would be more productive if it was handled in private. I don't think these are conversations that necessarily should be handled out in public. And if the intention is to be productive and find resolution, I just don't see how this is a matter of public opinion or, maybe I'm just not seeing it correctly, but I just don't think it's doing anybody involved a service, to be honest with you.
Well, I appreciate that
I agree.
perspective, and I can see where you're coming from. I've had a private conversation with Jack a year or two ago, and it didn't go very well. And I got some pretty interesting voicemails left by him too. So I had left and wasn't around for a while after that either. So, like I said, this is nothing new to me, experiencing this, but this time I made it public, and that's the only difference.
See, for me, it was only just that one encounter. I mean, I love Jack. He's a good guy. He really is.
As long as you agree with Jack, he's a pretty good guy.
There's one thing for sure. I probably would never agree with Jack because I'm not spiritual. And he accepts that, which is good. Now, I guess it was just a bad period or whatever that I joined, and he was just agitated in itself. I don't really think that the guy is bad at all. I just had one bad encounter with him. So I thought that he had a big following. So my resignation went like, damn, dude. Like, don't let it get over to your head. That's all.
Well, Jack,
I'll just interject quickly. Can I just quickly interject?
I did have a disagreement. I did have a disagreement with Jack myself, and I vocalized it to Jack, but I did it in private. And Jack has received it quite well, actually. He acknowledged what I said, and I actually think that, not to my own credit, but I think that Jack has actually considered my position in a certain regard, in the way that things that he's tolerated on his own platform that have been actually hurting his message. And all that was done in private. I don't come to Jack and confront him in public. And so I did confront him, and I was very honest with him, and just stuck to the point as opposed to attacking him personally. And I think Jack can vouch for what I'm saying to you guys. So I am speaking from, even though my experience has been limited compared to your guys's, I'm not just being hypocritical here, and I'm not speaking from a vacuous position.
DNW, I'd like to take exception to you accusing us of bullying Jack. Now, what I was reading out was a psychological analysis of a communal narcissist and cult leader dynamics. That's not quite the same as bullying someone on a personal level. So, what are you going to say to that?
Yeah, I would say there's been a lot of I'm not going to name names, but I'm looking at the comments in the live chat. I think there's been a lot of pot kettle tonight, and I think that, as I said earlier, we can all be guilty of being pieces of shit. I know that's unsavory language. I apologize to anybody who doesn't like that brutal kind of description. None of us is a saint. None of us is perfect. I would ask you all to look for the redeeming qualities in each other. See what can lift others up in your estimation rather than put them down, and concentrate on those elements of the individual and try and bring that out rather than bring out the bad parts, because us all fighting, all this fighting is only going to cause more trouble.
It's not fighting. I was reading out a psychological analysis of cult leader dynamics. Now, I even said to Jack myself before, I don't think you're an evil man. I think your heart's in the right place. I think what's happened is you've become a victim of your own self-delusion, and gradually over time have manifested the cult leader dynamics.
But Kenny, what type of a cult is it? I mean, people are free to come and go on his channel. They can literally throw shit at the leader. I mean, what type of a cult is it?
Kenny, in all honesty,
It's
you
a
just
cult,
changed
it's a
personality
cult
within
of
2 seconds.
seduction. It's a cult of seduction. It's very appealing, very seductive, and
There's the man.
I think it's problematic.
Kenny, wouldn't that
Especially when he's constantly framing a sitting president as a target, painting him as like evil, a fascist. That's why Donald Trump's already had 3 assassination attempts on his life, because of people like Jack Talcott exploiting vulnerable, impressionable minds.
Oh my God, Jack! Jesus fucking Christ!
I'd be laughing too.
Right, anyway, let me continue. Let me continue.
Oh dear.
Weaponized compassion and ideology in high control environments, empathy is often weaponized to create dependency. A leader fitting this profile will use a hyper-focus on social justice, egalitarianism, or progressive ideals to establish a rigid moral hierarchy. Guilt is a control mechanism. By constantly highlighting the suffering of others or the systemic flaws of society, the leader manufactures a perpetual state of guilt among followers, the savior complex. The leader positions themselves as the only person truly compassionate enough to fix these issues. Disagreeing with the leader is reframed not as a difference of opinion, but as a moral failing or lack of empathy on the part of the follower.
There is a good comment here, Kenny, and it is true. Your Führer, Donald Trump. I mean, many people accuse him of being a raging narcissist. You follow him. You think he's a good guy. What have you got against? What even if Jack is a narcissist? What's the problem? You love Donald Trump.
He got you on that one, Kenny.
Donald Trump is not a cult leader, though.
Oh no, sure. That's why there's not something called Trump derangement syndrome. Because
Or MAGA.
I would never do that.
Yeah,
right?
Trump derangement syndrome.
Never.
Trump derangement syndrome is what his haters have.
I will say one thing in Kenny's defense, and he has said it before. He follows MAGA rather than Donald Trump. He follows the idea rather
I've
than
said
the man.
before. Listen, I've said before. I want J.D. Vance to be the next president. Donald Trump he's the showman. He's the entertainer. He's the front
because
man.
he talks shit about women, doesn't he? Yeah, both of them talk shit about.
I want to
women.
say a
That is the
special
entire
thank
Red
you
Pill
to.
show.
Hold on, guys. Yerf Dogs. It's good to see
That's
Yerf Dogs
clutching
here.
at straws.
By
We all
the
talk
way,
shit about women sometimes.
By the way, today's show was in some ways inspired by Yerf Dog's brilliant presentation a while back. I don't know if you guys saw that when he was talking about ways of showing knowledge and the theories of how you can do that. It was a great one, and I appreciate it. But he says here, some things aren't resolvable. The best this can achieve is a ceasefire with unresolved animosity. It'll fester and come to the fore again. Burn bridges and move on. Guys, can we agree to disagree and just accept that, it is what it is? By the way, nobody is beholden.
DNW, hold on. Let me get something.
Can I say one more thing, Jack? One more thing, Kenny? Yeah. None of you are beholden to Jack. You don't have to watch his channel.
Stopped
you
watching
don't have
his
to
channel.
see this man ever again. You never have to see this man again.
DNW, could I say something real quick? Because I just wanted to chime in briefly because it's such a long. I drove home and had this whole beat down kind of thing, and people are entitled to their opinion. I like everybody on the panel there actually in their own way, but I'll tell you, like Jack, I've complained to him about a couple things that I don't like that go on his panel, and he's never approached me in an ungracious manner. So I do want to say that about him because other people saying that he's, so terribly ungracious if they complain. He wasn't towards me, and he doesn't really owe me anything.
Emily, there'll be a reason for that. There's a reason for that. It's because you have a higher level of agreeableness towards Jack.
How the fuck
so he's going to take more of a liking towards you than people like me who challenge him more. If you were to challenge him the same way,
Kenny, you don't know what I wrote to him about some of the folks there and what's going on and what I sort of feel about it. And I can be kind of caustic in the chat. He does not attack me. But I will say that about him. It's just a fact. Now, other people have their own ability
go
to
on
tell
his show and disagree with him. But you support him anyway. You've already made that clear. You're a supporter of Jack's.
I am a supporter of Jackson. I also disagree with him. And that's what I'm saying.
That's why he's not attacking you.
No, I've disagreed with him.
He's not going to be so stupid as to attack his supporters.
Do you know what disagreement is, Kenny? Not blocking people after you curse them out like you do and telling me people's secrets that you told me that I'm not revealing? That's what you do. And inviting them to your Airbnb all the time, every woman on the earth. I mean, come on, Kenny. Get real.
Damn,
and the other thing is, by the way,
I knew it.
Kenny,
I knew it.
Kenny, free speech means that you can criticize leaders. You sound like Antifa when you don't want us to criticize our president. Have a good night, Kenny.
I never said that you can't. I never. Oh, hold on. You're going 100 miles an hour here. Okay. She's played me at my own game. She's left the studio, but
dude, I
never
say
listen. Shut up and let me fucking finish. Shut up and let me finish. Right?
Go ahead.
I never said that people can't criticize Donald Trump. What I said was when Emily was getting some facts wrong about him, I came on and corrected her. Like one of the facts that she got 3 things wrong about a week ago, and I had to come on and correct her 3 times. I'm not against people criticizing Donald Trump if it's legitimate, but it's also my free speech to come on and correct them when they're getting things wrong. It's that simple. Free speech doesn't only apply to people who dislike Donald Trump.
Yeah, because you seem to have an amazing personality.
Kenny says, Emily says she did a Kenny-style drive-by. And it was effective. I'm not going to lie. I can see it now, Kenny. It is an effective strategy.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
Fair enough.
So Kenny, how does that feel to be exposed like that? I'm just curious.
In what way did I get exposed?
By saying that you're a womanizer and that you like to use women.
Abuse women?
No, use women. That's a difference.
Use women? In what way?
I think the entire exposure just now already said enough.
No, she never exposed anything. She exaggerated.
Oh, she exaggerated.
I run a business. I run an Airbnb business. And if I like someone on the panel, I'm happy to invite them to London. Like Yolanda, you're invited.
I wouldn't go if I were you.
I love
We've already had one. We've already had one person. We've already had one person from this panel who stayed at my Airbnb for a whole week.
Yeah, but that was a gay. That was a gay dude.
He's a fellow lefty like you, a California guy. Nice guy, actually. I like Robert. Yeah, even though we disagree politically, he was a treat to have as a guest, and he enjoyed his stay.
He
And he left
surely
me a good
agreed
review
with
as
a lot
well.
of things of you.
Okay, guys.
Well, he doesn't like Donald Trump. He's a socialist, communist, Marxist type. But we still had a good conversation. We both agreed on one fundamental principle: free speech. You're entitled to your free speech.
Yeah.
Well, the free speech, Kenny, is that you just change characters within like 2 segments. That's kind of weird, isn't it? You just put on your glasses. I'm pretty sure that you snorted something, hence the glasses. Apparently, you're now Al Capone, which is weird as fuck. But hey, everybody is entitled to their opinions, right? And apparently, when I called you out for it, you didn't like that. You got angry. You didn't seem calm and composure. You needed to say to Jack that he's a beta male. And who would do that? Red pillars. And like I said, I eat red pillars for breakfast. And you, my man,
can you define what a red pillar is? And first define what a red pill is, and define what a red pillar is.
Somebody who believes in a red pill, Matrix reference, my dude. Red pill, blue pill.
Yeah.
Let me be really clear on that.
Is that not why we're all here to try and take the red pill?
You believe that you are.
End soon. The show will end soon.
You believe.
Thank you, Jack.
That you are inferior of females, and that says enough, my man.
I believe
that you are inferior of females. The way that you treated these last couple of women that were on podcast, the ad hominem attacks, and then the eating out says everything about your personality. You're an insecure little man with fucking hat and glasses on right now. And the only thing that you do is troll, which is fine. But when I am on these podcasts, my man, I will look out
Which women did you attack? Which women did it? Okay, come on have a debate then.
See how passive you
are.
Come on have
a debate.
Invite me right
Another day, gentlemen. Another day.
We'll do it, and I'll eat you alive, buddy boy.
Yeah, sure you do.
I'll
another
eat you
day,
alive.
guys.
Sure
another day. Another day. You can leave a comment below this video.
I'm glad you
afterwards.
feel triggered by my hat and glasses and my fucking coolness, though. You know.
Thank you. I actually think Kenny's hat is pretty cool, and I just think it's a good aesthetic. It is what it is.
I got it when I was in Venice, made in Italy.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go, guys. You two can go at it another day. We're going to end the show now, and it's been a roller coaster. We went here, there, and everywhere. Jack got bombarded. I don't know. I hope it. Yolanda, did it prove in any way useful for you? It's like that, is it? I'm sorry to hear that, but you know, we tried. We gave space. We tried. I
appreciate you giving us the space, but clearly it is what it is. I'm not going to continue to try to come up here and defend myself over something that doesn't need defending. So
I think it was just a huge miscommunication between you guys.
Yolanda, I don't think anybody is saying you're a bad person. You know,
Yolanda, I'm going to sing a song for you when everybody else has had their final say.
Okay, I'll jump down. Thank you for your time, gentlemen. Have a good night.
Is that your closing remark, Yolanda? Thank you, Yolanda. Do come back soon. OE, mate, do you want to give your closing remarks?
Yeah, as always, DNW, I think you do a fantastic job herding the cats. It's always difficult job indeed. I think everybody did a great job of maintaining their composure and their civility for the most part. You know, things got a little heated, but I don't think anything got out of hand. And which sometimes happens on this channel. So, you know, kudos to everybody involved. I'll look forward to seeing all of you on this channel. What is it, the 15th? I'm doing that show, I think, DNW, around 5 p.m. Eastern. I'll be hosting a show here. I've been asked by DNW to host a show. And the reason I agreed to do it, despite the fact that I have my own channel I could be hosting shows on, and the fact that my time is limited, is because, like so many of you who are here today, we get a lot of value from what DNW's hard work has produced for us, right? By providing this opportunity, this platform for us all. So to pay DNW back a little bit, something that I can, besides donating some cash every now and again, donating time, which is the most valuable thing we have to offer. So I'm grateful that DNW has given me an opportunity to do that. And I look forward to seeing you guys on the 15th. Thank you, brother.
No, thank you, Oe. I do enjoy the audiences. Oh, Frank is gone. I do enjoy giving people a chance and to say whatever it is they want to say, and for them to take the reins of the show, so to speak. I enjoy being in the audience listening. It's really good. So I'm looking forward to that one. Well, Frank is gone. Frank left, and he'll be back another day, thankfully. I suppose we'll leave it to Kenny Given to sing us out. I'm going to go now. Guys, I'll see you next time. Just turn your notifications on, and we'll probably be back tomorrow. Thank you very much to all of you who are here and watched and who come back and watch later. Thanks to some of you who've joined as members. It's a new thing here. We do have a Discord, so you can come on that as a member, and you can chat to each other 24/7 whenever you want. There will always be an effort made to find Gnosis, whether we're on air or not. We dive deeper into different subjects there, and it's just a bit of fun. So anyway, thanks to the new members. Kenny, you can sing us out.
Thank you, DNW, and thank you, everyone. And this is my song for Yolanda. I'm not declaring my love for her. I just think she's a lovely woman, and yeah, she's a good woman, and I like her. Never know how much I love you. Never know how much I care. When you put your arms around me, I get a fever that's so hard to bear. You give me fever when you kiss me, fever when you hold me tight. Fever in the morning, fever all through the night. Sun lights up the daytime, moon lights up the night. I light up when you call my name, and you know I'm gonna treat you right. You give me fever when you kiss me, fever when you hold me tight. Fever in the morning, a fever all through the night. Everybody's got the fever. That is something you all know. Fever isn't such a new thing. Fever started long ago. Romeo loved Juliet. Juliet, she felt the same. When he put his arms around her, he said, Julie, baby, you're my flame. Thou give us fever. When we kisseth, fever thy flaming youth. Fever, I'm on fire. Fever, yeah, I burn forsooth. Captain Smith and Pocahontas, they had a very mad affair. When her daddy tried to kill him, she says, oh, daddy, oh, don't you dare. He gives me fever with his kisses, fever when he holds me tight. Fever, I'm his missus, and daddy, won't you treat him right? Now you've listened to my story. Here's the point that I have made. Chicks were born to give you fever, be it Fahrenheit or centigrade, they give you fever. When we kiss 'em, fever if you live and learn. Fever till you sizzle, oh, what a lovely way to burn. Oh, what a lovely way to burn. What a lovely way to burn.